George Burns and Gracie Allen. With their guest star, Alan Ladd, the Swan-Tette, the music of Felix Mills, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. As we look in on the Burnses today, we find them seated in their neighborhood movie, watching the thrilling climax of an Alan Ladd picture.
Yes, Emily, I love you. I've always loved you, darling.
Isn't he handsome, George?
Oh, Doctor. Doctor, I can't make up my mind.
I love you with all my heart, with all my mind, and with all my body.
Don't be choosy, Emily. Take any one of the three. Look, George, look. He's putting his arms around her. He's going to kiss her.
No, Doctor. You mustn't kiss me. Not here.
But, Emily.
No, Doctor. Please.
Kiss me, Alan.
Gracie.
Look, George. He's kissing her anyway. That lad never takes no for an answer. Oh, there's the end of the picture. Let's stay and see it again, George.
Gracie, we've been here since noon. We've seen the picture 3 times. I want to get home and listen to Vox Pop.
But Alan Ladd looks so wonderful in this picture. You know, he seems to look older.
We all look older. We've been here 6 hours.
Oh, please, George, just this one.
No, I'm sure other women aren't silly enough to sit in a movie all day. Now, come on.
Well, all right.
Excuse me, are you folks leaving the theater?
Yes.
Would you mind calling Hillside 2141 and telling my husband I won't be home till tomorrow night?
Let's go, Gracie. Now, Gracie, you've been talking about Alan Ladd all the way home. I don't want to hear any more about him.
Oh, but George, did you see the way he kissed Loretta Young?
Certainly I saw it. Just took her in his arms like this and kissed her like this. There.
George, were you watching Porky Pig?
I don't want to talk any more about it.
Oh, wasn't he convincing as the doctor in that picture? Oh, what a doctor he'd make in real life.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have to tell a woman to open her mouth and say, ah. That's the way she'd walk right into his office.
Look, Gracie,
Oh, it was so wonderful the way he cured Loretta Young of her deafness. I wish he'd work on my ears sometime.
Don't be ridiculous. You're not hard of hearing.
What did you say, George?
I said you're not deaf.
Hey?
Oh, stop that. I've had all of this that I can stand.
Yes, dear.
6 o'clock and I'm hungry.
Yes, dear.
And forget about Alan Ladd.
Yes, dear.
What are we going to have?
What would you like, Alan?
Alan?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'll get dinner right away.
Of all the silly... Come in. Oh, hello, Harry.
Gee, why so low, George?
Oh, it's Gracie. We saw an Alan Ladd picture this afternoon. She hasn't stopped raving about him yet.
Well, George, you should never take your wife to see Alan Ladd in the afternoon.
No?
No, take her at night when it's too dark to make comparisons. Right.
This is nothing to joke about. I'm plenty mad.
Oh, well, George, it's nothing to get upset about. There are certain popular idols that all the women worship. Alan Ladd, Van Johnson, Frank Sinatra, Cary Grant. Well, what do the women do when they see those fellas?
Swoon?
That's right.
Look, Harry.
Oh, George, Oh, hello, Harry.
Hello, Gracie.
Is dinner ready, dear?
Oh, no, dear. I just couldn't bear to cook that chicken.
Why not?
Well, its chest stuck out just like Alan Ladd.
Well, that's the last straw. I'm eating at the Brown Derby. Goodbye.
Well, what's wrong with him?
He's mad about Alan Ladd.
Well, so am I.
No, I mean he's angry. And if you don't stop talking about that guy, George might do something desperate.
You mean he might leave me? Oh, that would be terrible.
Darn right it would. Why, if you two separated, I just couldn't stand it. You wouldn't be on the radio anymore. And I couldn't talk about Swan soap anymore.
Oh, well, Harry, don't worry. We won't split up.
Oh, no, please don't. I couldn't stand that. My two favorites in the whole world separated. Me and Swan soap. Gee, Swan, the pure soap that's so wonderful for doing dishes. You not only get loads of suds, but Swan babies your hands. Helps keep them looking so lovely. Look, Gracie, I just got to talk about Swan.
My goodness, Alan Ladd means nothing to me. I'll call George at the Brown Derby and tell him I didn't mean it.
It'll take more than that to convince him. In fact, it'll probably take Alan Ladd.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if Alan Ladd were to throw himself at you in front of George and you gave him the brush off, that would convince him.
Harry Von Zell, are you suggesting that I get Alan Ladd to make love to me? Well, I couldn't do a thing like that. Huh?
Well, sure you could.
Oh, I could not. Huh?
Yes, you could, Gracie.
Oh, no. Huh?
Well, if you'd rather not.
Oh, okay, Harry. You talked me into it. Now, let's see. This should be Alan Ladd's house right here.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Burns.
Why, Mr. Postman, are you delivering mail this late? It's after 6.
Oh, no. My wife and I had a little spat. She was trying to persuade me to take her to the movie, and I stuck my tongue out right in her face.
Oh, Mr. Postman, that isn't nice, to stick your tongue out.
I know, but it always happens when she's choking me.
My goodness. What could have made her that anxious to see a movie?
Alan Ladd. My wife is crazy about him.
Well, she's just human.
Yes, just. You'd think my wife would get tired of the Alan Ladd type, with me around the house all the time.
Why, are you the Alan Ladd type?
Oh, decidedly. Except that my muscles aren't built in by my tailor.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean what looks like Ladd might just be pads?
Well, you never know with these movie actors, Mrs. Burns. Some of them wear toupees and corsets and false eyelashes and heavens knows what.
Really?
Yes. Some of those glamour boys don't have dressing rooms. They have assembly lines.
Oh, this is wonderful. You see, George is insanely jealous of Alan Ladd, but he wouldn't be if he knew that wiry figure was really held together with wire. I'm going right in and see Mr. Ladd.
Well, good luck, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Gee, this is exciting. I don't know whether I'm going to see Alan Ladd or a reasonable facsimile.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Ladd. Mr. Ladd, you look as cute in person as you do on the screen.
Oh, really?
But of course, one never knows, does one?
Won't you come in and sit down?
Oh, thank you. You sit down too, Mr. Ladd, or do your stays poke you?
Stays? I don't understand.
Oh, come now, Mr. Ladd. Don't blink your false eyelashes at me.
Now, look, I don't wear a corset. My eyelashes are not false.
Oh, well, I was just joking. Oh, come on, Mr. Ladd, smile. It was just a joke. There, that's better. I like your smile. Your teeth are so white and dazzling.
Thank you.
That Dr. Cowan does some beautiful work.
I did not get my teeth from Dr. Cowan.
Oh, Dr. Beecham, huh? I love your hair. It's so soft and nice looking.
Thanks. I grow it myself.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. You know, you're really very attractive, Mr. Ladd. I bet when you take a girl in your arms, they are your arms.
Oh, yes, I've had them for years. Look, are you by any chance pulling my leg?
No, but maybe I'd better.
Whatever gave you the idea that men are put together with string, Miss Allen?
Oh, it's not Miss Allen. I'm married to George Burns. Now, what was that question you asked?
Never mind, you just answered it.
Well, Mr. Ladd. Now that I see you're all in one piece, there's only one thing left to do. You have to make love to me in front of my husband and let me spurn you.
But why?
Well, so he'll stop being jealous of you. You know, we saw your picture this afternoon, and every time you came on the screen, I swooned.
Why, Mrs. Burns, shame on you.
Aren't we youngsters a problem? But, Mr. Ladd, I just couldn't help it. You make me feel romantic.
Well, your husband was sitting in the theater with you. Why didn't you get romantic with him?
Well, you don't know my husband. You know, I'd be ashamed to tell you how long it's been since an usher turned his flashlight on us.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns, but I can't make love to you just because you want your husband to see us. I have a wife, you know.
Oh, would she like to watch too?
Oh, no, I mean, I'm happily married. She might not understand.
Well, you make love to Loretta Young.
Oh, that's different.
Oh, I guess it's because she's prettier than I am.
Not at all. You're just as pretty.
Oh, thank you. I guess it's because she has a nicer figure.
Oh, no, you have a wonderful figure.
Oh, thank you. I guess it's because she looks smarter in her clothes.
No smarter than you do.
Oh, gee. Too bad I'm in a hurry. I could keep this up all day.
Now, seriously, Mrs. Burns, I can't do what you ask.
But I've got to convince my husband that you mean nothing to me. If I don't, he might leave me.
George might leave you?
Yes.
Well, in that case, I'll do it. I don't want to be responsible for a man starving to death.
Mr. Ladd, thank you. Now, be at my house at 8 o'clock. Goodbye. Why, George, you're home. Did you have dinner?
No. Couldn't eat. All that talk about Alan Ladd spoiled my appetite.
Oh, now, George, you just forget him. He means absolutely nothing to me.
But just this afternoon, you were raving about the way his chest stuck out.
Oh, well, yours would, too. It just happens to be located in girdle territory.
How about his eyes? You were saying how thrilling it was when he dropped his eyes.
Oh, and you've got him beat. You not only can drop your eyes, you've got little built-in pockets for them to drop into.
Yeah, I'm a dog.
George.
Yeah?
Don't pout anymore. I was serious when I said Alan Ladd means nothing to me.
Wish I could believe that.
Well, you should. Why, if Alan Ladd were to walk in here right now and tell me I was the most beautiful, gorgeous, desirable woman in the whole world, I'd laugh right in his honest face.
You would?
I certainly will.
Huh?
Oh, I'll answer it, dear.
Well, here I am.
Come on, my husband's in the den.
Huh? Well, what's my opening line?
Oh, but you want me to leave this house. You say, get your things, baby. I'm taking you away from this broken-down wreck you live in.
Well, it's not exactly a broken-down wreck. Well, never mind. I know how to do it.
Oh, good. Well, let's go in. Oh, George! George, Alan Ladd is after me.
All right, get your things, baby. I'm taking you away from this broken-down wreck you live in.
Oh, just a minute.
All right, step aside, Daddy.
I will not step aside. She's my wife, and I'll protect her. It's my duty as a husband.
Yeah? What are you going to do about it?
Lucky for you, I'm off duty right now.
Just a minute, Alan, lad. You can't just come in here and carry people out. Where do you think you are? At Montgomery Ward?
Gracie is right. That's telling him, Gracie.
Oh, you're going to play hard to get, huh? I'll take you in my arms like this.
Oh!
And I'll crush you like this.
Oh! George! George!
Yes, dear?
Well, just don't stand there. See who's at the door.
I'll be right back.
Oh, hello, George. Say, I've got a swell idea for the program
Oh,
tonight.
not now, Harry. I've got trouble.
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, there's a good-looking movie star trying to break up my home.
What? Why, the sneaking... Let me handle this, George. I'm a tiger, you know. I can lick my weight in movie stars. Who is she?
It's not a she. It's Alan Ladd.
Oh, well, so long.
Wait a minute. Together we can handle him.
That's just it. He'll take us apart.
Oh, come on. We're not afraid of him. Gracie.
Huh? Oh, help! Help!
Take your hands off that woman.
Yeah, who says so?
Harry Von Zell.
And who is Harry Von Zell?
Smith is my name. I'm with the Swan Soap people out of Cambridge. Mr. Ladd, did you know that Swan is the white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles? Did you know that the Swan people will give a free cake of Swan to every baby born in 1945? You see, Swan's so pure, so mild, so gentle, it's just perfect for babies.
All right, on your way, fat boy.
Fat boy. That's done it. Put up your hands.
They're up.
Gracious, they need washing with Swan. You know, Mr. Ladd, Swan is wonderful for your hands and face. After all, if it's great for baby's tender skin, it must be great for your complexion, your tub or shower. Not only that, but Swan gives baby gentle care to your lingerie, too. And, Mr. Ladd, we know how important it is to protect our dainty things, don't we?
All right, look, Bubble Boy, get out of my hair.
Don't let him talk to you like that, Harry. You're just as good as he is.
I am?
Well, sure. You're both men. You're both flesh and blood. It just happens that you've got the flesh and he's got the blood.
Yeah. Well, believe me, I'm not afraid of Alan Ladd. I'll be very happy to fight him.
Yeah, when?
Anytime we're not in the presence of ladies, that's when. Just come by my house. Here's my address. I live there with my mother and 14 sisters. So long.
Brave friend.
Hey, I'm all mixed up. Where were we?
Oh, I remember. Here, put your arms around me.
Oh, like this?
No, harder.
Gracie.
Oh, let go, Alan Ladd. Let go. How dare you lay a hand on me?
Oh, but I'm mad about you.
Who is it? Now get out of this house.
But I've come to take you away from George Burns.
What? You have the audacity to think that you could take me away from that handsome, fine-looking Adonis, the man I love?
No, I just want to take you away from George Burns.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Why, what have you got that my husband hasn't got? Or didn't have? Or couldn't get? Or doesn't need? Or couldn't use if he had?
All right.
Alan Ladd, get out of this house. You pumped up Frank Sinatra.
That did it. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, you see, dear, he means nothing to me.
Gosh, I guess you're right.
Well, are you happy, darling?
Happy for the first time all day. Come on, sweethearts. Let's go out and eat. And you can pick the spot. We'll eat any place you say.
Any place I say.
Sure. The treat's on me. You name it.
All right. Get your hat and coat and let's go.
Oh, Doctor, I can't make up my mind.
I love you with all my heart, with all my mind, and with all my body.
Oh, George, isn't he wonderful? Have another ham sandwich, dear. Oh, we're a little late, folks. Good night.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With the Swan-Tett, the music of Felix Mills, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George comes downstairs with a happy song on his lips, never dreaming that in the den, Gracie is holding a special meeting of that horror of all horrors, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Give me land, lots of land on the starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Oh, Gracie. Maybe she's in the den. Oh, no. Fenced in. Well, I'll see about that. Gracie, come out here.
Coming, dear. Good morning, sweetheart.
Don't good morning me. You promised that the uplifters wouldn't meet here anymore. Now get those old hens out of here.
Old hens? Why, to look at them, you'd say they were girls in the 20s.
They may have been girls in the 20s, but this is the 40s. Now, get them out of here.
But, George, this is a special meeting. We've got to finish it.
What makes it so special?
Well, remember Tootsie Sagwell?
That homely man chaser? I'll say I do.
Well, hadn't you noticed that she's been away for quite a while?
Yeah. I thought she'd been drafted.
No. The girls of the club decided that she must get a husband, so we raised a fund. The Tootsie Sagwell While There's Life, There's Hope Fund.
What did you do with it?
Well, we sent Tootsie to a finishing school.
That won't help her any. Why, it looks like she'll never get a man. And when Tootsie walked by a bunch of men, there never was a wolf whistle.
Oh, there was, too. And now that she's been to a finishing school, I bet she can whistle without putting her fingers in her mouth.
It's ridiculous. Why waste your money on that dame?
Well, you don't understand, George. It's a business deal. Tootsie agreed that when she lands a rich husband, she'll pay us all back with interest.
Great idea. You each own a piece of Tootsie, huh?
Oh, no. We didn't subdivide her. The whole girl's going to get married.
I still say it won't work. Tootsie's got nothing.
Oh, George, how can you say that? Tootsie's a very smart girl and very progressive. She's even ahead of the president.
Ahead of the president?
Sure. She's just starting. He's just starting after the 4Fs. Tootsie's been after them for years.
Look, break up the meeting.
Well, we can't, darling. We're waiting for Tootsie. Now, excuse me, I'll have to get back. Oh, now, come to order, girls. Come to order. Now, Tootsie will be here soon, and we should plan our campaign. Any suggestions, Blanche?
Well, now that Tootsie's been to finishing school, we should try to find a cultured man for her. Does anyone know an eligible writer or artist?
Well, there's Rudolph Crippen, the animal painter.
Rudolph Crippen. Where is his work exhibited?
At Ocean Park. He touches up the horses on the merry-go-round.
Let's have him touch up Tootsie.
Oh, Clara. Have you a suggestion, Olive?
No, but I just had an awful thought. Suppose Tootsie is so changed that she won't want a husband, and then we'd lose our investment. Oh, no, we wouldn't, Olive. Even if she felt that way, she's still a member of this club, sworn to obey the will of the majority.
Say, that gives me an idea. If we find a man, we should make him a member, too. Then he'll have to do anything we say, such as marrying Tootsie.
Oh, that's a marvelous idea. But this man isn't going to be easy to find. He's got to be single.
Not too young.
Not too bright.
Not too handsome.
Where can we find a man like that?
Excuse me for intruding. No one answered the front door. Can I come in?
Girls, do you see what I see?
It's him, in the flesh.
Yeah, and so much of it.
Huh? What's going on here?
Oh, girls, I want you all to meet that unmarried, currently employed, nationally famous radio announcer, Harry Von Zell.
Oh. Well, Gracie, I wouldn't say nationally famous.
Oh, no?
No, I think world famous is more like it.
Oh, what a glorious voice.
Oh,
isn't it wonderful? Marvelous.
Oh, well, thank you.
Mr. Von Zell, how does it happen you've never gotten married?
Oh, I'm too shy. God, I couldn't face a bride unless I was blindfolded.
This is going to work out great.
What was that?
How would you like to join our club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society?
Well, sounds like a good club. How do I join?
Well, just raise your right hand and take the oath of allegiance. Well, just raise your right hand and repeat after me. On my honor as a woman.
On my honor as a woman. Say, I'm not a woman.
Oh, well, we'll change that to whatever you are. Now, here, read the oath.
Yeah. I promise not to flirt with men or wear too much lipstick.
Oh, well, we'll take that one out for you.
Thanks. I promise to share my pre-war girdle with the other members.
Well, we'll take that out, too.
No, don't take it out. I'll be glad to share mine.
Oh, Harry, you're sweet. Now, make the last promise. That's the most important one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lastly, I promise to do anything that a majority of the members decides I should do.
Wonderful. Now you're a full-fledged member of the Uplift Society. Girls, let's give the club cheer. We always smile and laugh. We never, never frown. For the Uplift will never let us down. Wow!
Yeah. Well, so long, girls. Say, by the way, now that I'm a member of this club, what do I do?
Well, now, we thought that you might take over one of our investments, Sagwell Incorporated.
Sagwell Incorporated? Is that a business?
And we can't wait to give it to you. Well, girls, our worries are over. When Tootsie becomes Mrs. Harry Von Zell, we'll make a nice profit on our investment.
Gracie, are you positive that Mr. Von Zell has plenty of money?
Oh, sure he has. He's a radio announcer. Why, they make a fortune just selling things backwards.
I hope Mr. Von Zell doesn't want a glamour girl. What he wants makes no difference. Now that he's a club member, we give the orders.
That's right, Blanche. According to the bylaws, he has to do anything we tell him to do. I wonder if Van Johnson would like to join.
May I come in?
Well,
How do you do, my dears? It's frightfully decent to see you again.
Oh, Tootsie, lift your veil. Let's see what the finishing school did for you.
Very well. There.
Tootsie, I don't think they're quite finished.
Oh, really, they've done wonders. For instance, they taught me not to use makeup. It's more refined.
Yeah, and it's tidier, too. Now when you smile, you won't get lipstick on your ears.
What else did they teach you, Tootsie?
Oh, how to increase my appeal. I learned a lot by balancing a book on my head.
If the book was Forever Amber, you could have learned more by reading it. The thing that impresses me most, Tootsie, is the way they improved your speech.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you sound so British. You know what? If you weren't wearing a dress, I'd swear you were C. Aubrey Smith.
Shall we tell her the news, Gracie?
Oh, sure. Tootsie, we have the most exciting news for you.
Oh, indeed. So few things excite me now that I've acquired culture. What is it, my dear?
Well, we found a man for you.
A man? Whee! Oh, you mean a person of the male gender?
Yes, of the opposite sex.
What is the gentleman's name?
Harry Von Zell.
And he's loaded, Tootsie. Ooh, let's get him before he sobers up.
No, Blanche means that he has plenty of money. And remember, when you take him for better or for worse, we get our share of the better.
Oh, I'll keep my bargain, girls. You can think of me as a bond that pays off at face value.
Let's just think of you as a bond.
Oh, gee, I can hardly wait to become Mrs. What's his name again?
Von Zell.
Oh, cute. Can I try out my finishing school techniques on him?
Oh, what sort of techniques, Tootsie?
Oh, lots of them. For instance, they taught me the helpless technique. Men adore girls who can't do anything for themselves.
Oh. Well, let's not take any chances on it missing, Tootsie. Before you try it, I'd better see how it works out on George.
All right, Gracie.
I'll go in and be very helpless. George?
Yeah?
Scratch my nose.
Scratch your nose?
Yeah, it itches.
Why not scratch it yourself?
All right. Lift my hand.
What's wrong with you, Gracie?
I'm helpless. Bring me a chair.
It's a chair right in back of you.
Push me.
Oh, stop. If you want to sit down, sit down.
I see a speck of dust on the chair.
Well, brush it off.
That big heavy thing?
Look, I'm busy. You better run along.
Carry me out.
No.
Well, Tootsie, don't use that one. It's no good.
What happened, Gracie? Well, they taught me another technique that might work. You pretend to be the vigorous outdoor girl who goes in for sports.
Oh. Well, wait. I better try that one, too. George.
Now what?
Want a raffle?
Huh?
Or maybe you'd rather shoot a few chukkers of tennis.
Chuckers of tennis?
Oh, I know. Have you got a hock?
A hock?
I'd like to play some hockey.
Gracie, do you feel all right?
Sure. Want a raffle?
I don't want to wrestle.
Oh, afraid I'd beat you because I'm in the funk.
Sweetheart.
I'm a great athlete.
Do any running?
Sure.
Well, get on your mark and dash out of here.
Tootsie, that's no good either.
Oh, I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll just use my natural charm.
Gracie, in case you get another Oh, hello, Tootsie.
How'd you do, George?
Back from finishing school, huh?
Rather. And I'll bet I don't look a bit like the old Tootsie.
No, you look like an older Tootsie. Gracie, did she have anything to do with the stuff you were pulling?
Well, yes, in a way. We were trying our techniques for her to use in capturing Harry Von Zell.
Harry Von Zell? So that's your game. Well, I'll put a stop to that. I'll tip him off.
Oh, gee, Gracie, now he'll spoil everything.
Well, now, don't you worry, Tootsie. He can't do a thing. We made Harry a club member.
And he took the oath. And if we vote that he marries you, he marries you.
Oh, how wonderful. You will all vote for me, won't you?
Oh, it'll be a landslide. You couldn't lose if you were a Republican.
Well, Gracie, I came as soon as you called. Where is she?
You mean Tootsie?
Yeah, this gorgeous exotic creature you described on the phone. Is she really terrific?
Tootsie has everything a man could ask for.
She has?
Yes. And you're going to have the honor of being the first to ask for it.
Well, what does she look like?
Well, have you seen Betty Grable's legs?
Yeah?
Well, Tootsie has just as many.
Well, gee, I can't wait, you know. Do you think if I play my cards right, I might get to first base?
Just shuffle and deal, and you'll win the World Series.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Let's go in and meet her.
Oh, don't you come in yet. Tootsie's changing into a long dress.
Well, that'll hide her legs.
Well, we'll be ready in 2 minutes. You wait right here.
Harry, I've been looking all over for you.
What?
Gracie is going to try to get you married to a broken-down dame named Tootsie Sagwell.
Broken down? Gracie says she's fresh out of finishing school. Cultured and refined, a girl I can look up to.
You'll have to look up to her. She's 6'3".
6'3"? What does she weigh?
92 pounds without her broomstick.
Wait a minute. Now, there must be some mistake. Look, George, if I marry someone, she's got to be irresistible, sensational, loaded with sex appeal. You know, my equal.
Look, Harry, those girls in the Uplift Society didn't pick you for your charm. They want what you've got in the bank.
What I've got in the bank? No, they can't have that. I've worked and struggled to save it. Don't let them take it, George.
Harry, listen to me. You're in a spot.
Well,
come in.
Good morning, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Hey, you look troubled.
I am. Trying to save Harry here from getting married.
A fate worse than death.
Oh, you don't believe in marriage, Mr. Postman?
Oh, personally, I think that every man should enjoy married life. But with a woman around, how can he enjoy it? Well, here's your mail, Mr. Burns. Just some bills.
Yeah, just some Hey, I've got it.
What?
A plan.
Huh?
And Mr. Postman, stick around. We'll need you. Now, look, Harry. You go in there and meet Tootsie. Pretend to be crazy about her. Agree to marry her, then leave everything to me.
Yeah, but George...
When I come in, just take your cue from me. It's your only chance.
Okay.
Oh, now, quiet, girls, quiet. Well, here he is. Tootsie, I'd like you to meet Harry Von Zell.
Oh, Mr. Von Zell, you're handsome, you're charming, you're wonderful.
Well, thank you. And you're Tootsie Sagwell.
Well, that's that. Now, when are you two getting married?
Oh, please, Gracie, there's no need to rush Mr. Von Zell like that. There should be a period of courtship first. 2 or even 3 hours.
Well, we'll do better than that. You can be married tomorrow, honeymoon on Wednesday, and Thursday morning we'll have a welcome home party at Harry's bank.
Excuse me, Harry. The postman wants to see you.
Yes, I have some bills for you, Mr. Von Zell.
Bills?
From your creditors.
Oh, yes, bills. Where are they?
The truck is parked outside.
My goodness. It takes a truck to deliver his bills?
Yes, ma'am. And a trailer for the summonses.
Mr. Von Zell, are we to understand that you're broke?
Flat.
You mean that all that bulge in your hip pocket is just hip?
Yep.
Oh, go and never darken our powder room again.
Yes.
Well, girls, we'll never take another man into our club.
Well, I'll have to be running, too. My wife wants me to see her lawyer about a divorce.
Oh, you poor man. You must feel terrible.
Yes. Well, goodbye. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, wait, Mr. Postman. Then there's a chance that you may soon be single?
Yes.
Have you any money, Mr. Postman?
Oh, I have a little nest egg.
Well, I know just the hen who can hatch it.
I beg your pardon?
Give her nothing. Girls, all in favor say aye. Aye. Good. Mr. Postman, raise your right hand and repeat after me. On my honor as a woman.
On my honor
Well,
as a woman.
here we go again.
George, you'll be happy to know that the uplifters are not going to meet here anymore.
Wonderful.
We're going to get a little club room of our own. That is, if our husbands will chip in for decorations.
Glad to. What sort of decorations do you want?
Oh, just a few fur coats to throw over the backs of the chairs.
Good night.
George Burns and Gracie Allen And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. George Burns and Gracie Allen. With the music of Felix Mills and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. As we look in at the Burns home, we find Gracie talking with her Uncle John.
Are you enjoying your stay here, Uncle John?
Oh, yes, indeed, Gracie.
Good.
Of course, I'd enjoy it more if George liked me a little better.
Oh, he likes you, Uncle. You see, George is one of those strong, silent men who doesn't let his feelings show. You know, the Humphrey Bogart type.
George is the Humphrey Bogart type?
Oh, certainly. George appears to be as hard as a rock, but that hard exterior is just something he puts on.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure, and I ought to know. I lace him into it every morning.
Well, I still don't think he likes me.
Well, now, what makes you think he doesn't?
Oh, maybe I'm oversensitive. Just the way he greets me in the morning.
Oh, what does he say?
Are you still here?
Oh, Uncle, pay no attention. That's the Bogart coming out in him. Hey, Uncle John, I just had an idea. Since George is the Humphrey Bogart type, the way to handle him is to be like Lauren Bacall.
But I don't think I've got the shape for it.
No. I didn't mean you.
Well, I hope not. Oh, there's a woman with a beautiful figure.
Oh, you said it. Where she accentuates, you're positive. I meant that I could be the Lauren. Is that what you're
Yes.
I could be the Lauren, but no, I guess I'm not the type either.
Oh, yes, you are, Gracie.
Oh, no, I'm not either. Why, if you took that beautiful, exotic, gorgeous creature and stood her next to me, it wouldn't take you half an hour to tell us apart.
Oh, Gracie, where'd you put my pipe?
Oh, just a minute, dear. But, Uncle, it would be worth trying. If he goes for it, maybe I can get him to let you stay.
Well, that would be fine.
Yeah, I'll pull a few of Lauren Bacall's lines on him. I'll even do that kiss scene. You know, where she kisses Bogart and says, it's even better when you help.
Hey, Gracie, how about my pipe?
Oh, wait here, Uncle John.
Oh, there you are. Where's my pipe?
If you want anything, all you gotta do is whistle.
Whistle?
And while you're puckered, I'll pour it on you.
Huh?
I'll palpitate your puss.
Gracie, what's the matter with you?
I'll slip you some lip drip.
What are you talking about?
A kiss. A kiss.
Oh, all right. A kiss, and then you'll find my pipe. There.
It'd be even better if you got some help.
Gracie, what are you doing?
Oh, George, didn't you see To Have and Have Not with Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall?
Oh, so that's it. Well, stop trying to imitate Humphrey Bogart.
I was being Lauren Bacall, and you're supposed to fall under my spell so I can talk you into liking Uncle John.
That moocher. When is he going to move out?
Oh, George, there's no place to move to. What people are offering scotch and nylons just for a place to live.
Well, let's take one of them and get rid of Uncle John.
But, George, Uncle John loves you. He always says the nicest things about you. No, wait, I'll show you. Uncle John!
Gracie, I'm not interested in what
Do you call me Gracie?
Yes, Uncle. I was just telling George what nice things you always say about him.
Oh, I do, George, I do. I always tell everyone that you're a fine man. Let them laugh at me.
Look, Uncle.
I always stand up for you, no matter how the family hates me for it.
Look, Uncle.
When you wanted to marry Gracie, her mother said, I won't let my daughter marry that good-for-nothing ring-tailed weasel. But I said let her marry him.
Look, Uncle,
I like to say nice things about you. Of course, you're not a blood relation, but I like to imagine you have blood just like the rest of us.
Look, Uncle,
I like you, George. I'd go to the ends of the world for you.
Well, here are my 8 coupons. Get going.
Why, sure, George. Anything you say.
You like me, I know, Uncle. You're crazy about me.
Oh, come on. Don't try to act so rough and tough, Bogey.
Bogey?
Well, Uncle John and I think you're the Humphrey Bogart type. And you are, you magnificent brute.
I'll go.
Oh, I mean it. Women rave about how Bogart sets them on fire. Why, ever since I married you, I've been nothing but burns.
Gracie, Come in.
Good morning, Burnses.
Oh, hello, Harry.
Well, now, look, we'll leave it to Harry.
Leave what, Gracie?
Well, don't you think George could play Humphrey Bogart's part in To Have and Have Not?
Sure. Of course, with George playing it, they'd have to change the title to Haven't Got and Can't Get.
Very funny, very funny.
To have and don't know what to do with it.
You're a scream.
Or hasn't got, never had, couldn't have had if he had had it.
All right.
Harry, I don't think you've ever seen the picture.
Oh, 5 times is all. That Lauren Bacall. Oh, the future Mrs. Von Zell.
Stop. Lauren Bacall wouldn't look at you.
Oh, it might interest you to know, George, that she has already said yes to me.
What?
Word of honor. I said, are you Lauren Bacall? And she said yes. Right.
They're engaged now.
Well,
Harry, you can start blazing the trail for Uncle John. Goodbye, Harry.
Goodbye.
Well, Gracie, I've got to get to work. You run down and rent that house next door for Uncle John.
No, wait, dear. First, I want you to name one good reason why he should move.
He's a pest, a nuisance. He's lazy. He doesn't work. He eats like a horse and borrows money from us.
I said name one.
Gracie, how quickly can you get to the real estate office and rent that house?
Oh, but, George, I know you'll be sorry. Just like you were before.
Before?
Well, remember, you didn't like it when Mother was staying with us, and you made her go out and find a hotel room.
And I was sorry?
Sure. The room was drafty, and you caught a terrible cold living there.
Rent the house. Rent the house. Gracie, haven't you gone to the real estate office yet?
No, dear.
Well, you better get started. If you don't, someone else may take the house, and your uncle will have to stay here.
Oh, darn it. So you thought of that, too.
I certainly did. Now, hurry up.
All right, dear. Well, whatever your final word is, I'll settle for it. Now, if it's no, he goes. If it's yes, he stays. Now, what do you say?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I knew you'd change your mind.
Gracie, make tracks for the real estate office, and don't try to trick me because I'm going to check up on you.
But, George, are you going to turn Uncle John out in the cold and the rain where I'll never see him again?
Honey, in the first place, this is California. And even if it does rain, the house is right next door.
Yeah, but after it rains out here, who knows where the house may be?
Oh, go.
Oh, good afternoon. I'd like to... Oh, Gordon Case.
Well, if it isn't the lovely, young, talented, charming Mrs. Burns.
Oh, there goes that line. Oh, I'll bet you even say that to girls who aren't. Oh, now what are you doing here?
Waiting for the real estate man. He's in the back office drawing up a lease for me.
Oh, really? I had no idea he rented dens to wolves.
Now, please, Mrs. Burns, I'm not a wolf.
And I'm not Red Riding Hood, but I wouldn't trust my grandmother with you.
Now, look, you're just upset because I won the election for Scoutmaster from your husband.
Oh, yeah, well, George just got a bad break, that's all.
What do you mean?
Nobody voted for him.
But really, Mrs. Burns, I'm better qualified to be Scoutmaster. Now, you take woodcraft. I'm sure that Mr. Burns knows very little about nature.
That's not true. I spent years telling George about the birds and the bees.
Mrs. Burns, you know, we should try to get along now that we're going to be next-door neighbors.
Going to be what?
Neighbors. The lease I'm having drawn up is for that vacant house next door to you.
You rented it? Oh, how wonderful.
Well, that's more like it.
Oh, no, now, don't get the wrong idea, Mr. Cates. I'm glad you took the house only because now my uncle won't have to move.
Oh, I see. Oh, you've given me quite a letdown.
Well, don't you worry. You'll give yourself a build-up.
Well, at least I'll try to be a good neighbor.
Oh, we'll get along, but remember one thing. Your bedroom window faces ours, so from now on, our shades will be down.
Mrs. Burns.
Well, George is very sensitive about anyone seeing him in his long underwear.
I see.
Well, Kate, the lease is drawn up. Oh, hello, Mrs. Burns. What can I do for you?
Well, nothing now. You see, I'd planned to rent the house next door for someone very dear to me, but I find that Mr. Cates has already done it.
Huh? Oh, so he has.
Oh, my husband will be furious when he finds out, but personally, I'm very happy.
And so am I. Shall we go, Mrs. Burns?
Oh, yes, I'm ready. You never know how much this means to me.
Wow. I knew Cates was a ladies' man. But imagine Mrs. Burns wanting to rent the house next door for him.
Hello, Mr. Perkins. Well, hello, Mr. Burns. Say, I want to do a little checking up on my wife. Did she come in here to rent a house next door to ours?
Uh-oh. I was afraid you'd find out about that.
Huh?
Now, look, Mr. Burns, don't blame me. I rented the house to the guy before I knew, how your wife felt about him.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Perkins. The whole thing was my idea.
Your idea?
Yeah.
To have that guy next door?
Sure. In fact, I want to pay a month's rent for it.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought you hated him.
I do. But I'd rather have him next door than in my house. That's what my wife wants.
And you'd let her get away with it?
Well, she likes it. What the heck? Let her have a little fun out of life. See you later, Mr. Perkins. Oh, Uncle John is going to move. Uncle John.
George.
Oh, hello, Harry.
I saw you coming out of the real estate office. Is everything okay?
Swell, Harry. Gracie's uncle is moving in next door.
Oh, wait a minute, George. I looked at that house. It's awful. No den, no fireplace.
Believe me, it's good enough for Uncle John. It's got a roof.
Yeah?
Walls.
Sure.
Come on, Harry. You can help move Uncle John.
Oh, I'm sorry. I won't be able to, George. I've got to pick up Lauren Bacall at 3 o'clock.
Lauren Bacall. Harry, are you
Did
still...
I say Lauren Bacall again, isn't it? I meant to say Mrs. Von Zell.
Mrs. Von Zell? You mean?
Yeah. My mother. We're going shopping. Well, so long.
So long, Harry.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, Mr. Postman, I'm so glad it's you instead of my husband.
That's what all the women say. I wish I weren't so irresistible.
Oh, you misunderstand.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not the type to take advantage of my fatal charm. I've never even stolen a kiss.
But
not even a hug. I'm too clean cut. And it's so much trouble taking off my mailbag.
Oh, but Mr. Postman, you misunderstood me. You see, my husband sent me to the real estate office to rent the house next door for my uncle. But I got there too late, and Gordon Cates rented it. Oh, when George gets home, he'll be furious.
Well, handle him like I handle my wife. When she gets furious, I just tell her what I think of her and go right out the door.
Really?
Yes. I only wish she'd open it before she throws me out.
My goodness. You shouldn't stand for that.
Oh, she isn't always that way. Sometimes she treats me like I was one of her most precious possessions.
Oh, good.
She locks me in the cedar chest with her nylon.
Well, George has a terrible temper, too. When he finds out that Gordon Cates is moving in next door, he's liable to grab his brass knuckles and run over there and rap on the window to keep Mr. Cates awake.
Oh, here comes the terrible-tempered Mr. Burns now.
Oh, dear, now the storm will break.
Hello, sweetheart. Hiya, Mr. Postman. Have a cigar.
No, thanks. The last time I smoked one of yours, people kept looking into my pouch to see if the leather was on fire.
Okay, suit yourself.
Well, I'd better be running. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
He's a nice little guy.
Say, George, you seem to be very happy. I guess you didn't go by the real estate office.
Sure I did. And everything's perfect.
George, have you been drinking?
Don't be silly. I'm very happy to have that guy next door. Is he moving in today?
Well, no, he can't move in until tomorrow because the house needs cleaning.
Well, get me a mop. I'll go right over and clean it up for him.
What? George Burns, you come right in the house and have some black coffee and tin cans.
Tin cans?
Yeah, you're as drunk as a goat.
No, I'm not. Now get me a mop. I'm going over there and make things spick and span.
Well, this I gotta see.
Boy, I'm tired, but it was worth it. Now he can move right in.
Oh, you did a wonderful job, dear. That's the first time I ever saw you scrub a floor.
Yeah.
When you scrub ours, I'm always out playing bridge.
I know.
Well, what's going on here?
I'm cleaning this house. And what is it to you, Gates?
Well, I'm grateful, George. Very grateful. This is mighty neighborly of you.
Neighborly?
Oh, he's right, sweetheart. Why, you couldn't have gone to more trouble if I'd been able to rent the house for Uncle John.
And I used to think that good old George disliked me.
Well, so did I. As a matter of fact, when he offered to scrub your floors, I thought he'd gone crazy. Didn't I, dear? George! George, say something. Oh, George, you don't have to feel bad anymore about Gordon Cates being scoutmaster. You're one, too.
I am?
Uh-huh. Here's a telegram from the scouts of Troop Number 7, Coral Gables, Florida. And they've elected you as their honorary scoutmaster.
Well, thanks, boys. And I'm proud to accept the honor.
Well, George, will you be going to Florida?
Well, no, I don't have to leave California. Though I would enjoy going to Florida. Glorious scenery, wonderful oranges and grapefruit, beautiful climate.
George, you talk like that and you'll have to leave California.
Good night,
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company, and they're all in uniform.
Well, George has been a very unhappy man since that bane of his existence, handsome Gordon Cates, moved in next door. We find George watching him through the window as we meet the people who live in the Burns home, George and Gracie.
Look at that big gorilla. Running around the backyard in his shorts. Thinks he's an athlete.
Oh, well, now, George, you're just aggravating yourself. Get away from the window.
Putting on a show for the neighbors. Just because he's got a beautiful body.
Oh, don't look at him. Get away from the window.
What a conceited guy. Showing off his bulging muscles.
George, will you please get away from the window?
Why?
I want to look.
Oh, fine.
Well, so that's the great Gordon Cates. What's that thing he's tossing up in the air?
That's what makes him so healthy. That's a medicine ball.
Well, let him have his health. I don't want you swallowing a thing like that.
You don't swallow it. Toss it around to build up, to build you up and to build up your body.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to admit he's got the kind of figure women crave.
Not me, George. I never did crave a big, muscular, broad-shouldered figure like that.
Really?
Well, of course not. How would I look in an evening gown?
Well, anyway, I wish he'd... Hey, look at that. He's pulling the lemons off our tree.
Well, the nerve of... I'll put a stop to that. Mr. Cates, you stop picking those lemons.
Well, if it isn't the lovely Mrs. Burns.
You stop it now.
How can you look so charming this early in the morning?
Never mind. Just get away from those lemons.
You look younger every day.
Well, you can pick one or two.
only younger, but more beautiful, if such a thing is possible.
George, go down and help him pick the lemons.
Now stop that. Kates, get away from those lemons.
I don't have to. They're on my side of the fence.
Oh, yeah? Then I'll come down and make you stop. Take that. And that. And take that. There. Now, I've given you a dozen lemons. Are you satisfied?
Why, sure. There's no reason for us to be quarrelsome neighbors, George. Now, the lemons on my side of the fence are legally mine.
And Gracie is legally mine.
Yeah, you big blonde wolf. I suppose just because you've got curly hair and broad shoulders and big muscles, that makes you more attractive than my husband.
No, it doesn't.
Really? Then what does?
Gracie, whose side are you on?
Why, I'm on your side, darling.
Well, say something in my
well,
favor.
I don't like conceited men who think they're so handsome.
Oh, now, Mrs. Burns, have you ever heard me say that I'm handsome?
Well, no.
You haven't?
No.
Well, I am, you know.
Come on, Gracie, let's go in the house.
Now, George, calm down. Why should you get upset over a nobody like Gordon Cates? Why, you're a big star. You're a famous personality.
Yeah, that's right.
Why, when the average person walks into a restaurant and asks for a table, the waiter insults them. But not you. You're a celebrity. The head waiter insults you.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mr. Burns.
What's good about it?
Well, now, look, you'll have to excuse George. Our next-door neighbor has him all upset.
You mean handsome Gordon Cates?
Yes. He's getting under my husband's skin.
Well, he'll fill it out much better than your husband. Mr. Cates has the most beautiful physique I've ever seen. Next to mine, of course. Just look at him racing down the street on that bicycle.
Hey, that's my bicycle. I left it in his garage before he moved in.
Well, go get it.
You bet I will. Hey, Kate, get off that bike. Who do you think you are?
Oh, that Mr. Cates is a terrible man. He stole our lemons and he's stolen George's bicycle. Why, for 2 cents he'd steal your wife.
Have you got change of a nickel?
Oh, now, Mr. Postman, surely you don't want to get rid of your wife.
You say some rather fantastic things.
Well, have you really made an effort to get along with her?
Oh, I've tried everything. I even bought 2 lovebirds and put them where my wife could watch them. I thought it might give her ideas.
Did it?
No, but it gave the lovebirds ideas. They beat each other's brains out.
Oh, my goodness. Tell me, Mr. Postman, why did you ever marry your wife?
I didn't know we were getting married. She told me it was a civil service examination. Well, I'd better be running along. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman. Oh, here comes George, empty-handed.
You like that big ape. He wouldn't give me the bicycle. Said I couldn't prove it was mine.
The bully.
Didn't want to start a fight on account of my glasses.
That's right. You didn't have them on.
Yeah.
But Mr. Cates seems very friendly. Now, you see, he's looking out of the window at you. He's giving you the Boy Scout salute.
Where?
Right there. Only, George, I thought they put their finger to their forehead.
That does it. I'm going next door and punk him. I'm gonna poke him right in the eye.
Yeah?
Cates, you've been asking for this.
Oh, sit down, dear. I'll get a piece of beefsteak for your eye. How does your eye feel, dear?
Terrible. What a sight I must be.
Oh, it's not so bad. You know, I never could decide whether I like you better with brown eyes or blue eyes. Now you have one of each.
That Gordon Cates. Got to figure a way to get that guy to move.
I've got an idea. We'll smear mud all over the front of the house and soap the windows.
That's a thought.
Sure. And then when he sees how terrible our house looks, he won't want to live next door to it. Forget it, huh?
I would, yes.
Oh, there you are.
Hello, Uncle John.
Say, I was just watching Gordon Cates ride his bicycle down the street. He certainly is an attractive fellow.
Yes, he even caught George's eye.
Hey, your pal Gordon Cates gave me the shiner.
Uncle John, see if you can cheer George up.
Why, you bet I'll cheer you up, George. That Gordon Cates is no pal of mine. Picking on a little anemic, defenseless fella like you.
Look, Uncle John.
What's more, he's a coward. Hitting you in the eye so you couldn't see to run away.
Uncle John.
He thinks he's such a big, powerful man, giving you a black eye. Why, anybody could do that.
All right, you've cheered me up enough, Uncle.
It burns me up to see a man pick on you just because you're past the age where you can defend yourself. I
know you like me, yes, you like me, Uncle.
I'll be in the den if you want me to cheer you up some more.
Oh, isn't Uncle John sweet, George? I want him to stay with us permanently.
You do, huh?
Yes.
Gracie, I'll make a little bargain with you. If you can think of a way to get Gordon Cates to move, I'll let your Uncle John stay with him.
Oh, how wonderful. I'll run down to the man who rented Mr. Cates the house and see if he has any suggestions.
Okay.
Now, if Mr. Cates starts anything, you just snub him. Turn your back on him.
I will.
Oh, on second thought, you better not. If he can hit a small target like your eye, think what he could do to a great big...
Never mind.
But, Mr. Perkins, you rented him the house. Can't you unrent it?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns, but there's no way to make Mr. Cates move. Unless, of course, he happens to break a zoning regulation.
Zoning regulation? What's that?
Well, certain things can't be done in certain neighborhoods. For instance, in yours, no person may keep pigs on their property. No person may...
Oh, I see. If they kept pigs, they'd get thrown out?
Yes, but I'm sure that pigs would never enter Mr. Cates' mind.
No, but they might enter his garage. Oh, thanks for your help, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I've given you no help.
You're cute. Well, it's nice of you to drive me out to the country, Harry.
Oh, I'm glad to do it, Gracie, but you haven't told me what you're doing out in the country.
Oh, I'm going to buy a pig.
Oh, shopping for a little ham, huh?
Oh, no. George doesn't even know about it. And, Harry, I wish you wouldn't call him that.
Well, Gracie, I didn't... Well, let it go. It's a natural mistake. Here's a farm where I think you'll find some good pigs.
Harry, you seem awfully familiar with this lonely country road.
Oh, well, this is where I bring my girls on dates, you know. We park under that big elm over there.
Why, Harry.
Oh, I don't just bring any girl out here, you know.
No?
No, she's got to have an A coupon. I'm no dummy, you know.
Oh, Harry, I'm surprised at you. A big grown-up man parking with girls. Now, if you were a boy, it wouldn't be so bad.
Can I tell you something? It's not so bad anyway. It's fun, you know. I put my arm around her, and she puts her head on my shoulder.
Then what?
Oh.
Oh, well, let it go, Harry. This is where I get out.
Funny, that's what all the other girls say. Look, Gracie, I'll pick you up here in about a half hour, huh? And say, let me give you a tip. If you want to get a good pig, don't let on that you're a city girl.
Well, now, don't worry. I'll act like a regular straw seed. Don't they call a country boy, Rube?
Yeah.
Well, they'll think my name is Ruby. See you later, Harry. I'm looking for the owner of this farm by Cracky.
No need to keep a looking, Mom. I'm her.
Oh. Well, I'm Mrs. Burns by Heck.
Howdy, Mom. Howdy.
Tolerable.
Was there anything I could do for you?
Yes, I want to buy a pig by gum.
What sort of a pig, Mom? A shoat?
Well, I don't care how short it is, but it's got to be fat.
I reckon we can find a critter to suit you.
Oh, and don't think you can put anything over on me. I used to live on a farm myself.
Oh. Well, I reckon yourn was more than just a plain old dirt farm.
Oh, yes. We didn't have to raise our dirt. It just grew wild.
Well, you're awful pretty to work on the farm.
Tolerable. But I didn't mind the work. I was up every morning popping the corn, bucking the wheat, plowing away with my horses hitched to the silo.
You sure do know a sight about farming, all right.
Tolerable.
Well, there's all my pigs in the field over yonder. See one you like?
Oh, let's see now. Yeah, that one leaning up against the fence looks good.
You wouldn't want that pig, ma'am.
Why not?
It's a sheep.
Oh, sure. You see, it's still a little chilly, so I thought they might be wearing their winter coats.
Better let me pick one out for you, lady.
All right.
I expect when you get this here pig home, you will just have a big barbecue with all the trimmings.
Well, certainly not. Why should I cook for a pig? Not for me, anyhow. I'm going to put it in a neighbor's garage.
I'll be dogged if I even try to figure it out. I'll wait here, you wait here, and I'll fetch you one.
Tolerable.
Uncle John, has Gracie come home yet?
Oh, I saw her drive up in front with Harry Von Zell a few minutes ago. They unloaded a pig.
Gracie bought a pig?
I guess so.
Well, that's one way to get bacon. Of course, we won't have it long with Gordon Cates next door. He'll steal that just like he stole my lemons and my bicycle.
Cheer up, George. Nothing but trouble can come to a man who steals from a poor, defenseless...
Now, don't start cheering me up again, Uncle.
Well, anyway, Georgia, I'm going next door and get those things back for you.
Well, George, your worries are over. Gordon Cates won't be in this neighborhood long.
Oh, excuse me. I got something to attend to before he moves.
Gracie, how come Cates is leaving?
Well, I bought a pig.
And a bit of...
Oh, no. I put it in his garage. You see, there's a zoning law against having pigs in this neighborhood. So all we have to do now is call the police, and they'll make him move.
Why, Gracie, that's downright brilliant.
Well, yeah. You didn't know there were two smart members to this family, did you?
No.
Well, there are. Mother and I both know our way around.
Well, this is great. Look at Cates out there in his shorts again. That's just the way the police will find him.
Yeah, this time they're really going to catch him with his pants.
You said it. Hand me the phone. This will teach Mr. Gordon Cates that he can't outsmart me.
Outsmart who?
Outsmart you.
Oh.
Hello, police headquarters? Listen, there's a man in the 200 block on Cannon Drive raising pigs in his garage. Yeah, you better come right over. Yeah.
By golly, George was right. Here's his bicycle in Mr. Cates' garage, big as life. Well, I'll be darned. He's already stolen the pig. Well, come along, little piggy. You're going right back to George's garage where you belong.
All right, me fine bucko. You'll just stay here in this cell until the judge wants to see you.
We'll teach you to raise pigs in a restricted zone.
Well, George, you said you wanted to see Gordon Cates inside of a jail. There he is,
Where?
coming in the door to bail you out.
As we join the Burnses today, we find them in a downtown department store taking advantage of a February clearance sale.
Oh, these clearance sales are wonderful places to save money, George.
Yeah, I guess so. What do you need?
Oh, just little odds and ends. Do you want to get some things for me while I look at bath towels?
Sure.
All right. Here's a pencil. Make a list.
Okay.
A sink strainer.
Sink strainer.
Paring knife.
Paring knife.
Pot holders.
Pot holders.
Floor wax.
Floor wax.
Mink coat.
Mink coat.
Potato masher.
Wait a minute.
Dish rag.
Wait a minute.
Paper towel.
Hold it. How did a mink coat get in there?
Oh, you noticed it, huh?
Yeah, I noticed it.
Oh, well, I thought if I buried it in the middle of the list, you might buy it before you realized it. Forget it, huh?
Forget it, yeah.
Well, is it all right if I get an old beat-up second-hand mink coat?
A second-hand mink coat?
Yeah. I'll be about the 15th to wear it.
Who wore it before?
14 minks.
Gracie, I wasn't born yesterday. What do you take me for?
A mink coat, I hope.
Oh, forget it. Now, let's buy those other items on the list. How many potholders do you need?
14.
What kind?
Mink. I'll sew them together.
I said forget the mink coat.
All right, dear.
Now, where shall we go first?
The fur department. I want to make a phone call.
Make it from here.
But up there, I can make it for nothing.
Really?
Well, sure. You get a free call with every mink coat.
Gracie, you're not getting me into the fur department. Now, let's go on the elevator and we'll do our shopping.
Going up. Step back in the car, please.
Where are the kitchen utensils?
Kitchenware's on the 4th floor. Step back in the car, please.
We're packed in here like sardines now.
Yeah, and my back itches. Would you scratch it for me, George?
Sure. There. How does that feel?
Fine, only a little to the left.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong back. There. How was that?
Fresh.
Again, I missed.
George, my back still itches.
I'll try once more.
Oh, that feels wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome, lady.
You did it? Then whose back am I scratching?
Mine, and take it easy. Your nails are very sharp.
Start the elevator, will you?
Second floor, ladies' shoes, hats, gloves, and dresses. Going up. Third floor, ladies' fur coats.
Oh, I think I'm going to faint. Quick, George, take me off the elevator.
Faint on the next floor. That's kitchenware.
Oh, I'm passing out.
No, you're not. Just staying right here.
Sir, your wife has fainted.
You mind your own business.
Are you just going to stand there with an unconscious wife?
Why not? I've been doing it for 14 years.
You carry her off this elevator, or they'll be carrying you off.
Okay.
Try a piggyback.
Never mind. I got her now. One side, folks.
My goodness, what's happened?
This lady fainted.
Oh, where am I?
You're in the fur department. Shall I throw some water on you?
No, just throw a mink coat on me.
Okay, Gracie, you tricked me into the fur department, but you're still not getting a fur coat.
You're just in time to see our fashion show. The models will parade by here in all our latest fur creations.
We're not interested. We're just leaving.
And then they remove the furs and model dresses.
Sorry, we're in an awful hurry.
And then they remove the dresses and model lingerie.
I guess we can stay a few minutes. Have them hurry with the fur show.
Here comes the first model. This is lovely Siberia Kolinsky.
How do you do, Miss Kolinsky?
Walensky is the name of the fur.
Oh.
However, if you're the friendly type, the second model is Gloria Perkins.
Oh, that Perkins fur is lovely.
Perkins is the name of the model. Oh. Now, this next one is Broadtail.
That's nice fur.
And here's a perfectly divine number. Note the full sleeves at extreme length. It took 12 beavers to make this coat.
Really? How long did it take them?
The beavers contributed their skins.
Well, it's beautiful. Oh, and it feels so soft.
Gracie, get your hands off the coat.
Oh, I just want to stroke it, George. I won't hurt it, George. I just want to
Take
stroke
it
it,
easy,
George.
Lenny. Take it easy. You know, this is awfully pretty. Maybe I was hasty about not getting you a fur coat. How much is this coat, miss?
Only $4,300.
Miss, you know that water you were going to throw on me?
Yes?
Well, you better throw it on my husband. He's fainted.
Now, Gracie, ever since you got me home from the store, you've been after a fur coat. The answer is still no. No. Now you're turning on the tears, huh? Suppose I'm a brute. Suppose I treat you like a dog.
No, you don't.
Of course not.
The dog has a fur coat.
Oh, stop.
Everyone has a fur coat but me. Cats have fur. Rabbits have fur. Even you have 3 hairs on your chest.
Gracie, if you
Think
don't...
of my help. Buy me a fur coat so I won't have to go around shivering in the snow.
It doesn't snow in Los Angeles.
Then buy me a fur coat and a ticket to New York.
I refuse to discuss it any further.
Well, I read in the paper about a woman who caught pneumonia just because she didn't have a fur coat. Caught pneumonia and died. Better have your black suit pressed, George. George, marry again, but not too soon. Remember me a while. And George, take my insurance money and buy yourself a fur coat. I don't want you to go the way I'm going. Forget it, huh?
Forget it. I'll go get lunch ready.
You're all right here.
What a woman I married. Oh, well, it's better than doing a skating act. Come in.
Howdy, little man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson. Say, I wish I had some of that Texas oil money of yours. Gracie wants a fur coat.
Why, shucks, down home I got one for my wife and it didn't cost me nothing. I just went out in the woods and shot some rabbits.
And you made her a coat?
Yep, beautiful mink coat.
Mr. Judson, you can't make a mink coat out of rabbit fur.
These was Texas rabbits.
Oh, I forgot everything is better in Texas.
You bet your life. Why, Texas is better than the other 47 states put together.
I'm surprised you admit that there are other states.
Oh, why, sure. Them 47 states are the USA.
Right.
The United Suburbs of Amarillo.
Mr. Judson, USA means United States of America.
Yankee propaganda.
I guess so.
Now, you do what I done and shoot your wife a fur coat. Of course, it was easy for me because I'm a dead shot. I just drawed a bead and plugged that rabbit 4 times.
Well, if you're such a good shot, why did you have to plug it 4 times?
I done it a purpose. I knew I was going to make a coat out of it, so I shot in the buttonholes.
Now, take it easy.
Why, man, where I come from, that's just ordinary shooting. We got fellas in Texas can shoot the yolk out of an egg without touching the white.
Mr. Judson.
That's why they sent all the soldiers down there to be trained. During the war, that state was just full of happy sacks.
Happy sacks? Don't you mean sad sacks?
In Texas?
Oh, they're happy in Texas. Oh, I lost my head.
Now, don't I... Oh, hello, Hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little lady. Say, I was just telling your husband how I went hunting and got enough animals to make my wife a fur coat.
Why, that's a wonderful idea. George can do that, too. How did you get them, Mr. Judson?
I knocked them over with my Remington.
Oh, hit him on the head with a typewriter, huh?
Hit him on the head with it.
Now, listen, Gracie, just because Mr. Judson shot a fur coat for his wife doesn't mean I can do it.
Well, why not?
Well, he's good. That guy can shoot a rabbit blindfolded.
Well, so could you if you saw a blindfolded rabbit.
Suppose I shot a couple of rabbits. Would you be satisfied with a rabbit coat?
George, I'd rather have a rabbit coat from you than a mink from Sack.
Really?
Can I have a mink from Sack?
No.
I'd rather have a rabbit from you.
I say, well, thanks. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Hello, Joe.
Oh, hiya, Doctor.
Oh, Dr. Miller, I'm so glad you're here. You're a psychiatrist. Now, maybe you can reason with George.
What about?
Well, I could have a fur coat if he'd go out in the woods and get the rabbits, but he doesn't think he can.
Why, of course you can, George. It's the law of nature that man should wear the skins of animals because he's more intelligent.
Yeah, huh?
Certainly. That's why Gracie can wear a rabbit skin coat. If the rabbit was smarter than Gracie, it would wear a Gracie skin coat.
I never thought of it that way. Hey, a hunting trip might be fun. Would you like to come along, Doc?
Oh, I'd love to. I've got a wonderful shotgun, new automatic type. You just insert a magazine.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? You can hunt and read at the same time.
What are you thinking about, Doc?
I'm just wondering how a rabbit would look in a Gracie skin coat.
I see what you mean. Come in.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Hiya, Mayor. Would you like to go hunting with Doc Miller and me?
Oh, you bet I would, George. As a boy back in Mason City, Iowa, I used to take the shotgun and head for the woods every Saturday with Sport trotting by my side.
Oh, good.
I can still hear Papa's tender farewell. Be careful and don't shoot yourself, son. Those shells cost money. Look, Meredith. George, would you like to hear an exciting thing that happened to Sport and me one day?
No.
Well, sir, we were hiking through the woods. Sport was frisking about, licking my hand, when suddenly he stumbled upon a rattlesnake. With a startled cry, he yelled, "Meredith, save me from the reptile." Well, sir...
Wait a minute.
Your dog said that? Oh, Sport isn't a dog, he's my brother. Well, sir, you said he was licking your hand. Yeah, I've been eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, sir, goodbye, Mary. George, you don't wish to hear the finish of my story?
No.
Very well. I'll plan on going hunting with you.
Good, and you don't have to worry about shooting yourself. I'll pay for the show.
Thank you. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye, all. What are you thinking about, Doc?
There goes another skin for the rabbits.
Yeah, that puts them 2 up on us.
Well, perhaps we can even the score on this hunting trip, huh?
Well, why don't you invite Mr. Judson and Bill Goodwin to go along?
Oh, good idea. I'll bet that Judson's a crack shot.
Oh, not as good as George. I remember the time George went hunting with a bird dog, a pointer, and a setter at his heels, and a big sack over his shoulder to carry the game in. He only fired 3 shots, but when he got home, that sack was full.
What was in it?
Bird dog, a pointer, and a setter.
I can't understand how that happened. I've got eyes like a hawk. Why, I'll bet I could take a gun and put a bullet right in the middle of that mouse hole.
What mouse hole?
Right there in the corner.
That's the fireplace.
Well, Doc, my car is at the garage being tuned up. While I go after it, you call the other fellas.
Your car's all ready, Mr. Burns. Look at the way I tuned up that motor.
Swell. I'm going on a hunting trip this afternoon, and... Wait a minute. You're the fellow who's been giving me trouble for weeks now. You always had a different job, and you always lose your temper.
Only because I was a poor, frustrated soul, pushed into jobs where I didn't belong by the fickle finger of fate. I see. But now that I'm a mechanic, I do things that really help people.
Good.
Why, I ground your valves. I scraped your carbon. If you want me to, I'll adjust your gasket.
No, my gasket is fine.
I'm so happy with this job.
Glad to hear it. Let's have my keys, please.
Being a mechanic has taught me a lot about life, too. Life is a piece of machinery, and we're all parts of it. Some of us are cogwheels, some of us are spark plugs, and some of us are just nuts.
That you are.
I'm so happy with this job.
Please, my keys.
I put this engine in tip-top condition. When you drive off, it'll surge with power.
Good. Let's have the keys.
You'll be able to pass everything on the road. You'll go by one. You'll go by another.
Okay. Right by everyone. Now give me the keys.
I'm so happy with this job. I can see you now zooming along faster and faster. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Wait a minute. Driving that fast is very dangerous.
I won't drive fast. Give me the keys. I'll drive fast.
You might lose control. You'll skid. You'll go off the road.
I'll go 5 miles an hour. The keys, please.
You'll crash into a tree and be thrown out of the car. You'll land on your head and get a concussion.
I'll ride a bicycle. The keys.
You may recover, but for the rest of your life, you'll have blinding headaches. And all because the garage made me tune up this motor.
I'll use skates. My keys.
Well, I want no part of it. I'll quit this lousy job.
Please, let me have the keys.
And give you a concussion? Never. I'll take my monkey wrench and break this motor. When I sit up...
1 second. 1 second. Wait a minute.
There. I've kept you from having a headache. Bye.
George, calm down. Bill says we can take his car on the hunting trip.
Sure, you can take mine, George. I do lots of hunting in my car.
Where do you hunt, Bill?
Up and down Hollywood Boulevard.
Oh, but there's no wildlife on Hollywood Boulevard.
Oh, silly girl. This is a different kind of hunting we're going to do, Bill. So, for once, get your mind off women. Well, okay, George. From now on, I'll concentrate on Mother Nature and the trees and the flowers. Good.
Are you an outdoor lover, Bill?
Oh, yeah. Not bad indoors, either. Bill, can't you think about something besides women? Think about animals. All right, George. I'll think about those soft little creatures running around in Griffith Park and... Oops, there I go again. This guy is murder. Now, look, Bill, do you want to go hunting or don't you? I do, George, I do, but it's hard for me to forget women. Oh, bother the women.
Oh, don't suggest that or you'll never go hunting.
You're not kidding. Come in.
Come on, Mr. Judson and Meredith and I are ready.
Yeah, I'm hankering to do some shooting. Me, too. Yeah. Now, let's get going. I want to shoot some rabbits. You think you can hit one, little man?
Oh, George is a wonderful shot. He can shoot from the shoulder or he can shoot from the hip.
Yeah. I can't wait to get out there and take a couple of pot shots. Shoots from there, too, huh? Let's go.
Oh, boys, you're doing fine. I've almost got my fur coat.
Yes, George is the only one who hasn't shot anything.
Yeah? Well, watch this. There's a rabbit at the foot of that tree.
Oh, wonderful. Now I've got a hat.
A hat?
You knocked the bird's nest out of the tree.
Let's move on to another spot. Well, you'll soon have your coat, Gracie. I've got 5 rabbits. How many you got, Doc?
7.
Meredith?
9.
Judson?
Well?
George? Oh, shut up.
Gracie, George is becoming more and more depressed about his poor marksmanship, but I think I've got a plan to restore his self-confidence.
Oh, what is it, Doctor?
Well, you take the rabbits that the rest of us have shot and go around behind that big rock. Now, we'll tell George that there are rabbits on top of it, and every time you hear him shoot, toss one over the rock.
Oh, and he'll think he killed it.
Exactly. I'll tip off the others and we'll get started.
George, look. There's a rabbit on top of that rock.
Where? I don't see it.
It's there. Shoot.
Okay. Well, I'll be darned. I hit it. It fell right at my feet.
Hey, there's another on the rock, George.
I don't see it.
Go ahead, shoot.
Okay. Again, I got one.
Yonder's another one, George. Same spot.
Where? I can't see.
Never mind. Just shoot.
3 in a row. Boy, I got eyes like a hawk.
There's another one, George. See right there on top
Never mind, I can see it. Hey, I'm terrific. Bang, and I've got a rabbit. Another one? But I didn't even shoot. I just said bang. Well, I'll be hanged. Wait a minute. There's something phony going on here. Bang, bang. I thought so. Who's behind that rock?
Nobody but us rabbits.
Gracie, come out of there. Making a fool of me in front of everybody.
Now, don't blame Gracie, George. We were all in on it to help you.
Yeah, we were. I don't need your help. You can all go home and leave me here alone. I'll get my wife a fur coat.
Well, when will you be home, dear?
I'm not leaving these woods till I've shot something.
Well, at least come out in November to vote.
Never mind. Just run along.
All right, dear, and whatever you shoot, I'll wear it. George, I knew you could do it. I'm so proud of you.
Are you really happy with what I shot?
Oh, you bet I am, darling. I'll be the only woman in town with a cowskin coat. Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company, and they're all in uniform.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Uncle John, I'm worried about George. He just hasn't been himself since Gordon Cates moved in next door.
Well, you know, Gracie, I think the thing that really gripes George is that Cates has so many more muscles than he has.
Well, that's not George's fault. My goodness, Mr. Cates has muscles growing in places where George hasn't even got any places.
Well, maybe it would cheer George up if you took him out to a movie or something.
I tried that. I took him to see his favorite star, the one who always sends him from the theater with a dreamy, lovelorn look in his eyes.
Betty Grable?
No. Bugs Bunny.
Well, what happened?
Well, we were sitting there in the theater watching Bugs
Bunny. What's up, Doc? I'm a hunter. I'm looking for wabbits. Wabbits? What's a wabbit? Well, it's a little animal that has long ears. Oh, you mean like these I got, Doc? Yeah. And he's got a little pink nose that twitches. Oh, you mean like mine, Doc? Uh-huh. And he's got a little cottontail that looks just like a powder puff. Hmm. Well, mine is 50% wool, but does it look like this, Doc? Yeah, well, he does. Say, you know something? You look just like a rabbit. No kidding? Uh-huh. Well, come here, Doc. Yep. Now, look, I don't want you to spread this around. Oh, no, I won't tell a soul. But confidentially. Uh-huh. I am a rabbit!
George, did you enjoy Bugs Bunny?
No.
He looks too much like Gordon Cates.
Hey, that's right. Gordon Cates' mustache looks just like a bunny's whiskers.
It does at that.
Yeah.
I may not be very handsome, but at least I have no features like a rabbit's.
Say, excuse me, mister. You going to be sitting in front of me during the feature?
Sure. Why?
Would you mind pasting back them ears so I can see the screen?
Let's go, Gracie.
Well, now that's the way it's been all week, Uncle John. The minute I thought I had him cheered up, something would happen.
Oh, poor George. I'd give him the shirt off my back if it would make him happy. But he'd just get mad.
Mad?
Yes, it's his shirt.
Well, now there's another thing I tried, new clothes. I thought sure buying a new outfit would cheer him up, so yesterday we went to one of the best stores in town.
Here are your packages.
Thank you, clerk.
New hat, new shoes, new suit, new coat and gloves.
Well, George, feel better now?
No.
Oh, well, don't worry, dear. Just wait till we get home and see them on me.
Let's go.
But even that didn't cheer him up, Uncle John. I guess he's doomed to be my little sad sack.
Yes.
You know, Uncle John, the thing that hurts me more than anything else is the fact that George never sings anymore. He has such a glorious voice.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Used to be at this time of the morning, he'd sit in the tub and just shake the plumbing. Oh, I used to call him my little soap-suds Sinatra.
He is the Sinatra type.
Yes, say, maybe if we could get George into the bathtub this morning, he'd sing again.
You, mean he hasn't had a bath since Mr. Cates moved next door?
Oh, no. He's been taking showers. And he never sings in the shower. The drum beats drown him out.
Drum beats?
The water bouncing off his tummy. I tell you, let's see if we can get him to take a bath instead of a shower this morning. It's worth all... Come in.
To George Burns, the biggest headache in the world is the guy right next door, Gordon Gates. To you, the biggest headache in the world can be money, unless you save now. It'll be mighty important to come out of service with a nest egg all your own. To make it easy to save, the Army has set up special savings plans. For example, the $7.50 GI bond maturing at $10, or Soldier's Deposits, a savings bank of your own right in your own company with 4% interest on amounts left for 6 months or more. See your first sergeant or company clerk now and work out a savings plan to suit your rate of pay. Use your head now, save headaches later.
Hello, Gracie. Hello, Uncle John.
Oh, Harry, maybe you can help us get George into the bathtub.
Oh, glad to. Does he need a bath?
Oh, of course not.
Then what's the idea of putting him in the bathtub?
Well, have you ever heard him sing?
Sure, but Oh, I see. Oh, hey, that's a swell idea. But don't hold him under too long. He'll drown.
We want George to sing. You see, Gordon Cates, living next door, has made George miserable. He's quit singing. Now, if we can get him in the bathtub, maybe he'll sing again.
Oh, now I get it. That'll make Kate's miserable, and they'll be even. That's fair enough. Where is George?
He's in the den.
Well, just leave it to me, Gracie. I'll put him in the tub.
But Harry... Oh, well.
Gracie, did you notice something strange about Harry Von Zell?
No stranger than usual.
But, something stood out this morning.
Well, he's probably having trouble getting a girdle.
I put the little man in the bathtub. I better be running along now, Gracie.
But, Harry, didn't you, put something in the bathtub with him?
Huh? Oh, sure, of course. I wouldn't let him in without it.
Well, sure.
Well, sure. His inner tube. Well, Gracie, I'll see you later, huh?
But, Harry, that wasn't what I meant.
Really? Well, give me a hint.
Well, what has the longest neck in the park?
What has the longest neck? Oh, that's easy. A sailor on a 24-hour pass. Yeah, well, so long, Gracie.
Well, I guess even the bathtub didn't work. George isn't singing.
Yes, Gordon Cates has got his goat.
Poor George. If we could only find one thing that he could do better than Kate's.
For April showers may come your way, for they bring flowers that bloom in May.
Where did that come from?
From the bathroom, Uncle John.
My gosh, and poor George is in there alone. It must have scared the daylights out of him.
Well, Uncle John, that was George.
Oh. Well, don't worry. He'll get over it. They're releasing penicillin to civilians now.
Oh, no. He isn't sick. He's singing.
Oh.
And when it's raining, have no regrets.
Uncle John, that's it. That's what George can do better than Gordon Case. Better than anybody. Sing. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. George! Oh, George!
Now, let me get this idea of yours straight, Gracie. We give a party tonight and invite Cates and his friends.
Right. And during the party, we ask Cates to sing. Then while he stammers and stutters his apologies, you rise to your feet, throw back that magnificent head, uncork those silver tonsils, and blast him into social oblivion.
If I could be with you and out tonight, if I would do the things of mine, I want you to know.
George, you're solid. Oh, you're solid, sugar throat solid. Come on, let's go over and invite Gordon Cates to the party tonight.
Well, if it isn't the Burnses, both the good-looking one and the other one. Come in.
Why, Mr. Cates, you have on boots.
Well, yes, you see, I've been out horseback riding with the society woman, Mrs. Isabel Randolph.
Oh.
I apologize for the boots, Mrs. Burns. To make up for my appearance, I shall kiss your hand.
Good thing he isn't wearing overalls.
Look, Cates, we came over to invite you to a party at our house tonight. It's very important to the party that you be there.
Well, now, that's very decent of you, George. Not everyone has such a charming neighbor.
Well, thanks.
And tonight I'll be even more charming than usual.
Fine.
Well, I guess that's about all for now, Mr. Cates. Till tonight, then. And we'll expect you about 8.
Splendid. I'll be there in white tie and top hat.
It gets pretty chilly by 8 o'clock. I'd wear more than that.
See you tonight.
Oh, George, I just can't wait for the party tonight. That Gordon Cates has been going around holding his nose so high in the air. Well, just wait till he hears you sing. He'll hold it a different way.
I'm sure glad we found something I can do better than Cates.
Not only better than Cates, darling, better than anybody.
Oh, honey, to hear you talk, I can sing better than Bing Crosby.
Well, can't you?
Only in some keys.
Why, you're better than Bing Crosby and Nelson Eddy put together. And what would you have if you put them together? Just 2 voices with 1 head of hair singing accentuate the shortening bread.
I guess I won't have any trouble showing up Gordon Cates, all right.
Oh, George, I have a wonderful idea. Isn't Cates trying to make an impression on that society woman, Mrs. Isabel Randolph?
Yes.
Well, let's invite her to the party tonight. Then Cates will make a fool of himself in front of her and get laughed right out of society.
Swell. I'll sing as I've never sung before.
Oh, I ain't got nobody, babe. Nobody cares for me.
George,
I'm so sad and lonely,
George,
baby.
wait. Look here. You just can't sing that tonight.
Why not?
Well, it hasn't enough class. Mrs. Isabel Randolph will be here, and she's used to the higher type music, the classics.
You're right at that. What would Lawrence Tibbet sing?
Well, if this was Saturday night, he'd sing Don't Fence Me In.
That's not a classic.
It is on the hit parade.
How about On the Road to Mandalay?
Well, that's good. Or Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes. That's not only a good song, but a wonderful trick.
I'll pick out something. You run over and invite Mrs. Randolph to the party.
Are you Miss Isabel Randolph, the well-known society woman?
Yes?
Well, I'm Mrs. George Burns, the well-known society girl.
Indeed?
Yes. Now, I'm giving a party tonight, Mrs. Randolph, and I'd like you to come.
Oh, really, my dear? That's quite impossible. I couldn't be a guest in your home unless I knew something about your background.
Oh, we have a very nice background. It reaches all the way to the alley and has 2 orange trees and a bird bath. But the party's being given in the house.
Not your backyard, Mrs. Burns. I had reference to your social background, your family connections.
Oh, that's important?
Vital, my dear. For example, nothing makes me prouder than the fact that one of my male ancestors married a Stackpole.
Oh, really? All mine married women.
She was a woman. The Stackpoles are people.
Well, I'm glad for your ancestor. Now, how about coming to my party tonight?
Mrs. Burns, you don't seem to understand the importance of ancestors. Now, mine came over on the Mayflower. They belong to that brave little band that sailed to America in 1620.
Mine belonged to that brave little band who saw them coming and said, uh-oh, more immigrants.
This is no jesting matter, my dear girl. I am able to give definite proof that I am descended from Patrick Henry.
Oh, that's nothing. I'm descended from Frank Joe.
Frank Joe who?
Well, Patrick Henry who? You tell me Henry's last name, and I'll tell you Joe's last name.
Well, really, I'm afraid I can't attend your party tonight.
Oh, I wish you'd change your mind, Mrs. Randolph. Gordon Cates will be so disappointed.
Oh, will Gordon be... I mean, will Mr. Cates be there?
Yes.
Well, Mrs. Burns, perhaps I've been a bit hasty. After all, this is a democratic country, isn't it? One must not allow oneself to become narrow.
And it's easy to see that you haven't.
Well, really?
Well, see you at the party, Mrs. Randolph. Oh, George, the guests will be arriving any minute now. You'll soon have your revenge on Gordon Cates. Have you picked out a song?
Yeah, I'll sing that stirring song of the vagabonds. Listen to this. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy?
Oh, wonderful.
Strength, you know.
Oh, George, that makes you sound like you've got hair on your chest.
I've got hair on my chest. Would you like to see it?
Oh, no, we haven't got time to look for that now. Oh, come in. Oh, well, Harry, you're the first guest to arrive.
Good. How soon do we eat? Boy, am I going to tear into the food tonight.
Oh, Harry, please. Tonight of all nights, watch your etiquette. you'll be sitting next to Mrs. Isabel Randolph, the society woman.
I will?
Yes. Now, watch her and use the same fork and spoon that she does.
Okay. But when it's my turn, she better let go of him or I'll twist her arm. You know, when I'm hungry, I don't...
Harry.
Huh?
This is a sort of a society affair tonight. Try to put on the dog a little.
Oh, well, if that's what you want. I'm a real blue blood, you know. My family is loaded with dukes and lords and earls.
What, no counts?
Yeah, a few of them are no counts, but... Oh, so you mean royalty? Oh, sure.
Harry, stop clowning. We want you to make a good impression on Mrs. Randolph.
Oh, Pip, old pot. Mrs. Randolph and I shall probably say poo-poo to your party. Pop off to a pub and put away a pint of port.
That is, unless she's a dry.
Well, she won't be after you talk to her.
See, here comes Mrs. Randolph up the walk now.
Oh, my goodness. Now, Harry, don't you dare ask her to take a bath.
Oh, don't worry. Gee whiz, Gracie, I know what to say.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Randolph? Come right in. I'd like you to meet my husband, Mr. Burns.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And this is Mr. Harry Von Zell.
How do you do?
Now, this is an honor, Mrs. Randolph. I've heard so much about your famous family line.
Thank you. I am quite proud of our family line.
Yes, indeed, you should be.
Well, really, this is most irregular.
That's where you're wrong. It happens every week.
Won't you come into the living room, Mrs. Randolph? The other guests will be arriving now, and later we're going to have some music.
Ah, wonderful. I do hope you'll have Beethoven.
Well, we probably will. We've invited just about everybody.
Gracie, can I see you in the next room for a minute?
Well, of course, dear.
Gracie, I think it's time for the singing now. Gordon Cates has hogged the party long enough.
He certainly has, dancing with all the girls.
Well, believe me, I'll fix his wagon.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. He rumbles beautifully.
I mean, I'll show him up with my singing. Now, you go in there and ask for someone to sing. Then I'll single out Cates, and after he's squirmed for a while, I'll get up and slug him with this. Sons of toil and danger you will serve.
Don't give it
away.
away.
Make it
no,
strong.
Don't give it away. Come on, let's go in. Quiet, everyone. Now, no party is complete without a little music. Now, would someone like to sing?
How about you, Cates?
Oh, no. No, George, not me.
Oh, come on. You're so talented. Let's hear you sing.
Oh, no, really.
Oh, please do, Gordon. I insist.
Yeah.
Well, if you say so, Mrs. Randolph, I'll do my best.
I can hardly wait.
Here, try another sleeping capsule, George.
I've taken 4. What time is it?
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Here, I'll leave the capsules by your bed.
Where are you going?
Downstairs, Gordon Cates is still singing, and I want to hear it.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With the music of Felix Mills, the Swantet, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. Well, yesterday was a lovely Sunday, so George and Gracie went for a walk. But it was also Father's Day, and several people stopped to pat George's cheek and tell Gracie what a sweet old gentleman her father was. Well, it's still the topic of conversation as we look in at the Burns home.
The idea. Those people thinking you're old. Thinking you're my father. I've never been so mad in all my life.
Me too.
Ooh, I can still hear them. How is your sweet old father? Oh, what a charming old father. Tell you, I'm furious.
Me too.
Since when do you have to be old to be my father?
Oh, so that's why you burned up.
Not only that, dear. Even if they called you my young father, I wouldn't like it. You're my husband, and I want everyone to know it. Because I love you, and I'm proud of you.
Thanks, dear.
I want everyone to know that I was courted by the youngest, handsomest, most charming, most sought-after star in show business.
Thanks.
But I married you because I love you.
Thanks.
Well, certainly you've got a few lines in your face. But maybe that's my fault. Maybe I haven't been a good wife.
Oh, sure you have, honey.
Oh, no, I haven't. I worry you. I'm always running out and buying a new hat without even asking your permission.
Oh, well.
Oh, Judge, I hereby promise I'll never buy another hat unless you surprise me and ask me to.
Okay. All right.
I'm just vain, selfish, extravagant, and terrible.
Now, honey, I forgive you. Please, don't cry. I'll do anything to keep you from crying.
A new hat might help.
I thought so. Okay, go buy a new hat.
Oh, now see, isn't it nicer when you surprise me? That way it doesn't worry you.
Yes, much nicer, yes.
And that's the way everything's going to be from now on, dear. We're going to concentrate on making you young. Now, the first thing on our campaign will be to buy you some new clothes. Look at that old blue serge thing you're wearing.
I guess it is a little shiny.
Shiny? If you ever break the seat of your pants, you'll have 7 years bad luck.
Okay, I can use a new blue serge.
Oh, no. No more of those conservative old man suits. You're going to the store where Van Johnson and Alan Ladd and Frank Sinatra buy their clothes. And I'm going along to watch.
Don't you trust me? What do you have to watch?
Van Johnson, Alan Ladd,
and Frank Sinatra, yes. Well, let's go.
Now, you be looking at the suits, George. I'll see if I can get a clerk to wait on us.
You're being very optimistic.
Pardon me, madam. Do you wish a clerk?
Why, yes.
Then allow me to place myself at your complete disposal. I shall be happy to serve you. Take your time in choosing what you want. If you wish to change your mind, feel free to do so. And if you wish to return your purchase, I shall refund your money with a smile. The customer is always right.
Well, welcome back to civilian life.
How did you know I'd been in the Army?
Well, for a clerk to talk like that, you must have been overseas for the last 3 years.
What can I show you, madam?
Well, I want you to sell my husband a youthful suit of clothes. Something with zip and color to it. You see, he's the conservative type.
I know the type well. Tall, distinguished. Shall we say he looks like a fine, handsome banker? Shall we say he has the appearance of a well-groomed, intelligent-looking doctor?
Yeah, let's say that. It might be fun. But actually, he's in the radio business. He's an entertainer.
Oh, well, then this is just the store for him. We sell Sinatra his ties and Crosby his shirts.
Good. My husband is their type.
Oh, fine. Would you say he had Sinatra's figure or Crosby?
Well, a little of each. From his shoulders to his waist, he's Sinatra's. And from his waist down, he just Crosby's right out of his clothes. Oh, here comes my husband. Now, remember, we've got to make him think he looks young.
Oh, yes, indeedy.
Young enough to wear young clothes.
I understand.
Well, Gracie, did you get a clerk?
Yes, dear. This gentleman will wait on us.
Hello, son.
Son?
So you want a suit, huh? Something to wear around the campus?
Now, look, clerk, I'm no dope. I know I don't look like a 19-year-old kid.
Oh, but, sir, men of 25 and 26 also go to college.
Oh, well, that's different. Let's go into the college.
Good. Right this way. I'll call our fitter. Oh, Mr. Vinty!
Yes, Mr. Snapper.
This gentleman wants something in a nice, youthful suit. Shall we measure him?
Let's do. Now, where's my tape? Oh, here. Ready, Mr. Snapper?
Ready. Are you ready, Mr. Vinty?
I'm ready, Mr. Snapper.
Are you ready, Mr. Burns?
I'm ready, yes.
Then here we go. Neck, 32.
Neck, 32.
Shoulders, 32.
Shoulders, 32.
Chest, 32.
Chest, 32.
Arms, 32.
Arms, 32.
Legs, 32.
Legs, 32.
Dull, isn't he?
What size do you think he'll take?
Well, now, look, this is just a guess, but how about 32?
Well, that should fit. How about this number right here? That thing?
Oh, George, it's beautiful. Yellow gabardine with patch pockets and a belt in the back.
This is a suit for het cats and jitterbugs. I wouldn't wear this thing.
It's just what you need, George. Wrap it up, Mr. Clark. He'll take it.
I will not.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't.
Yes, you will.
I will not take this suit home, or my name isn't George Burns.
It looks wonderful on you, Henry.
Looks terrible. Look, the coat comes clear down to my knees. And get a load of these shoulders. They must be 4 feet wide. There's a ton of padding in here.
Oh, is that padding? I thought those were your own shoulders.
Really?
I say some pretty silly things sometimes, don't I?
Yes.
Oh, look. Here comes Harry Von Zell. Now, I'll prove it's a lovely suit. You can leave it to Harry.
I'd love to leave it to Harry. Or anybody else who'd take it.
Come in.
Hi, Gracie. Hello, Joe.
Oh, Harry, isn't that a beautiful piece of material?
It certainly is. Why don't you have it made into a suit, George?
This is a suit.
Yeah, it's supposed to fit that way. It's a sack suit.
Looks like it's still got the potatoes in it. George, why did you buy this outlandish thing?
To make him look young.
Oh, Gracie, you can't make him look young with clothes.
Well, he's certainly not going around without them.
I mean you have to work on his face.
Oh, what's the matter with George's face?
What's the matter with it? Pull up a chair, Gracie. This will take a little while.
Well, I'm going to take the suit back and get my 1750.
You will not. Oh, I can't wait for you to wear it to our radio broadcast.
Oh, honey, if I wore this to our broadcast, the people would laugh at me.
And we don't want to be different, do we?
I'm going into the den.
Oh, now see what you've done, Harry. You've upset George. If he's going to look young, he has to smile and laugh and be gay. And, hey, that's an idea. Oh, I heard a marvelous joke at the beauty shop yesterday. I'll go in and tell it to George. George?
Yes? What are you laughing at?
Oh, I can't help it. It happens every time I think of that story.
What story?
You mean you haven't heard it?
I don't know. How does it go?
Well, it seems it was a man.
Go on.
Oh, you haven't heard it, huh?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Oh, well, good. I'll tell it to you. Now, this man said to the streetcar conductor, "Which end do I get off?" George, don't you get it?
That's the whole story?
Well, there was another line, but I couldn't wait for it. I was double parked.
Okay, I'll tell you how it ends. The conductor said you can get off at either end. They both stop.
Both what?
Both ends.
Both ends of what?
Both ends of the streetcar. The man said, "Which end do I get off?" And the conductor said, "Either end." They both stop.
That's your idea of a funny story.
I didn't tell it. You told it.
I didn't have that silly finish to it.
You didn't have any finish to it.
Well, no wonder you can't laugh with that sense of humor.
Why do you want me to laugh?
Well, because laughter and humor make you young. Now, listen to this riddle. What is it that hasn't got what you think it has, but if it has, how many has it got? Feel younger?
I feel younger, yes.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Postman.
There's a frown on your pretty little face today. Are you unhappy?
Oh, George and I are both unhappy, Mr. Postman. Yesterday was Father's Day, and some thoughtless person mistook George for my father. Isn't it the dickens the way one little chance remark can upset you?
Oh, yes. A man once made a remark to my missus and me, and I've been mad at him for 17 years.
Oh, my goodness. What did he say to you?
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Well, I've just got to find some way to make George look younger. How do you manage to keep so young-looking, Mr. Postman?
Oh, I go in for athletics, Mrs. Burns. That's what accounts for my glowing skin, my springy step, and the lovely symmetrical lines of my magnificent torso.
Athletics, huh?
Yes, baseball in particular. Every Sunday I go down to the corner lot with the old bat.
Oh, really?
Yes, and she pitches to me.
Are you a very good baseball player, Mr. Postman?
Oh, phenomenal. Mr. Bob Cobb, the owner of the Hollywood Baseball Club, has asked me to play on his team.
Oh, my, you must really be good to get such an offer.
Oh, yes. My team won the championship back in college. I'll never forget that big game. It was the 9th inning. There were 2 out and the bases full. We were losing by a run and the crowd was going wild.
Oh, my.
Even before I grabbed my bat, the crowd began to scream, "We want Herman! Put in Herman! Herman will win for us! Put in Herman!"
Oh, how thrilling. What happened?
And they took me out and put in Herman.
But, Mr. Postman, you give me an idea. If baseball can keep you young, maybe it can do the same for my husband. I'm going to call Mr. Bob Cobb and tell him he can have George for his baseball team. Can you imagine what he'll say?
Yes, and if he does, you slap his face. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, thanks for coming over, Mr. Cobb. My husband will make a great baseball player for your Hollywood team. Your team does play baseball, doesn't it?
Well, there's a little difference of opinion about that. Could I have a look at Mr. Burns?
Oh, sure. He's right here in the den. Well, do you think you can use him?
I'm afraid not. The men on the Hollywood baseball team like fellas their own age. He's at least 20 years too young for my players.
Who is he?
Oh, a man I thought might want you to play baseball with his team.
Me? Play baseball?
Well, darling, I'm trying to think of something that'll make you younger. Some game or exercise Oh, I've got it. Dancing. That's what the young folks do.
It is?
Well, certainly. Whenever a boy or a girl get together, they dance. Now, suppose a soldier comes home. He hasn't seen his girl for 3 years, so he grabs her in his arms.
And they dance?
If Mother's there, they do.
I see.
Oh, I heard about a wonderful dancing school where they teach you the rumba and the conga. Learn those, and we can go dancing.
We go dancing now. I dance, don't I?
Well, yes, dear, but the bunny hug is out of date. Come in.
What's going on, folks?
Oh, hello, Harry. I'm trying to talk George into the conga.
Oh, it's great. I was in a conga line last night.
You see, George, It must be great if you have to stand in line to get it. Now, Harry, maybe George wouldn't be so bashful if you go to dancing school with him, huh?
Oh, no, I can't, Gracie. I'm on my way now to the post office.
Well, can't you go dancing first?
Oh, no, I don't dare, Gracie. Once that conga rhythm gets me, I just forget everything. My hips start swinging, and the rest of me can't stop them.
Well, the rest of you is out west. You mean you're afraid of a little simple rhythm like da-da-da-da-da, dum, da-da-da-da-da, dum.
Now stop it, Gracie. Don't, will you, now?
We'll talk our ears off. Got to get him out there.
Open up the door, George. I will give him a shot.
Gotta get that picture. Can't forget that picture.
Now, here we are, George, Senior College School of the Latin American Dancers.
Honey, this is a waste of time. Conga lessons aren't going to make me younger.
Oh, sure they will. And it's a simple dance to learn. You take 3 steps, then stop and flip the hips. 3.
Yes.
And all you have to remember is when you put on the brakes, you leave the motor running.
Okay, I'll go in and suffer through it.
Good. I'll be back for you later.
I'll be out of here in 10 seconds if I'm smart. And I am smart.
Ah, here is a new pupil for Lolita to teach.
Yeah.
Ah, bueno, senor. You will be a fine dancer. I can see the grace, the rhythm in your beautiful body.
You can?
See, Lolita will teach you everything in the book.
She will?
See. Now we are ready for the lesson. Put your hand on my waist.
Okay. Oh.
What is the matter?
Your waist tickles my hand.
Now we will begin the dance. When the music starts, watch my hips carefully, will you?
You can count on me.
Then we start the music. Oh, I was right, senor. You are magnificent dancer.
Me, Lolita?
Si. But this time you must hold me even closer.
Me, Lolita?
Si, you are so strong.
Me, Lolita?
So, George, did you like it? Let go of that woman.
Oh, she was only showing me a few things. I mean, I was learning things. I mean, she's teaching me.
Si.
I see plenty. Who is this woman?
Oh, allow me to introduce you to. Lolita, this is,
Mrs. Burns.
Oh, yes. And, honey, you sure had the right idea with these dancing lessons. Every time I dance with Lolita, I feel so young.
Well, let's come home, Junior.
Oh, senorita, do not be so unfriendly. Remember the good neighbor policy.
Yeah, Lolita is South American.
See, I am South American from my head to my toes.
Well, I don't like my husband's attitude toward Brazil. Come on.
So you think I'm not young enough to dance, huh? Move the furniture back. I'll put on this record and show you some real dancing.
Oh, George.
Now, come here.
So hard. You're holding me so tight.
Sure.
We're really going to cut a run.
You bet. Here we go.
Oh, you solid, Jack.
Good night, folks.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With the music of Felix Mills, the Swantet, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. Well, next week, George and Gracie are leaving for a tour of camps and hospitals to entertain our servicemen.
So we find them now making preparations.
Now, don't worry about the house while we're going, George. I've taken care of everything. The milk, the paper, the bakery man.
Good.
Nothing will be wasted.
Good.
Now, here's my plan. First, the paper boy comes and leaves the paper.
Yeah?
And then the milkman comes, reads the paper, and leaves the milk. Then the postman comes, drinks the milk, and leaves the mail. Then the bakery man comes, reads the mail, and leaves the bread. Now, the bread sits on the porch all day, and the sun toasts it. Next morning, the paper boy eats the toast and leaves the paper. Then the milkman comes, reads the paper,
I know how it goes from there. That I know. Now, let's take one thing at a time. You expect the sun to toast the bread?
Well, George, this is California. The sun always... Better leave the toaster out, huh?
Connected. Listen, Gracie, I've got a little suggestion. Why not stop the paper, the milk, and the bakery?
Darling, that's a brilliant idea. I think it's even better than mine.
Even.
George, you're a genius.
Oh, sure.
That's not just a cabbage sitting on your shoulders.
Thanks.
That cabbage has got brains in it.
It's a nice little TL. Let's just take the key to our house over to Harry Von Zell's and ask his mother to keep an eye on things first.
What for?
So burglars can't come in and carry off the furniture.
Oh, don't worry about that. I've figured out a burglar trap. We'll run the garden hose into the living room and fix it so that if a burglar opens a window or a door, it turns on the hose.
Well, that's not going to keep them out.
No, but what burglar is stupid enough to steal wet furniture? This is no cabbage in my head either.
You could have fooled me. Let's take the key over to Mrs. Von Zell.
Well, George and Gracie, come in.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Von Zell. We dropped by to ask you if you'd keep an eye on our house while we're gone.
Yes, we're going on a tour of camps and hospitals to entertain the boys.
Isn't that splendid?
They deserve it. Those heroes have been bombing Berlin and Tokyo, laying those eggs on the target. The least I can do is tell them a few of my best jokes.
Yeah, that's right. Those boys have done their part. They've laid a lobster bait. Now it's George's turn.
Yeah.
You know, Mrs. Burns, when Harry was a boy, I used to take him to see your husband in vaudeville.
Oh, really?
Yes. He'd sit there and say, Mommy, someday I'm going to be like that man up there on the stage.
Oh, and does he still feel that way?
Oh, no, I beat that out of him years ago. But Mr. Burns has come a long way since those days.
You bet.
Just think. All the way from vaudeville to a featured spot on the Harry Von Zell program.
Now, just a minute.
Hey, Mom, do you know... Oh, hello, Burnses.
Harry, your mother thinks you're the most important person on our program.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mom. There are a couple of people who are much more important than I'll ever be.
That's better.
One of the most famous teams in history.
Now you're talking.
The Lever Brothers.
Huh?
They're the ones who make Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. And they make it so pure, so mild and gentle, that doctors recommend Swan soap for bathing little babies. And if Swan soap is gentle enough for baby's tender skin, you know the perfect soap for your tub or shower, your complexion, must be Swan.
Isn't he wonderful?
Yes.
Nobody can say Swan soap the way Harry can say it.
Or as often.
Say some more, son.
Oh, Mom.
You have such a beautiful voice.
And Swan is well conditioned. You not only get loads of hard-working studs, but you can be sure that Baby Gentle Swan will help keep your hands smooth and lovely.
Oh, Harry has such a pear-shaped tone.
Harry has such a pear shape.
You know, my boy could have been an opera singer instead of just star of the Harry Von Zell program. He inherits his glorious voice from me. A bella figlia dell'amore.
Oh, fine. Come on, Gracie, let's go home.
Oh, what a laugh that was. Mrs. Von Zell telling you that Harry had a great voice. You, the greatest singer the world has ever known.
Oh, boom, 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 boom. Say, have you ever been away?
Ah, you solid, Jackson. No wonder Lawrence Tippett would give anything to have your throat.
Lawrence Tippett? You'd like to have my throat?
Heard him say so myself. One night at the canteen you were singing, and Tippett said I'd give anything to get my hands on that man's throat.
There's no one as grand as my land from California.
George. I just had a sensational idea. You can sing the servicemen for the camp in the summer.
Sing for the servicemen? I'll be glad to.
Your voice will inspire our soldiers.
Of course.
My speaking. When they hear you sing, they'll want to rush right to Japan.
Yeah.
Come in.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes.
I'm from Army headquarters. The general suggested that I drop by and discuss your camp tour.
Oh, fine. Come right in, Private.
I'm a colonel.
Oh, really? Somehow you look more important than that.
Didn't you see his eagle?
Eagle?
Yeah. Can't you tell the colonel from his eagle?
Well, I suppose I could if I saw them both together.
Don't explain that, Colonel. Suppose we talk about our tour.
Oh, yes, Colonel. We have a surprise for you. My husband is going to sing for the boys.
Oh, does Mr. Burns sing?
Does he? Like an angel. He's the greatest singer in the whole world, that's all.
Oh, now, Gracie's exaggerating, Colonel. Not much, maybe, but a little.
Well, if Mr. Burns is going to sing, I'll certainly see that it gets plenty of advance advertising.
Well, give the Colonel a little sample, Citizen. Open up that glorious mouth and let the music pour from your throat like gas from a flamethrower.
Well, okay. I'll give him the last 4 bars. Make me lose those Yankee Doodle. You can have them either one of them Yankee Doodle blues. Well, Colonel?
Mr. Burns. Perhaps it would be better if we didn't advertise his singing. I think we ought to keep the thing, like a secret.
You, mean a military secret?
Yeah, that's it. A top military secret. Don't talk about it to a soul.
Oh, we won't. It might endanger the war effort, huh?
It might wreck it.
Hey, Gracie, do you think he liked my singing?
Why, George, he must have loved it if he made it a military secret. Why, isn't it exciting?
Yeah.
Why, you'll be famous among our soldiers, dear. I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of this war, you're better known and better loved than powdered egg.
I hope
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman. Well, I guess this is the last we'll be seeing you for a while. My husband and I are leaving on a tour of service camp.
Yes, so I hear. What sort of act are you going to do at the camp, Mrs. Burns?
Well, George is going to... Oh, I almost forgot. It's a military secret, and people who know military secrets aren't allowed to talk.
My, if only my wife knew a few.
Mr. Postman, what are you planning to do in your vacation?
Oh, I think I'll just lie out in the yard in the sun and let its glorious rays turn my magnificent body into a gleaming bronze Apollo. Instead of a white one.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound like much of a vacation. Have you ever tried fishing?
Well, last year, I hired a boat and took my wife way out in the ocean.
Oh, did you have any luck?
No, she swims like a duck.
My goodness. You mean she fell overboard?
Yes, and I didn't even notice it at first. Then when I spied her in the water, I started to roll like mad.
Oh, I should think so.
It was no use, though. She caught up to me.
But how could you leave her in the water? A shark might have attacked her.
Why should I worry what happens to a shark?
Oh, now look here, Mr. Postman. You have no right to talk about your wife that way. You've told me time and time again how ugly and ill-tempered she is. That's not nice. Remember, she's your wife.
Well,
You've even said you regret marrying her.
well,
And you're always talking about how mean she is to you.
yes, I guess you're right, Mrs. Burns. But I never said I hated her, did I?
Well, no.
And I'll say it now. I hate her. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
When do you expect to get the packing done?
Oh, right now, dear. Oh, that always happens when you're the busiest.
Well, I'll answer it. You get on with the packing.
All right, dear.
Hello, George.
Oh, hello, Harry. Hello, Mrs. Monsell.
Mr. Burns, I'm afraid I owe you an apology. After you left this morning, my son explained to me that it's not the Harry Von Zell program at all, but the George Burns program.
You did, huh?
Yes, I hope you'll forgive me, but you know how we mothers are. We like to imagine our sons amount to something.
Oh, sure.
Even if they're worthless no accounts, we're proud of them.
I understand.
I'm sure your mother feels that way about you.
George, I also told Mama that we shouldn't expect to sing in front of you because you're a great singer yourself.
Well, thanks, Harry.
Sing something for Mama, George.
Okay, I'll give you Mother a little fill. I'd love
Get
to
a
call
load
you
of this
Rose,
voice,
dear.
Mama. It's terrific. Go ahead, George.
I'd love to call
Listening
you
to George's
Rose, dear.
beautiful voice is like looking at a beautiful picture. Sing for Mama, George.
Yeah. I'd love to
It's
call
like
you
looking
Rose,
at
dear.
that beautiful baby picture the Swan people are offering.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, they are, George.
They are?
They are. All you have to do is send a dime to Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York, and they'll send you this beautiful picture in full color. It shows lots of happy little babies playing on their own little merry-go-round, you know. Makes you happy just to look at it. Go ahead and sing, George.
Yes, I came all the way over to hear you. You might at least have the courtesy to sing.
Okay, then listen. I'd love to call you
Mama,
Rose,
you
dear.
sent for one of those pictures, didn't you?
Oh, well, of course I did,
Roses
son.
fade away.
You know, they're perfect for framing. No advertising on them.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yes, they're simply wonderful for the nursery or for a gift. Well, Mr. Burns, don't stand there like a bump on a log. Are you going to sing or aren't you?
I'll try once more. I'd love to call you Rose. I'd love to call.
I wonder if I remember to put a dime in that envelope.
Well, Mama, you can't get the picture unless you send in a dime. Did you get the address right? Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York?
Oh, yes. Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York. Oh, now I remember I did send the dime.
Oh, good. Well, go ahead and sing, George.
Yes, Mr. Burns, you mustn't make people coax you like this. If you're going to be shy, you'll never get any place.
Shy? Listen, I'm going to sing for the Army and Navy this summer. Does that sound like I'm shy?
Oh, goodness, no. And if you're that important, I insist on hearing your voice.
Okay. I love to call you Rose, dear, but roses fade away. Roses die when wintertime appears.
Mr. Burns. Where Where is the Army and Navy going to have you sing?
All over. Maybe even overseas. They might even send me to Germany.
Germany? Good heavens. Isn't unconditional surrender enough?
Good day, Mrs. Von Zell.
Colonel Tollinger?
Yes?
Captain Smith, the medical corps reporting, sir. You sent for me?
Oh, yes, Captain. I went by to see Mr. and Mrs. George Burns. They're ready to leave on their camp and hospital tour.
Yes, sir.
I want you to go right over there and give Mr. Burns an inoculation shot.
Beg your pardon, Colonel, but we don't usually give an inoculation shot unless the performer is leaving the country.
That's why I want you to shoot only Mr. Burns. I think after a few generals hear him sing, he may be leaving the country.
Yes, sir.
George, Harry Von Zell and his mother are telling everyone that you're going to sing for the Army and Navy. Did you tell them?
Sure.
But didn't you hear what the colonel said? Your singing is a military secret. You've committed treason.
Treason? Oh, honey, you're excited about nothing.
Nothing? When you might be shot? Shot like Benedict Arnold or Alan Hale?
Stop. All right, I said something the colonel said not to. But I'm not going to get shot for it. You'd better answer the door. I'm going in and get our packing done.
Come in.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
I'm Captain Smith. Colonel's orders, ma'am. I'm here to give Mr. Burns a shot.
I knew it. I knew it.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, you can't do it, Captain. You can't. You can't. He's too young.
Well, we shoot them any age.
Oh, but Captain, my husband is a civilian.
I know that.
But he's even more civilian than most civilians.
I'm a busy man, Mrs. Burns. Where's your husband?
Wait, let me be the one to tell him. It'll be easier that way.
All right.
George.
Yeah?
Goodbye, old paint.
Old paint?
You're riding into the sunset, old Dobbin.
Dobbin?
You're heading for the last roundup, old Pinto.
Gracie, what's this all about?
Goodbye, old paint.
Oh, stop.
George, I want you to know that I've been happy every minute of our marriage.
That's nice.
I know there were a couple of people who thought you wouldn't be a good husband. Mama, Papa.
That's right.
Grandma, Grandpa, Sister Bessie.
Gracie.
There were few scoffers who said you wouldn't amount to anything. Uncle Dan, Aunt Clara, Cousin Joe, Brother Willie.
All right.
The Iceman, the Butcher, Schwab the druggist, Moe the tailor, Mo Rooney the cop.
Gracie.
There were a few who said I made a mistake marrying you. Eddie Cantor, Harpo Mark, the Andrews sisters, my Sunday school class, Chamber of Commerce, the Prudential Life Insurance Company, the Democrats.
All right. Will you please tell me what's going on?
Goodbye, old
stop. Why are you saying goodbye?
Well, because you revealed that military secret. And the Army is here to shoot you.
You still worrying about that?
I mean it. There's a captain here right now to execute you.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I'll speak to the captain. Oh, hello, Captain. I'm George Burns. My wife tells me that you're here to shoot me.
That's right.
Oh, no.
Take off your coat.
Oh, wait, Captain. Oh, Captain, how can you do it? Look at that sweet, innocent face. Look at that frightened expression in those big, soft, brown eyes. Like a cow walking past a butcher shop. Captain, how can you look at that face and shoot him?
Believe me, it won't be easy. Now, come on, Mr. Burns. I've got the needle ready.
Oh, needle? My goodness, are you going to shoot him or crochet him?
I'm going to shoot him in the arm with a needle. Give him an inoculation.
I thought you were going to shoot him with a gun. Execute him for giving away a military secret.
Oh, that's ridiculous. He couldn't be shot without a trial.
Wasn't a very important secret anyway. Just going to sing at army camp.
Oh, really? I'd like to hear you.
All right. I'd love to call you Rose, dear, but roses fade away. Roses die when wintertime appears.
Well, Captain? You, Captain, put down that gun. Remember what you said about a trial.
Oh,
George Burns and Gracie Allen. A new series of programs featuring the domestic adventures of that lovable Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Les Paul Trio, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, there's lots of excitement at the Burns home today. It seems that during the summer, George and Gracie's landlord sold their house, so they're forced to vacate. As we look in on them now, they're packing to move to their new location.
Phew. Boy, you don't realize how much stuff you've accumulated until you start to move. Look at that stack of boxes I've carried downstairs.
And I want you to know I packed all of those, dear.
Quite a job. Where'd you get the boxes?
I used all my hat boxes. Wasn't that clever?
Wonderful. What did you pack in them?
My hat.
Gracie, you're surely not going to move all those monstrosities over to our new house.
Monstrosities? Here, look. Now look at this beautiful creation. Isn't that worth moving?
Why move it? Just turn it loose and it'll fly over.
Well, George, you're the boss. If you don't like that hat, out it goes.
Good.
I'll go right down and get a new one.
I like it. Oh, come on, let's get busy. Does this stuff go?
Yes.
These old mouse traps? You're moving those?
Well, sure, why not?
They're all rusty. They haven't been used for ages.
I know, but now that there are no points on cheese, we can afford to have mice again.
Maybe even rats. Small ones. What's in those bottles?
Oh, those are some perfumes I bought. They're supposed to have a wonderful effect on men. I've been trying them out on you.
Really? Want to take them all with you?
Oh, guess not. Read the names to me.
Mad Embrace.
Throw it out.
Moment of Ecstasy.
Throw it out.
Flaming Desire.
Throw it out.
Memories of Yesterday.
Keep it.
I hope I didn't influence your choice. Boy, look at that load of stuff we've got. I'm glad we rent furnished. At least we don't have any furniture to move.
Except our easy chair. The one that Mama gave us.
Oh, honey, that thing is all worn out. Let's not bother to move it.
But it's an heirloom. It's been in my family for years. Why, my mother had that chair before she had me.
Must have been quite a surprise to your father.
Why, if my mother came to visit us and she found this chair gone, she'd turn right around and go back to San Francisco.
I see.
Hey, George, put down that axe.
Gracie, this broken-down antique is not worth moving. It stays here.
It goes with us.
It stays.
It goes.
It stays.
Oh, I hope that's not been moving then already. Come in. Bill Goodwin.
Gracie. Hello, George.
Hiya, Bill. Gee, it's good to see you again.
Same here, George. Hey, how come everything's piled in the middle of the floor?
This is moving day. Oh, and Bill, you can help us settle a little argument.
Oh?
Don't you agree that even though something is old and worn out and maybe has funny old bent legs, don't you agree I should take it to the new house just for sentimental reasons?
Well, sure. Why, doesn't George want to go?
Still a comedian, I see.
Oh, yes.
She was referring to a chair, Bill.
Oh, well, how come you're moving?
Well, George had a fight with the landlord, and the landlord told George to move. Then he sold the house from under us. Then he sent us an eviction notice. Then he came and started throwing our things out of the window, so we thought, why rent from a fellow when there's a chance we may not get along with him?
Yeah. I like our new location better anyway.
Me too. It's close to the NBC studios. That's where we're going to broadcast our new radio program this season.
So long and a lot of luck on your new program.
Well, that finishes the packing, Gracie. As soon as the moving men get here, we can start for the new house.
Yes. I hope we'll have some nice neighbors over there.
Me too. Mrs. Morton and Mrs. Bagley are all right. But I'd like to see you get acquainted with some housewives your own age.
Well, maybe now I can. Shirley Temple got married last night.
Gracie, if you're Shirley Temple's age, I'm Van Johnson's age.
Well, that's not such a stretch of the imagination. You look a lot like Van Johnson. You have the same cute dimples in your face.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The only difference is yours are longer and there are more of them.
Thanks, kid. You know, now that I think about actually leaving here, it kind of makes me sad. Every room in this house holds memories.
Yes. The kitchen where I fixed your meals. The aquarium where we ate them. The living room.
The aquarium?
Yeah. Oh, I meant the dining room. Well, you can't blame me for getting mixed up. We've seen nothing but fish there for 3 years.
How true.
The living room where we used to snuggle in front of the fireplace. I don't know which kept me warmer, the fireplace or your kisses.
Oh, Gracie.
I think it was your kisses. How about one right now?
Okay.
Hope we have a fireplace in the new house.
We will.
Well, I better run right over and see if the new house is ready for us to move in.
Okay. Answer the front door first, will you, Gracie?
Yes, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Well, Mr. Postman, how are you this morning?
Oh, tip-top. Absolutely tip-top. Full of the old zip and pep, vim and vigor. I'm simply bursting with energy.
My goodness. You sound like a breakfast food.
Yes. Here's your mail, Mrs. Burns.
Thank you. Oh, this reminds me, I'd better go to the post office and give them our change of address.
Don't tell me you're moving.
Yes, we're moving today.
Oh, no, don't move. When I come to this house, I want to see your pretty, smiling face framed in the doorway.
Well, I don't think I could leave it here just for that.
Oh, this is terrible. I'm so unhappy. I just want to scream with anguish.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, go ahead.
Thank you.
I wish you wouldn't take it so hard. We're only moving to 360 North Camden. I'm going over there right now.
But I'll never see 360 North Camden?
Yes.
Oh, that's on my route. Oh, happy day.
Good. Now you don't feel like screaming with anguish anymore.
No, now I want to scream with joy.
Well, let her go.
Thank you.
Your joy sounds a lot like your anguish.
Oh, thank you. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Now, let's see. Yeah, this is it, 360. Hope the door's open so I can get
Hello
it.
there.
Oh, hello.
So you're the tenant who lives in 360.
Well, not yet. I'm moving in today.
Well, I live right next door in 362. Kind of looks like I'll be your neighbor.
Oh, how nice. You know, there's nothing like having neighbors who live nearby.
Yeah, that's true. Wilson is my name, Meredith Wilson.
Oh, how do? Mine's Gracie Allen.
Glad to know you, Miss Allen.
Well, it's really not Mr. Allen. When I meet a man for the first time, I generally introduce myself as Miss just to see what'll happen. But in your case, I know. So you can call me Mrs. Burns.
Oh, so you have a better half.
No, just a husband.
Well, how soon are you moving in, Mrs. Burns?
Oh, right away if the other tenant is vacated. By the way, have you noticed him move out?
No, but I never have seen the fellow who's been living there. He must not be very friendly.
Well, maybe he didn't like to show his face because he wasn't attractive.
Well, in that case, I expect to see plenty of yours.
Oh, Mr. Wilson. Oh, you're so gallant.
No.
And so easy to lead. Tell me more about yourself.
Well, I was born in Mason City, Iowa.
Mason City, Iowa. Well, isn't it a small world?
You mean?
Yes. I was born in San Francisco, California. Right in the same country.
You don't say.
Why, what do you do, Mr. Wilson? I mean, how do you make a living?
Well, I'm a musician. I play the flute.
Oh, you poor man. I should think you'd have taken up some better paying instrument, like a clarinet.
Well, why should the clarinet be better paying than the flute?
Oh, I don't know. It has so many more holes.
Gosh, I never thought of that. But I don't do so badly, Mrs. Burns. I have my own orchestra.
Really?
Yeah. I have a style of music that I kind of dreamed up called chiffon.
Chiffon. Oh, it sounds beautiful. What's it like?
Well, it's sort of a soft 8-beat, you know, boom ching 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 boom. While the violins go boom ching boom. Then the woodwinds go boom ching boom ching boom ching. That's chiffon.
Well, that's nice, but I think I like music better. Say, I've just had a wonderful idea. As long as you're such a lovely neighbor, why not have your orchestra play on our radio program?
Your radio program?
Yes, my husband George Burns and I have a new show.
Gosh, I'd love to play on it.
Well, first you'll have to sell yourself to my husband, of course. In our family, his decisions are absolutely final. No one can change them but me.
Well, I don't believe I've ever met Mr. Burns. What does he look like?
George, oh, he's stunning. He's the male Betty Grable.
Oh, then this must be your husband coming up the walk now.
Oh, no, that's Bill Goodwin.
Hi, Gracie. I thought I'd drop by and see if I could help you get settled in the new house.
Thank you, Bill. Oh, I'd like you to meet Meredith Wilson. Meredith, this is Bill Goodwin.
Hello, Meredith.
Hiya, Bill.
Well, it looks like you two boys will be on our radio program together.
Oh, well, I'm sure we'll be the best of friends, Meredith.
Thanks, Bill. You know, when you walked up, I thought you were George Burns.
There goes the shortest friendship I ever had.
You two will excuse me. I'll run home and get my husband. Goodbye, boys.
So long, Gracie.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns.
Gee, I sure hope you're on the show, Meredith. I think your music is wonderful. I'm anxious to hear your first number.
Well, thanks, Bill. How would you like something in chiffon?
Well, after the program, business before... Meredith, do you think George will hire you?
Well, if I were back in my hometown of Mason City, Iowa, I know how I'd get in good with George.
How?
Well, whenever a new neighbor moved in, we'd prepare some hot food, and we'd take it over to their new house. So when they moved in all tired and hungry, they'd have a nice surprise.
Oh, we'll do that here. Food always makes a hit with an actor. It'll even make a hit with George Burns.
Well, that's just what it'll do. My mother used to make wonderful spare ribs and sauerkraut. I'll fix a big pot of spare ribs and sauerkraut, and I'll put it on their dining room table.
Oh, swell.
Well, excuse me, Bill. I'd better go find a cabbage head.
No, just fix the food. Gracie will bring him over. Meredith Wilson in that celebrated chiffon music. Anita's Dance.
Well, here it is, darling. 316 North Camden, our new little dream house.
Well, let's go in and look around. Got the key?
Mm-hmm.
Well, go on in.
Uh-uh.
Why not?
I want you to carry me across the threshold.
Oh, Gracie.
What you always have, dear. Come on. Pick me up in your arms.
Okay.
Shall we try piggyback?
Let's just forget it. Come on in. Say, this is going to be nice when we get... Hey, there must be someone here. There's food on the table. Hot food. Look.
Sauerkraut. George, maybe this is where Hitler's hiding.
I doubt it. Gracie, do you realize what this means?
What?
It means the old tenant hasn't moved out yet.
Oh, my goodness. Then we can't move in.
Exactly. And our house is sold, and the new owners are already there. Gracie, you've got no house to live in.
Oh, that doesn't worry me a bit, darling. Why, even a cave would be home if you were there.
Really?
Oh, sure. And once a month I'd visit you.
Where would you be?
In San Francisco with my mother.
Well, I'm not living in any cave. The tenant was supposed to be out of here 3 days ago. If I get my hands on him, I'll break his neck. I'll murder him. I'll pick him up and throw him right out the window.
Good. Maybe he's upstairs. I'll call him. Oh, Mr. Jeff.
Quiet. Come down here and tell me.
Say, that's right. George, you need help, and I know just where to get it. Wait here.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Have you moved in yet?
Not quite, Mr. Wilson. Would you still like to get on the right side of my husband?
You bet I would.
Well, I know how to make him fall madly in love with you.
Gosh, all I had in mind was a job on the show.
This will do it. The old tenant next door refuses to leave. Now, if you can get rid of him, I know George will do anything for you.
Well, I know how to handle a fellow like that. I won't even argue with him. I'll just hit him over the head with my flute.
Good. But be sure you don't hit my husband by mistake.
Oh, I won't. You said your husband was the male Betty Grable, didn't you?
That's right.
Just wait here.
Yes?
How do you do? May I see your legs, please? Your legs. Would you mind pulling up your pants? Okay. Your underwear, too.
Oh, it's dirty.
A little higher.
There.
Well, you're no Grable.
Oh.
Now, get out of this house.
What right have you got to... Wait a minute. Is that your spare ribs and sauerkraut on the table?
It is?
Then you get out. I know my rights, and I'm staying right here. I paid for this house, and nobody can scare me out.
Boo.
Okay, I'll go.
Well, that tenant is gone for good, Gracie.
Did you hit him with your flute?
I'll say. In fact, I hit him too hard. Now it sounds out of tune when I play it.
Well, George will buy you a new one, and you can sell that one to Guy Lombardo.
Do you think George will put me on the program now?
Meredith, when he finds out what you've done, there's no telling what he'll do.
Gee, that's swell. Well, let's go over so I can meet him.
Well, I'll go first and prepare the way. You come over in a minute.
Okay.
George Burns, what are you doing sitting out here on the sidewalk?
That crazy tenant threw me out.
Well, we'll take care of him later. Oh, George, look, right now I want to talk to you about hiring Meredith Wilson for our program.
I can't think now. My head aches. That lunatic hit me over the head with a flute.
But all you have to do is say you'll hire
A flute?
Well, here I am, Gracie.
Gracie? You know this big lot?
Him? You mean the fellow with the bent flute?
That's right. Who's he?
Well, if I tell you, will you hire Meredith Wilson for our program?
Yes, I'll hire Meredith Wilson. Now, who is this man?
George, shake hands with Leopold Stokowski.
Well, we're off to a fine start, Gracie. You get a flute player for our orchestra leader, and the first thing he does is hit me over the head with a flute.
Yeah, well, you're awfully lucky, dear.
Lucky?
Suppose I had gotten Jose a Turby.
A new series of programs featuring the domestic adventures of that lovable Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Les Paul Trio, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, George and Gracie are almost settled in their new home. Today they're tackling one of the last jobs, the assignment of drawer space and closet space for their clothes.
Gracie, where can I put my shirts?
Well, you can have every drawer in the bureau except the top 4.
Okay, Hey, there are only 4 drawers in the bureau.
Oh, sorry, dear, but that's my last offer.
I suppose you'd like me to put my shirts under the bureau.
On the dirty floor? Of course not.
Good.
Here's a sheet of newspaper.
Thanks. What'll I do with my underwear?
Well, you can use the top shelf of the closet, dear.
How could I reach my underwear way up there?
Well, just let the legs hang down and grab them.
Gracie, I don't like to complain, but so far the only space I got is 1 drawer in the night table for my socks. Why is that?
It's because you're sweet and noble and chivalrous, George. You'd make any sacrifice for me, wouldn't you?
Sure, I guess so.
Well, then take your socks out and I'll put my cold cream in.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, you're so lucky to be married, dear. Think of that poor man who lived here all alone before we moved in.
Mr. Jones?
Yes. When he wanted a clean pair of socks, he had to search through drawer after drawer.
Yeah.
And you have a pair in every pocket.
Very fortunate. And look at the way the suits are all jammed in that closet.
Oh, that reminds me, dear. I wish you'd hang the blue suit on the far end.
Why?
Well, when I turn on the light, the glare from the pants almost blinds me.
I'll move it.
Hi, folks. Where are you?
Oh, back in here in the bedroom, Bill. Come on back.
Now, look, honey, my clothes are so wrinkled, I'm ashamed to wear them.
Well, what's doing, kids?
Well, we're putting away our clothes, and George is a little dissatisfied.
What's the beef, little man?
Little man. Well, Bill, for once in my life, I'd like to wear something that doesn't show wrinkles.
But, George, you look so silly in a veil.
Very amusing fellow. By the way, Bill, I'd like to have a little private talk with you. Gracie, would you leave me alone with the comedian?
Oh, go right ahead and talk, dear. I won't listen.
You won't, huh? Bill, what do you think Gracie would like for Christmas?
A wristwatch.
I thought so. Let's step in the next room, Bill.
What's the big secret, George?
Well, I'm going to throw a housewarming party tonight, and I want it to be a surprise for Gracie.
Oh.
And I'd like you to come and bring a date. How about that girl you had New Year's Eve? She was cute.
Alice?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't, George. You see, to be fair, I keep my girls in alphabetical order and work my way down the list, one each night. I dated Alice almost a year ago. I'm past her.
Oh.
I'll bring Annabelle.
Nice working down. Oh, and Bill, do you think you could find a girl for Meredith Wilson? He's too bashful to make a date himself.
Oh, sure, I'll fix it.
Now, remember, Gracie mustn't know a thing about this.
Oh, don't worry. But let me give you a tip, George. Women like surprise parties, but they like to be surprised when they're looking their best.
So what?
So, without tipping off the party, tell Gracie to buy a new dress.
That's a great idea, Bill. I'll do it.
Good. And if she faints, just put her feet higher than her head.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Gracie. See you later.
Oh, goodbye, Bill.
Gracie, I've got a wonderful idea.
What?
You go downtown and buy yourself a new dress. What's so funny?
It sounded just like you said, go downtown and buy yourself a new dress.
That's what I did say.
You got a fever, dear?
Oh. In fact, get a whole new outfit. Dress, shoes, hat, everything.
George Burns, what have you been up to?
Huh?
You must have an awfully guilty conscience telling me to go out and buy a dress and hat and shoes.
But, honey, just because I tell you to go out and spend $20 or $25? That doesn't mean I've done anything.
It doesn't, huh? What were you and Bill talking about that you didn't want me to hear?
Why,
That wolf. Was he getting you a date with another woman?
Oh, Gracie, how could there possibly be another woman for a man who's married to you?
Oh, yes, I guess I didn't stop to think. Say you forgive me.
It's okay.
How could I doubt you? Who's the sweetest, kindest husband in the whole world?
Me.
And who's the man I'll always love and trust?
Me. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, George. This is Bill. Say, I'm at the corner drugstore, and I just got a terrific date for Meredith Wilson.
Really?
Yeah. That redhead who works behind the cigar counter is back in town. You know, Sugar.
Sugar is in town? Wonderful.
Uh-huh.
Goodbye, Sam. Good old Sam.
Who's Sugar?
Sugar.
You heard me. Who's Sugar?
How would you like a nice pair of gloves to go with that new dress?
Who's Sugar?
Or maybe a nice new handbag.
Who's Alligator?
Any kind you want.
You'll buy it for me?
Absolutely.
Promise?
I promise.
Oh, thank you, George. Now, who's Sugar?
All right, I'll tell you. Then you'll see how silly you are not to trust me. Sugar is the name of Sam's Airedale.
You mean Sugar is just a dog?
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I've been a fool again. Say you forgive me.
It's okay.
How could I doubt you? Who's the sweetest, kindest husband in the whole world?
Me.
Who's the man I'll always love and trust?
Me.
And who's Sugar?
Now, look here. Sugar is an Airedale.
Hey, George, what's the idea of hanging up on me?
Bill, do you happen to know who Sugar is?
Sugar? Of course.
Well, of course he knows. Don't you, Fido? I mean, Bill.
Huh?
Bill, I asked you who Sugar is.
Yeah, speak, boy. Speak. Speak. Come on, boy. I'll give you horse meat.
What's going on here, anyway?
Bill, I want to know who Sugar is.
Well, I'll be glad to tell you, Gracie. Sugar is... You all right?
Well, come on. Who is she, Bill?
Well, Gracie... Gracie, I think I'd better take George outside. Listen, George, we can tell Gracie who Sugar is without giving away the surprise housewarming.
Yeah, I guess we can at that. Come on. Gracie, we've decided to tell you the truth. Sugar is Meredith Wilson's date.
He has a date with an Airedale?
That could happen to Meredith, but in this case, she happens to be a woman.
And she's not after George?
She's not after me. I've only seen her once in my life.
Oh, I'll bet she's beautiful. More beautiful than I am.
No, she isn't.
Yes, she is.
No, she isn't.
I don't know. She's awfully pretty.
You stay out of this.
Well, anyway, Gracie, now you know the truth. Sugar is Meredith Wilson's girl.
That's right.
Come in.
Hiya, folks.
Well, Meredith, we were just talking about you. How's Sugar?
How's Sugar? Sweet, I guess.
Have you seen Sugar lately?
About an hour ago in my coffee.
In your coffee?
Oh, well, she's always getting into Meredith's coffee, Gracie. Well, let's run along, Meredith.
Just a minute. Meredith, have you a girl named Sugar?
Me?
Well, let's run along, Meredith.
Gosh, no. I don't have any girl at all, Mrs. Burns.
Well, let's run along, Meredith.
Wait a minute. I'll run with you.
Oh, no. Not so fast. So, Sugar is Meredith's girlfriend, huh?
Well, sure. Meredith, you remember meeting Sugar. I took you to her house and introduced you.
You did?
Well, certainly. And you two sat on the divan while I went out to the kitchen.
But what happened to Sugar and me sitting on the divan?
Meredith, don't you remember? She grabbed you and threw her arms around you.
Gosh, well, what happened then, Bill? Huh, Bill? Bill? What happened then, Bill, huh?
You fought like a tiger.
Mm-hmm.
I say you fought like a tiger.
I did?
You said, get away from me.
Gee, I'm such a jerk.
No, you're not. You wanted your hands free.
Now, look, boys, this little farce has gone far enough. I know who Sugar is. She's a vampire, and she's after my husband.
Oh, Gracie.
And you're just trying to protect him, Bill Goodwin.
No, honest, Gracie.
Bill, you can't argue with her when she's like this. Come on, let's get out of here. You too, Meredith.
Okay.
Men. They're beasts. That's what they are. All of them. Wish there was something else the girl could marry. And believe me, what the women of this country need is a third sex.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, all right, Mr. Postman.
You're not very friendly this morning.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Postman, but I just can't be civil to anyone wearing pants today.
Well, it's against regulations for me to take them off.
I meant you're a man, and I feel very bitter about men today. They're fickle and deceitful. Why can't they be faithful and true, like a dog? Sometimes I wish I had married a dog.
Take it from me, it ain't great.
Oh, I wish I had met Mr. Jones, the tenant who lived here before we moved in. He must have been pretty smart. He lived alone and liked it.
Please, Mrs. Burns, don't feel so bitter about marriage. Not all husbands are fickle. Look at me. Goodness knows I have plenty of opportunities. With my handsome physique and dynamic personality.
Oh, I'll bet you do.
Oh, yes. When I married my wife, I swore I'd never look at another woman.
And you never have?
Never. Her puss cured me forever. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling. Till the end of time, long as stars are in the blue.
Mr. Postman.
Why, Mr. Jones, we were just talking about you. Why are you hiding here in the bushes?
I'm waiting to see you. Listen, you gotta help me. My ex-wife's in town, and she's after me.
So what?
So if an old battle axe asks you about me, don't tell her I've moved. Tell her I still live here.
Oh, but you don't, Mr. and Mrs. Burns?
Yeah, I know, but I need time to get out of town. I owe her 15 years back alimony. $30,000.
Wow.
Oh, I've done everything. I've even changed my name.
Yes?
Where is he?
Who?
The little shrimp who lives here.
There is no little shrimp in this house. He left with Bill Goodwin.
Well, then I'll wait. I ain't been chasing him 15 years to quit now.
Chasing him for... So you're the woman who's after my husband.
You ain't kidding. And now I'm going to get what's coming to me.
Your sugar.
30,000 lumps of it. So he's told you about me, huh?
Oh, we talked of nothing else all day. But now that I've seen you, I'm not worried. You'll never take George Burns away from me.
George Burns? So he's changed again, huh?
Changed?
Sure. The last time I saw him, he was green.
Oh, well, not anymore. I taught him plenty.
Come on, stop stalling. I want the $30,000 he owes me.
He owes you $30,000? What for?
Alimony. 15 years back alimony.
Oh, no, there must be some mistake. You can't mean George.
George, Oscar. All I know is I've had to work. I've paid the rent. I bought the clothes. Not once has he used his money.
Oh, I guess you do mean George. This is awful. He never told me he was married before he met me. What if he can't pay?
He goes to jail for 30 years.
Oh, I don't care. I'll wait for him. In 30 years, George will only be... Let's see. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Well, think it over.
No, wait. To save George from jail, I'll make the supreme sacrifice.
What sacrifice?
I'll give him back to you.
Oh, no.
Oh, but if you don't take him, you won't get anything. He's better than nothing.
Just barely. Still, he's no good to me in jail.
And he did used to help me with the housework.
Oh, and he can still do the housework.
And he was handsome.
Oh, and he still is.
And how that man could kiss.
He can still do the housework. Now, you understand, I'm giving my husband back to you only to save him from jail.
I understand.
You will be kind to him, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Don't ever nag him. I never have. Whenever George wants to do something, I just say no, and that's the end of it.
Well, don't worry. I'll use the same system.
But it's been so long since you knew him, there are a lot of little things I should tell you. For instance, when you see him in his underwear in the morning, don't laugh. He hates it.
Well, I'll remember that.
And don't forget, he's reached the brittle age now. When you sit on his lap, lower yourself very gently.
I'll be as careful as I can.
Well, I guess there's nothing left to do now but go in and get it over with.
How are you going to break it to him?
Well, I'll be as gentle as I possibly can. I don't want to hurt the poor dear too much. I'll start off by talking about something else, and then very gradually and subtly I'll sort of sneak into telling him I'm leaving.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for you here.
George, that's a lovely-looking suit you have on.
Well, thanks.
Well, goodbye. I'm leaving you.
Huh?
This mockery we call a marriage is over. Why pretend any longer?
Pretend?
Well, sure. The time has come for me to cast you aside like I'd throw away an orange I was through with.
But...
You're all squeezed out, George.
Gracie, I don't get this. I thought you loved me.
Me? Loved you? Me? Loved you? Me?
Stop it. Look, if you never loved me, why did you ever marry me in the first place?
Money, George. Money, security, and a nice home.
Oh.
Now that you've finally got them all, I'm leaving you.
Now, wait a minute, Gracie. If you're worried about sugar...
Sugar? Me? Sugar?
Now, cut that out. Cut that out.
George, I'm not leaving you because of sugar. She has nothing to do with it. You see, there's another man.
Another man?
Uh-huh.
Who is he?
Oh, he's wonderful. He's so romantic, so irresistible. He just swept me off my feet.
Who is he?
What fire, what charm. He's got everything you've gotten 20 years less of it.
Who is he? What's his name?
His name?
Yes, his name.
Well, I call him Poopsie.
Yeah. But his real name? What is it?
His real name? Well,
Hello, Gracie. I just came over to...
Poopsie!
Something you ate?
Gracie, you mean Meredith Wilson is Poopsie?
Yes, Meredith. Let's get away from it all. Let's go to the Riviera. Now, tonight.
All right. What's playing there?
Now, wait a minute, Gracie. This flute player swept you off your feet?
Yes, George. You see, Poopsie, I've told George about our love. Our wild, flaming love.
That sounds exciting. Would you tell me, too?
Oh, no. We don't have to pretend now. We're like the lovers in the beautiful opera. I'm Isolde and you're Tristan. I'm Carmen and you're Don Jose. I'm Madame and you're Butterfly.
Gee, first it was sugar and now it's you. I must be a devil when I'm unconscious.
Gracie, you're making this up. There's something behind it.
Oh, no. It's just that our marriage won't work. I'm going to put you out of my mind. Forget you completely.
Gracie, you can never forget me.
We'll see. Well, goodbye, Harry.
Harry?
Oh, you see, I've forgotten you already.
Oh.
Come, Poopsie.
Well, did you fix it? Can I have my husband again?
Yes. He's yours.
Oh, good. I can hardly wait to see my handsome Oscar.
Oh, go to him before I weaken.
Yes?
Oscar, what have they done to you?
Oscar? My name is George Burns. I'm not Oscar.
No, now that I have a better look at you, I see you're not.
What is all this?
Your wife said I was your wife.
My wife... Gracie, come back here.
It's no use, George. Poopsie
Oh,
and
stop that. Did you sick this woman on me?
I only wanted to keep you out of jail, dear.
But this guy ain't Oscar.
But aren't you, Sugar?
No.
You weren't married to my husband?
No, he's about the only trouble I never had.
Oh, this is terrible. Oh, George, can you ever forgive me?
Well,
Oh, of course you can. Who's the sweetest, kindest husband in the whole world?
me.
Who's the man I'll always love and trust?
Me.
Okay, now who's Sugar?
Fine mess you got me into with that Oscar Green mix-up.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Now, just forget it ever happened.
It's not so easy. You were actually going to leave me, huh?
Me? Leave you?
Good night, folks.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. To a new series of programs featuring the domestic adventures of that lovable Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie. As we look in at the Burns home today, George and Gracie are just sitting down to breakfast.
Boy, nothing like a cup of coffee to start the day. Warms your stomach. What's so funny?
Oh, the coffee warming your tummy. I was just thinking, first the pot warms the coffee, and then the coffee warms
Never mind. How about some cream?
I'm sorry, darling, no cream.
How about some butter for the toast?
Oh, no butter either. You see, we're new in this neighborhood, and the milkman says that he can only take care of his old customers.
But this has been going on for 3 weeks now.
Sorry, George, I've done my best to strike up a friendship with the milkman. I always ask how Mamie is feeling, what Verner's been doing, and if Dolores has any new boyfriends.
His daughters?
No, his cows.
No milk, no butter, no cream. How about bacon?
The butcher just looks at me and says, sorry, lady, you ain't an old customer.
Well, I might as well go out and have breakfast. By the way, where are my clean shirts?
Oh, the laundryman is taking care of his old customers, too.
Oh. Everywhere you have to be old.
George, why don't you try?
Forget it. What'll I wear?
Well, I washed out your sleeveless sweater myself.
I don't own a sleeveless sweater.
Yes, you do. I had a little bad luck with the ringer.
Thanks, kid. Darn it, this makes me sore.
Well, if we want bacon and butter and laundry and things, we'll just have to get in the car and drive back to our old neighborhood where they know us.
You can't even do that. The car is on its last legs. I'd be afraid to go around the block in it.
Oh, it never was a very good car. Every time I drove it, a fender fell off, or a headlight fell off, or a bumper fell off.
Yeah, I know.
But I must admit, they sometimes fell off the cars I hit, too.
Yeah, those old jobs just wouldn't hold up.
No. Why don't we buy a new one?
I thought of that, but I can't get a priority. The woman at the ration board says I'm not essential.
Non-essential? But I couldn't get along without you.
Gracie, she doesn't mean that. You see what?
Come in. Well, hello, Meredith.
Well, good morning, folks. I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, Meredith. What's on your mind?
Well, I just wanted to get some more advice from Gracie.
What's Gracie been giving you advice about?
About girls.
You know how bashful Meredith is, George.
Well, nothing seems to work for me. Gracie said when I was with a girl, I should talk about myself.
Well, did you try that?
Sure I did. Just last night I called on a girl, and after we'd sat there for a while, I said, I was born in Mason City, Iowa in 1907.
Oh, fine. And what did she say?
She said, really? And when did you die?
A fair question.
Meredith, maybe your clothes are partly to blame. Have you ever thought of dressing to attract girls?
Oh, gosh, no. I'd pull the shade down.
I mean, wear smart clothes. Now, look at George. He dresses to show off his figure.
Say, he does have broad shoulders, all right.
Well, if you think those are broad, you ought to see his blue suit.
I'll take you to meet my tailor, Mr. Russo.
Oh, he's wonderful, Meredith. I went in with George to try on his new suit, and he looks just like Johnny Weissmuller.
I do, honey?
No, Mr. Russo does.
Oh, yes, Russo is good. Well, Meredith, my advice would be...
Come in.
Hi, Burns. Well, hello, Bill.
Hello, Meredith. Hello, Bill.
Bill, you're the logical one to help Meredith with his problem.
Problem?
Yes, he's been having such a struggle with girls.
Can't think of a more delightful pastime myself.
Now, you misunderstand. Meredith has a struggle getting a date. Girls just don't fall for him.
Oh. Well, let's have a look at you, Meredith. Mm-hmm. Well, for one thing, you got to stop cutting your own hair. Go to a barber.
But, Bill, they always cut it too short.
Now, I'm trying to help you, Meredith. Secondly, when you're out with a girl, take off those glasses.
But, gee, Bill, I couldn't have any fun if I couldn't see her.
And another thing...
Look, Bill. Bill, to listen to you, you're the only guy in the world who doesn't have a problem with women.
Well, don't kid yourself, George. Right now, 5 of my girls are mad at me.
Really?
Yeah. And after that big expensive build-up, too. Champagne, candy, flowers. They spent a fortune on me. And now all 5 of them have gone over to Van Johnson.
Oh, Bill, there are thousands of girls in Hollywood. What do you care about 5?
Well, Gracie, a thing like this can grow. Pretty soon there'll be 6 girls in Hollywood who aren't mine. And then 7. I gotta nip this thing in the bud. Believe me, I got a problem.
Come in.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, fellows.
Good morning, Mr. Postman.
Quite a gathering you have here.
Yes, and everyone's brought a problem. How about you?
No, I left my wife at home.
Still having those little run-ins with the missus, huh?
Yes. This morning I was forced to raise my hand to her. She struck me.
Oh, how terrible. But you shouldn't have raised your hand to her.
I had to. I couldn't get up off the floor by myself.
My goodness, you do have a problem with your wife. How do you stand it?
Well, I confess, sometimes I wake up at night and think of running away. But I'll never leave her, Mrs. Burns. There's a strong chain that binds us together.
What is it?
Just an ordinary iron chain. Well, goodbye, everybody. Remember, keep smiling.
Yeah. Well, Blanche Morton.
Hi, Gracie. Get your hat and come along.
Where?
I've just discovered the biggest bargain sale in history.
Really?
Yes, the Army is selling everything they don't need anymore. Think what we can pick up at a sale like that.
Oh, I don't think George would like it if I brought home any soldiers.
Oh, not soldiers, Gracie. They're selling all kinds of other wonderful things. Here, look at this list. All wool blankets, flashlights, girdles the Army bought for their wax.
Gee, flashlights and girdles. Something for George and something for me.
Sure.
Oh, I've needed a flashlight for years.
Well, come on, Gracie, get your hat.
Oh, no, Blanche. I'm afraid I can't go with you. I couldn't get a penny out of George today. He's in one of those moods. You know the kind I mean.
A normal one, huh?
Well, he's got a reason. Because we're new in this neighborhood, the butcher won't sell us meat. The milkman won't sell us cream. The laundryman won't take our laundry. And to top it all, the ration board won't let him buy a new car.
Oh. Isn't there any way you could get some money out of him? There'll never be another sale like this one.
Well, of course, there is one method that's never failed with George yet. Flattery.
Flattery?
Well, yes. I tell him all kinds of wonderful things about himself. What a wonderful wife he has. How wonderful she looks in her clothes. All kinds of wonderful things.
Yeah, well, I think it might be wise to say a few nice things about him, too.
Oh, certainly. I don't have to stick to the truth.
No. Well, you better think of something fast, Gracie. Look out the window. George is coming up the walk right now.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, I know. Jimmy Stewart has always been his favorite movie star. He thinks Jimmy is the handsomest, most charming fellow in the world. Blanche, you just take your cues from me.
Hello, girls. I was just...
Well, of all people, welcome back to Hollywood, Colonel.
Colonel?
I almost didn't recognize you. You look so different in civilian clothes.
Civilian clothes?
Oh, wait a minute, Gracie. There's been a mistake. This man is much handsomer than Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, yes, he is. I wonder who... Why, Blanche, it's my husband, George!
No.
Yes.
I'm not giving you any money, so forget it.
Oh, but, George, this is a marvelous opportunity. The Army's having a big sale today.
I'm not interested. The priority board just turned me down again. I've got my own troubles.
Well, if you could see the list of things for sale, you'd change your mind.
Here you are, Gracie. Read it to him.
10 Army soup kettles, capacity 500 gallons.
Oh!
Must have one of those. We might want a light snack between meals.
15,000 feet of barbed wire.
Grab it, grab it, grab it. We can string it around the house in case your mother pays us a visit.
105 how?
How stands for howitzers. That's Army abbreviation.
Can't imagine a home without a howitzer.
George, I may be wrong, but I don't believe you're taking this seriously.
Gracie, it's amazing the way you can see through me.
No money, huh?
Not a cent, no.
But you haven't heard the whole list. They're selling signal flags and tanks and jeeps and tents.
Wait a minute. Did you say jeeps?
Sure. See, right here, 50 jeeps.
Sweetheart, I apologize. You're a wonderful woman.
Yeah, I know. What did I do?
You solved our car problem. I'll buy a Jeep and the racing board could go jump in the lake. Here, I'll write you out a check for a down payment.
All right.
Now remember, all I want is a Jeep. Don't get anything else.
George, have I ever gone against your wishes?
Yes.
Have I ever tried to deceive you?
Yes.
Well, give me the check. You waste more time answering questions. Hello, dear. Well, it was some sale.
Really? When do I get my Jeep?
George, you never saw such marvelous things in your life. What bargains. The Army certainly does things right.
Yeah. When do I get my Jeep?
Blanche bought 3 dozen captain's bars. She's going to use them to pin up her baby's diapers.
Yes, that's right. When do I get my Jeep?
Well, they were only 50 cents a dozen. Of course, they came with the captains removed.
When do I get my Jeep?
You should see the marvelous Army
Gracie.
car. Huh?
When do I get my Jeep?
Your Jeep?
My Jeep.
Then I bought some
Gracie, the
extra...
Jeep. When do I get it?
Well, I didn't buy the Jeep, George. You see, I kind of ran out of money.
Ran out of money? What did you do with the check I gave you?
Well, I bought something else with it, George. Something you'll get a great deal of pleasure out of. I was thinking only of you when I bought it, dear.
What is it?
100 pair of nylons.
100 pair of nylons?
Uh-huh. You're thrilled, huh?
Well, this is fine. I send you out to buy a Jeep and you come home with 100 pair of stockings? We needed that Jeep. How are we going to get around without a car?
Oh, I have that all figured out. We'll hitch ride.
Hitch ride?
Well, sure. With a pair of nylons and a good strong wind, I guarantee to stop anything on the road.
Oh. 100 pair of nylons. I'm going right down to the Army Supply Center and cancel that order.
But, George, think of my morale. For years I've worn nothing but cotton and rayon.
They looked all right to me.
Oh, that's because you're a husband. You haven't looked at my legs since we were married.
I have to.
Oh, yeah? Quick, how many have I got?
3.
Oh, you came closer than I thought you would have.
Yeah, it was a good guess, yes. Goodbye, Gracie. I'm going down and get my check back.
But, George, I've told everybody in town that I have nylons. I'll be the laughing stock of all the women.
That's tough, kid, but there'll be no nylons delivered. Come in. How do you do? I'm Mr. Bates, your neighborhood butcher.
Oh, well, hello, Mr. Bates.
I brought you ham, Mrs. Burns, the finest I have in stock.
Oh, how wonderful. How much is it?
Oh, for you, not a penny. I want you to take it as a gift.
A gift?
Yes, a little expression of goodwill. Oh, by the way, I understand you have 100 pair of nylons.
That's right. They'll be delivered here at 5 o'clock.
Splendid. My wife wears size 9. Goodbye. Well, I'll be gone.
You see? The nylons did it. When I wore cotton, the best we ever got was codfish.
I can't believe it.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Burns. This is Mr. Peterson, the druggist. I was wondering if you could use a few boxes of Kleenex.
Well, I certainly could. Shall I come by for it?
Oh, no, I'll bring it over myself. Oh, by the way...
They'll be here at 5 o'clock.
Thanks. Bye.
Now we're getting some Kleenex, George. And you wanted to cancel that order.
Looks like I was wrong.
Well, it's not easy to be right all the time. I find it quite a strain.
Yeah. Hi, Gracie. Hey, is this nylon rumor on the level?
Absolutely, Bill.
Well, I told those 5 girls who were mad at me that you might slip me a few pairs.
Well, of course I will. Were they pleased?
Please. Right now they're overthrowing rocks at Van Johnson.
Well, come back at 5 o'clock and you can have them. 5 pair of nylons for the prettiest legs in Hollywood, eh, Bill?
Oh, no, I'm going to give them to the girls. I wear wool.
Those nylons are practically magic.
Oh, yeah, they solve everybody's problems. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Burns. This is Mr. Winslow, the milkman.
Oh, what size does your wife wear?
9.5.
Well, I'll take a gallon of whipping cream. Goodbye.
It's uncanny. Wave a pair of those things and you get whatever you want.
I wonder if Mrs. Charles Boyer would like a pair.
What she got that you want?
You're cute.
Yeah, I'm cute. Come in.
How do you do? I'm Mr. Connors, your neighborhood laundryman.
You heard the rumor, huh?
Yes, true?
True.
Good. Where'll I find your soiled garments?
Just open any closet, Mr. Connors. They'll fall out.
Do you suppose you could get them back in a week?
A week? Step aside. I'll wash them right here.
You'll find a tub on the back porch. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Burns. This is Meredith Wilson.
Oh, yes, Meredith.
Say, that story about the nylons is all over town. I'm sort of counting on a pair to give to a girl.
Why, of course. Do you think that might make the girls more friendly to you?
Hurry and get off the phone, hot lips.
Yes, ma'am, I think it might.
Well, be here at 5, Meredith. Goodbye. Here we go again.
Mrs. Burns, could I...
Yes, Mr. Postman, you may have a pair.
Oh, thank you. The little woman wears size 13 and a half.
Well, George, why doesn't it ring?
Why doesn't what ring?
The telephone. It's time for it to ring. What did I tell you? Hello?
That was the door, Gracie.
Oh. Yes?
Hello, I'm the lady from your ration board.
Oh, yes. You're the woman who said my husband wasn't essential.
Did I say that? Oh, silly me. Here's your priority. I ran all the way over here with it. I just ruined my stockings, of course.
I thought so. Be here at 5.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet down, everybody. Calm down and stay in line. The army truck just arrived, and Gracie is outside getting the nylons. Here she is.
It was nice seeing all you folks. Run along now and come visit us again sometime.
But, Gracie, all these... What happened? Weren't they genuine nylon?
Oh, yes, the finest nylon that can be made.
Weren't there 100?
Exactly 100.
Well, then, what's the matter?
The Army abbreviation, you see, on the list it said 100 pair nylon.
Well?
Well, how was I to know that PAR stood for parachute?
Parachute? Oh, no.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. The new series of programs featuring the domestic adventures of that lovable Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie. Well, the doorbell at the Burns house just sounded, and Gracie is opening the front door to admit an old friend.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Well, thank you, Mr. Postman. And how are you this lovely day?
Oh, simply glorious, Mrs. Burns. The crisp tang of this fall air fills me with the joy of living. A voice within me cries out, "You're alive! You're alive!"
Oh, yes. And you are, too.
It's a shame that on such a magnificent day I should bring you such dreadful news. Oh, poor Mr. Wilson.
Poor Mr. You mean Meredith Wilson?
Yes, such a nice man. And so young, too.
But what is it? Is Meredith ill?
I'm afraid it's even worse.
Oh, Mr. Postman, you don't mean...
Yes, he's going to get married.
Married? Meredith? Who is he going to marry?
I don't know, some girl.
Oh, how wonderful. That's what he always wanted to marry. Oh, this is thrilling, Mr. Postman, but it's almost unbelievable. Meredith is so shy and bashful. He's so afraid of a woman.
Wait till he gets married. He doesn't know what fear is yet.
Oh, now, Mr. Postman, you shouldn't be so dead set against marriage just because yours turned out so, well, shall we say, unfortunately?
Yes, let's say that. It's mild, but let's say it.
Well, I think marriage is wonderful, and I've been married for 10 years. Half my life.
Really?
Certainly. And Meredith will be happy, too. No one was ever meant to go through life alone, Mr. Postman. There's a mate somewhere for everyone.
I suppose that's true.
Well, of course it is. Every human being on Earth should marry another human being.
I guess that's where I made my mistake.
Oh, well, I've got to rush in now and tell my husband the big news. He'll be just as excited as I am.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
George! Oh, George!
Yeah. What's the excitement?
Oh, I just heard the most thrilling news. Guess who's getting married? Meredith Wilson.
Meredith Wilson?
Uh-huh.
Gosh, that's wonderful. But how did he ever propose? I didn't think he had nerve enough to talk to a girl.
George, a man doesn't have to talk when he proposes to a girl.
No?
Well, of course not. All he has to do is get down on his knees. If he doesn't pull out a pair of dice, she knows what he wants.
I guess so. Well, gee, this is great news.
Isn't it? Oh, I'm so excited. I just love weddings. George.
Yes?
Let's get married.
Gracie, we are married.
I know, I mean again. Lots of people do, just for the fun of it.
Oh, Gracie, you mean buy a license and everything?
Well, sure, I'll give you the $2 again.
It isn't that. It's just, it's kind of silly.
Oh, but, George, it'll be much more fun getting married this time. After all, the first time I hardly knew you.
Yeah, we were strangers.
Sure. But now I regard you as practically one of the family.
Thanks, kid. Now forget it. Only Meredith is getting married, not us.
Oh. Well, all right, dear. Maybe it's better that way because then you can sing.
You mean sing at Meredith's wedding?
Well, certainly. What could be more inspiring to a young couple starting on life's great adventure than the sound of your golden voice singing, I love you truly.
I love you truly, truly, dear. Life with its sorrow, life with its fear.
Oh, you're perfect for a wedding. Perfect. That voice has orange blossoms in it.
I love you truly.
Orange blossoms in it, huh?
Oh, absolutely. I can smell every note.
Well, come on, let's go over and we'll tell Bill Goodwin the news.
Take me there on wings of song, Sugar Throat.
I love you truly.
Oh.
Well, George and Gracie, come in.
Oh, Bill, we've come to tell you the most wonderful news.
What is it?
Well, something that's going to make two people blissfully happy. George, give him a hint.
I love you truly, truly, dear.
No, it'd never work, George. There's too much difference in our ages.
No, Meredith Wilson is going to get married to a girl.
Meredith Wilson? Oh, I don't believe it, Gracie. He's never even kissed a girl.
Well, Bill, all men aren't as forward as you. George didn't kiss me right away either.
That's right.
In fact, I remember the first time George kissed me. We've been back from our honeymoon about a week.
Forget it. Well, believe me, Meredith is even shyer than George. You know, I double dated with him one night, and when the girl said, what'll we do? I said, let's go up on Observatory Hill where it's nice and dark and count the stars.
What happened?
Meredith got up to 2,400,000.
I'll bet you weren't counting stars, huh, Bill?
Oh, shucks, no, George. I took my girl for a walk down the old Ox Road.
Tripped over a pebble, didn't you?
Yes.
Lucky girl. Imagine walking down the old Ox Road with the old ox himself.
Well, I still can't believe that bashful Meredith is getting married.
Why don't we go over to Meredith's house and check up on this thing?
Well, yeah, let's go. By the way, Bill, if it's true, you'll be the only single one left.
Well, that suits me.
Now, Bill, wouldn't you like to settle down like George?
Not that far down, no.
Let's go and see Meredith.
Well, hi, folks.
Meredith, is it true? Are you going to get married?
Yep. I guess I am, all right.
Oh, no.
Good. Well, thanks.
Now, Meredith, you're rather young and innocent, and I think it would be a good idea for a man who's wiser and more experienced to have a little talk with you.
Yes. Sit down, Meredith.
You too, George, and don't miss a word Bill says.
Well, Meredith, my boy, as soon as the wedding is over, get your bride away from the crowd.
Yeah, he's right. That's what George did.
Yes. Now, rush her to your car and drive straight to your honeymoon cottage.
That's what George did.
Pick her up in your arms and carry her across the threshold.
Go on, Bill.
Now, Meredith, there you are, the two of you alone in your little love nest, your beautiful bride in your arms.
Oh, boy. Do I put her down now?
Oh, certainly not. You carry her right through the living room, through the dining room, and into the kitchen.
Now what?
Now, you walk over to your bride, put your arm around her, and whisper tenderly in her ear.
Oh, well, thanks.
And now we all want to congratulate the lucky girl. Who is she?
Well, she's the girl who sells ribbon at the dime store. I've been in love with her for a year now.
Oh, what's her name?
I don't know.
You don't know her name?
Uh-uh. I've never gotten up nerve enough to ask her.
Well, how did you propose to her?
Well, I haven't yet. Every day I think I will. But when I get there, I lose my nerve, and I just buy a yard of blue ribbon.
Oh, murder. You've been after the girl for a year, and what have you got to show for it?
I got 300 yards of blue ribbon.
Well, that's very handy. No married couple should be without it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Furniture they don't need.
No.
A house is nothing. But got to have at least a few hundred yards of blue ribbon.
Oh, now, boy.
What is home without ribbon?
Yeah, it takes a heap of ribbon to make a house a home.
Oh. Now stop making fun of Meredith.
Who knows, after a year, you may even have a little string running around the house.
Why, sure. I've heard of bashful guys, but Meredith Wilson takes the cake.
He certainly does.
Imagine being in love with a girl for a year and not having a word to say.
Well, that was ridiculous. It's only after marriage that a man doesn't have a word to say.
How true.
Come in.
Hi, folks.
Meredith, you should say to yourself, I'm a wolf. I'm an irresistible wolf. Go on, try it.
I'm a wolf. I'm an irresistible wolf.
Well, let's try something else.
Do women really like those bold fellows?
Oh, certainly. The rough, domineering Humphrey Bogart type of man. As a matter of fact, that's why I married No, that wasn't it.
Well, I could never be rough and domineering, you think.
But it's easy. Look, George is in the den. Let's pretend that he's Lauren Bacall.
Well, I thought you said this was easy.
It is. Now, I'm Humphrey Bogart, and he's Lauren Bacall. Now, watch this.
Hello, dear. Do you want something?
I suppose all I got to do is whistle, huh, gorgeous?
Gorgeous?
Don't wave those long eyelashes at me, doll face.
Doll face?
Suppose you expect me to break out in goose pimples because you're sitting there in a sweater.
Gracie.
That may get other men, not me.
Other men? Honey, you better sit down.
Never mind that sofa routine.
Sofa room. Look.
You dames are a dime a dozen. There you are, Meredith. Isn't that a simple technique?
Well, not for me. Oh, gee, I couldn't talk that way to anybody.
Well, of course you could. What do you say when one of your musicians plays a sour note?
I say, I fear you've lost control of your instrument, sir.
Well, Meredith, I guess we better use another technique. Now, how about the strong, silent Gary Cooper type?
Women like them, too?
Oh, yes, as a matter of fact, that's why I married John. No, that wasn't it either. Well, listen, I'll show you how the Gary Cooper approach works.
Oh, it's you again, huh?
Yep.
Do you still think I look beautiful in a sweater?
Nope.
What's the matter with you? Why do you carry on that way?
Yep.
Yep? That doesn't make much sense, does it?
Nope.
What's with this yep and nope? Are you losing your mind?
Nope.
Could I be losing mine?
Yep.
This is the silliest thing I ever heard.
Could you make that a question?
Will you get out of here?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, Meredith, how about that technique?
It's no use, Gracie. I can't be Humphrey Bogart, and I can't be Gary Cooper. I'll just have to be Meredith Wilson.
No, we're not that desperate yet.
Well, I'm a musician, not a lover. I'll never get a girl. I guess I might as well stick to my flute.
I think you'd have more fun with a girl.
Maybe we better forget it.
Wait a minute. Look, a girl usually wants a man that all the other girls are crazy about.
Well, I've noticed that.
Well, sure, as a matter of fact, that's why I married Joe. Now I'm just being silly. But anyway, that's true. And Meredith, I'm going to make you the most popular man in town.
Really?
Absolutely. When I'm finished, you and that girl behind the ribbon counter will make beautiful music together.
Together?
Hmm?
I'd better go get another flute.
Now, you'll be here for dinner at 6 o'clock and leave everything to me.
Oh, I sure will. Thanks a million, Gracie. Goodbye.
Oh, poor Meredith. George! Oh, George!
Now what?
Oh, come on, dear. We're going to the dime store and invite that girl behind the ribbon counter to dinner.
What for?
Well, I've got a plan that'll get her married to Meredith.
What is it?
Oh, darling, please. If I tell you my secret, you'll know how I hooked you.
You hooked me. Gracie, I took you out every night. I sent you candy, sent you orchids, and you think you hooked me?
You could have got me without all that. Don't you call that getting hooked?
Yeah, I was hooked. Let's go. Well, there's the ribbon counter, but surely that's not Meredith's girl. She's too homely.
Oh, she is homely, all right. Maybe she has hidden charms.
That, well, she didn't have to hide them.
Well, if Meredith loves her and wants to marry her, that's enough for us. Oh, Miss?
Yes, did you want to buy some ribbon?
Well, no, there's enough ribbon in our neighborhood now. We'd like to invite you over for dinner tonight.
Me? For dinner? But you don't even know me.
Well, that's all right.
Oh, I see. You've got an odd man, huh?
Very. And you're just the girlfriend.
Here's the address, Miss
Hardwick. Flossie Hardwick.
Well, here's the address, and we'll expect you at 5:30.
Well, shall I dress?
Oh, yes, this man is very bashful. Well, see you tonight.
Goodbye.
I can't understand how Meredith could want to marry that scarecrow.
Well, George, homely people are honest and kind and faithful. They make the best mates. As a matter of fact, that's why I married... Well, what do you know? I finally got it.
Gracie, you've been on that telephone for an hour now. What are you doing?
Arranging for Meredith Wilson to be the greatest lover in town.
You can do that on the telephone?
Sure. You see, I called the postman and Bill Goodwin, and I also called... Oh, there's Flossie. Now, you just follow my lead.
Here I am.
Come in, Flossie. Your date will be here in a few minutes.
Who is he?
Meredith Wilson. Handsome, magnetic Meredith Wilson.
I don't believe I've ever heard of him.
Never heard of Meredith Wilson, the great lover?
No. Is he really great?
Oh, he knows more about love than any policeman in Griffith Park.
Oh, you must be exaggerating.
Well, we'll see. Well, now, whoever could that be? Come in.
Oh, woe is me. Woe is me.
Why, Mr. Postman, what's the trouble?
My wife has left me for Meredith Wilson.
Oh, you poor man. But don't blame him. No woman can resist bedroom eyes, Wilson.
But he has stolen my wife.
Oh, what a horrible thing.
I know, but he stole her anyway.
Well, Flossie, you see?
Yeah, that sort of thing happens every day.
Every day. It happens every minute. Now, you see what I mean? Come in.
Where's Meredith Wilson? I'll kill him. I'll murder him. I'll fracture
Why,
him.
Bill Goodwin, whatever could be the trouble?
He had stolen my fiancée, the girl I promised to marry.
Oh.
He can't go on like this. That's the fourth fiancée he's stolen from me this week. You've got to stop him. Please, Gracie, stop him. At this rate, I'll run out of fiancés in only 2 more weeks. Stop him. Stop him, do you hear? Stop him. Stop him.
Gee, Meredith Wilson stole his girl, too.
That's no trick for Meredith.
Oh, but Bill Goodwin is a movie star.
Meredith is more fascinating than any movie actor. He has more appeal than Ronald Coleman. And as for Charles Boyer, Meredith could spot him 2 gaslights in a Casbah.
You'll never convince me that he's a greater lover than Charles Boyer and Ronald Coleman.
We won't, huh? Come in.
I'm frightfully sorry to trouble you at this hour, Mrs. Byrne. But have you seen Meredith Wilson about?
Why, no. Is something wrong?
Wrong, you ask. My dear child, the cat has made off with the girl I treasured above rare jewels.
Meredith stole your girl?
Yes. I wouldn't be so put out if it were Herbert Marshall or Cary Grant. But the blighter isn't even British.
Him! Of all people, him! Why, I wouldn't have believed it possible.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. Come in.
Bonjour, madame, bonjour. Could you tell me where I might find Meredith Wilson?
Now, don't tell me he has stolen your girl.
Mais oui.
Oh, well, he's really picking on you British tonight, isn't he?
I am too plain, too unromantic to compete with this Meredith Wilson. I think I'll go back to Paris. Au revoir, madame.
Oh, I will. Goodbye. Are you convinced that Meredith is dynamite?
Oh, I'll say I am. Oh, but a guy like that would never look at me.
Now, that's where you're wrong. Meredith loves only you.
He loves me? Little plain me?
He loves you. Big plain you.
And he wants to marry you.
Oh, this is wonderful. All my life I've waited to...
Come in.
Well, is dinner ready?
Yes, and so is Flossie. Take him, Flossie. He's all yours.
Come here, bedroom eyes.
Hey! Stop! Let go of me. You'll break my glasses.
Meredith, stop trying to get off her lap. This is your dream girl. I fixed it for you.
But I never saw her before in my life.
This is the girl behind the dime store ribbon counter.
Oh, I'm not the regular girl. I was just substituting there
What?
today. So, come on, Dreamboat. Let's get married.
But I don't want to. No. No, now stop dragging me. Help! Help!
Oh, I hope they'll be happy together.
You did a fine job.
Oh, George, don't forget we're going to be on the Danny Kaye show tomorrow night, and Bill and Meredith will be with us.
That's right, Gracie. Good night, folks.
Good night.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. As we look in at the Burns home today, we find George and Gracie discussing the problems of their next-door neighbor, Meredith Wilson.
So, Meredith is going to drop over, George. He has a date tonight, and I want you to give him some advice about women.
What? Again? Why doesn't his father have a talk with him?
Oh, his father is even shyer with women than Meredith.
Oh, so he got a shyness from his father.
Yes, and it not only affected Meredith, but his 10 brothers and 14 sisters.
Well, I don't think I'm the one to advise him about women.
Oh, I bet you know plenty about women, George Burns. I wouldn't be surprised if you used to be quite a ladies' man.
Me? Oh, a little, maybe.
You handsome rascal. I'll bet you were plenty of competition for Francis X. Bushman.
Yeah, took plenty of dames away from George Ollis, too.
Well, don't tell me you don't know anything about women. I knew the first time I kissed you that you'd been kissed before. You were dynamite.
Really?
Sure. You kissed almost as good as I did.
Thanks.
So you will have a talk with Meredith?
Well, I guess it is sort of selfish of me to keep all my vast knowledge about women to myself. They didn't used to call me Volcano Lips for nothing.
Why, you've forgotten more about love than most men ever knew.
Yeah, I guess I have.
I wish you could remember a little of it.
I'll try.
Oh, this must be Meredith. Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Hello, Meredith.
Gracie tells me you have a date tonight, Meredith.
I surely have.
Her name is Peggy, and I'm awful anxious to make a good impression, so I thought I'd like to get some advice from the old master himself.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Yeah, I know Bill Goodwin usually drops in.
Meredith, it's possible that I can tell you some things about women.
Oh, well, thanks, George, but you probably just heard the same rumors I have.
Well, listen, Meredith. No amount of talking about women is going to take the place of experience. You ought to get out and rub elbows with them.
Is that fun?
It's keen.
Come in.
Hi, folks.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Hello, Master.
Hi, Meredith.
Say, Bill, I've got a date with a girl tonight, and I wish you'd please give me some
Now,
advice.
some other time, please, Meredith. I've got a big problem of my own right now.
But, Bill,
Meredith, I'm sorry. I've got something on my mind right now beside women.
See him later, Meredith, when he's thinking normally again.
Well, okay, I'll drop back then.
What's up, Bill?
Yes, it must be pretty important if you refuse to talk about women.
Gracie, I don't think only about women. I think of my career, too. And that's what this is about. I want fame and success and lots of money.
Well, of course you do.
Sure. Look at the women I'll be able to get.
Bill, suppose you tell us what this is all about.
Well, George, there's a part open at my studio that I'm dying to get. It's in a picture called Love in a Cottage. And who do you think I'd be playing opposite? Ingrid Bergman.
Really?
Yeah. Can you imagine Ingrid Bergman and me playing opposite each other? What an opportunity. What a chance to become the biggest picture name in the country.
Well, sure.
And, of course, it'll help me, too.
He's murder, isn't he?
Well, Bill, what's the matter? Can't you get the part?
Well, I don't know, Gracie. You see, the producer, Mr. Sherwood, is one of these guys who believes in realism. The part is a married man, and he feels only a married man could play it.
Well, there's only one answer, Bill. Get married.
Well, sure, pick out one of the girls you're engaged to and surprise her.
No, I thought of a better way, Gracie. I told the producer that I was married, that I already have a wife.
What?
Well, yeah, I've even invited him to dinner tonight, so now I gotta produce a wife. You don't know where I could borrow one, do you?
Well, no, I'm afraid I... come in.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman.
Did I interrupt a family conference?
Oh, no. We're trying to help Mr. Goodwin. He wants to borrow somebody's wife.
Oh, but Mr. Goodwin's is sort of a wolf. If he borrowed a wife, he might keep her.
No, I wouldn't.
Darn it, I was going to lend you mine.
No, thanks, Mr. Postman.
Not even if I threw in a week's salary?
No.
My government pension?
Nope.
No matter what shape she's returned in, I won't ask for a refund.
No, we better forget it.
Now, I don't understand you, Mr. Postman. If you're that anxious to get rid of your wife, why did you ever marry her?
Oh, I was young, and it was spring. The hollyhocks were blooming, and the chickadees were singing.
I see.
Since then, I've been arrested 12 times for pulling up hollyhocks and throwing them at chickadees.
Well, Mr. Postman, I'd like to oblige, but you know how it is.
Yes, I know. I'm stuck with my mailbag and that female, too. Well, goodbye. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, Bill, I guess you'll have to look somewhere else for a wife.
Well, I was sort of hoping that you'd play the part, Gracie.
Me?
Well, yes, we could invite the producer here for dinner.
I don't think much of the idea.
Oh, neither do I, Bill. Oh, you better forget it.
Okay, Gracie, I just picked you because I wanted the producer to think my wife was as charming as Ingrid Bergman. Well, I'll be running along.
As charming as Ingrid Bergman?
Oh, yes. And just as beautiful. Well, I'll be running along.
I'm as beautiful as she?
Oh, sure. And even more talented. Well, I'll be running along.
More talented than Ingrid Bergman, me?
Well, easily. Well, I'll be...
Oh, sit down, Bill. What's your hurry?
Then you'll do it?
Oh, yes. you can call a producer and invite him here for dinner.
I already did. Well, I'll run home and get dressed. See you later, wifey dear.
Well, I'll be done. You let Bill flatter you into it. Imagine going for that line of hooey.
Well,
Anyone who falls for flattery is a dope. Besides, what'll I do while Bill is your husband? Hide in the attic?
Well, no. You can be our butler.
Butler? Nothing doing.
Oh, all right, dear. I just wanted to show Bill that you're a finer actor than Charles Lawton, that's all, but forget it.
Me? Finer than Lawton?
Oh, yes, and much more convincing, but that's all right, forget it.
More convincing? I am?
Well, of course. No one could play an English butler like you could, but forget it.
Don't try to talk me out of this part. Blimey, Governor, the bloomin' dinner is served. Shall I pass the tomatoes?
Oh, then you'll do it?
Quite, old bean. Frightfully amusing and all that sort of rot.
Oh, you're cute. Now, Bill, if you hope to convince this movie producer that you're married, you better have some lessons in how to act like a husband.
Oh, Gracie, I don't need any lessons.
Well, I better try you out. Now, I'm your wife, and I say, do you love me, darling?
Yes. Yes, my beautiful queen. I love you deeply, devotedly, tenderly, passionately. And I shall always love you.
You're the singlest man I ever saw. Now, I'll show you how a husband answers that question. George is in the den reading the paper. George?
Huh?
Do you love me, darling?
Uh-huh. Close the door.
See what I mean?
Gee, the little man's a ball of fire, isn't he? Are all husbands like that?
Oh, no, not right away. The first year, they sit across the breakfast table and tell you how beautiful you are. That lasts until the first anniversary.
Oh, I see.
I think that's why they call it the paper anniversary. From then on, they'd rather read the paper.
Say, what time is the producer coming to dinner?
Well, Mr. Sherwood will be here at 7:30, George, which means you'd better hurry and teach Bill how to act like a husband.
Well, it's very simple, Bill. Now go outside and come in like you're a husband coming to dinner.
Okay. Darling.
Dearest.
Here's a big hug and kiss from your loving husband.
We better run through that again.
Here's a big hug and kiss from your loving husband.
Once more.
Gracie, I don't like this.
How do you know? You've never tried it.
Never mind. Get on with the singing. And, Bill, try to remember that you're a tired, hungry husband coming home after a hard day's work. Don't be so agreeable.
Oh, okay. What do we got for dinner, wife?
Oh, we're having the most wonderful dinner, dear. First, there's caviar.
Now you're working.
Then, turtle soup. Then pheasant under glass. Then crepe Suzette.
Okay, that's enough rehearsal.
Come in.
I've been waiting in a little old car for an hour now, Dimples, honey.
Dimples, honey?
Well, that's me. I'm sorry, baby. Folks, I'd like you to meet the one and only girl, the girl I really love, Miss, what's your name again, kid?
Cynthia Lou Culpepper.
Oh, that's right.
Glad to meet you, Cynthia Lou.
Oh, the pleasure's mine, sir. I've always wanted to meet Bill's father. And this charming lady must be Bill's sister.
Oh, no. I'm his wife.
His wife?
Well, just temporarily. You see, I was George's wife until Bill came in. And now I'm Bill's wife this evening. But tomorrow I'll be George's wife again, and Ingrid Bergman will be Bill's wife. But when they finish Love in the Cottage, maybe you'll be his wife. Just remember, this is Hollywood.
Well, it certainly is living up to its reputation. I'll see you later, Mr. Dimples Goodwin.
Wait, Cynthia Lou.
And hand me you Yankee.
Holy smoke, now I am in trouble. What a mess.
Oh, gee, I'm glad you're still here, Bill. Will you give me some advice now, will you, Bill? Please,
Now,
Bill,
later,
will you?
Meredith.
Bill, please?
Later, Meredith, later. I'm busy.
Bill, just tell me the first thing I should say to Peggy tonight.
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Gee, why couldn't I have thought of that?
You better hurry up and get dressed, Gracie. That producer will be here any minute.
Oh, yes, dear. Give me a hand with this girdle, will you, dear? It's so tight.
Okay.
Oh, one more pull. There. Oh, darling, it makes you look wonderful.
Well, I knew it was the only way I'd ever get those tuxedo pants to fit me. Haven't worn them for 10 years.
Oh, how about it? Can you get them fastened?
Nope. They don't quite reach.
Well, here, I'll help you. Pull in your tummy.
Okay.
No, pull in your chest.
Okay.
No, pull in your tummy.
Okay.
No.
Why don't you make up your mind?
Well, I can't tell which is which.
I should never have agreed to do this. I'm worried about the part of the butler.
Yeah, me too. The part that won't fit into these pants. Now, take a deep breath, dear. Let's try it again. There, I got it. But for heaven's sakes, George, whatever you do, don't bend over.
Don't worry.
Oh, dear, that may be Mr. Sherwood already. Slip on your coat.
But what'll we do? Bill isn't back yet.
Oh, that's perfectly right.
How do you do? I'm Lawrence Sherwood, the movie producer.
Oh, how do you do? Come right in, Mr. Sherwood. I'm Mrs. Goodwin. Burns, take Mr. Sherwood's hat.
Yes, madam.
Oh, how clumsy of me. I dropped it.
I'll pick it up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you ripped your pants, sweetheart.
Did you call the butler sweetheart?
Oh, I meant Burns. Excuse me, Mr. Sherwood. I'll have to take him in and put some different pants on him.
I wonder if Bill knows about this. Well, that was a delightful dinner, Mrs. Goodwin.
Mrs. Good... Oh, yes. Well, thank you. You may clear the table, Burns.
Very good, madam.
Hubby, dear, take Mr. Sherwood into the living room, and I'll have Burns serve the coffee in there.
All right, lovey-dove.
It's a charming place you have.
Well, George, the dinner went off without a hitch. Now, bring in the coffee and some brandy, too, into the living room.
Now, wait a minute. I've only got one bottle of brandy, and I've been saving it for 10 years.
Bring it in, dear.
But we never serve brandy after dinner.
Maybe you Burnses don't, but we Goodwins know how to live.
Well, I'm not going to let those two guys drink up my precious brandy.
But look what's at stake, dear. A pot opposite Ingrid Bergman. And just think of her, George. Beautiful, luscious, divine Ingrid Bergman. Now, how about the brandy?
Bergman can have a drink, but not those two guys.
George, have I ever forced you to do anything against your will?
Yes.
Well, I'm still at it. Bring in the brandy.
Yes, and I'm really settled down. Yes, sir, Mr. Sherwood, there's nothing like being a family man.
Oh, you're right, Bill. And if I may say so, you've a mighty pretty young wife.
Well, of course you may say so, Mr. Sherwood. After all, you're a guest.
Thank you.
But I'm not really as young as I look. I'm way over 20.
Really?
Oh, yes. Weeks and weeks. Burns, we're waiting.
The brandy, madam.
Well, don't just stand there, Burns. Offer some to Mr. Sherwood.
Yes, madam. You wouldn't want any of this brandy, would you, Mr. Sherwood?
Why, I wouldn't mind a little.
I wouldn't take too much. It's lousy.
Why, Burns, you let Mr. Sherwood have some of that brandy.
Certainly, and take all you want, Mr. Sherwood. There's nothing cheap about us Goodwins. Hand Mr. Sherwood the bottle, Burns.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Well, don't you want any, sweetheart?
Certainly I do, but he'll drink up all the brandy.
I was talking to my husband.
Oh, beg pardon, madam.
Don't you want any, sweetheart?
Well, I'll have a drop or so, lover. When Mr. Sherwood has had his, I'll finish the bottle.
What?
Burns, bring us a box of cigars.
Cigars?
Yes, they're in the sideboard in the dining room, the second
I
drawer.
know where they are.
Rather odd sort of fellow, that butler.
Well, yes, isn't he, though?
I notice you and he keep referring to each other as sweetheart.
Yeah, oh, that. Oh, well, you know what you have to do to keep health these days.
Now, Mr. Sherwood, about that picture, Love in a Cottage.
Oh, yes,
I think...
I'm glad you brought that up. You know, Bill, when you told me that you were married and settled down, I didn't believe it. You see, I had heard that you were a wolf.
A wolf? Lover, what's a wolf?
Oh, he's so innocent. A wolf, Billy boy, is a man who stands on street corners and whistles at girls.
What for?
Well, darling, so they'll get in his car and he can hug them and kiss them.
Oh, any man who'd do that should be run out of Hollywood.
Well, it would be a pretty dull place with just women.
Yes. Yes, you wouldn't want to be the only man left among thousands of women.
Oh, no, of course I would. I have never looked at any woman except my dear, sweet wife.
Come in.
Bill, you just got to give me that advice. It's getting late.
Oh, not now, Meredith. We have a guest.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but I need Bill's help. You see, he's got so many girls.
Girls? Bill?
Didn't Bill tell you about our girls?
Oh, no, darn it. It slipped my mind.
Well, how many have you got?
2.
4.
How many?
4.
2.
Well, just don't let him kid you. Now, Bill's got a whole lot more than that.
Really? And how old are they?
Well, most of them are around 18.
18? Mrs. Goodwin, you just said that you were barely over 20. How could you have daughters 18?
Well, once we got married, we decided not to wait.
Yeah.
Say, I don't exactly know what's going on here, but I just came to get some advice from the biggest wolf in Hollywood.
And just who is that?
Cigars?
There he stands. Burns the homewrecker.
Huh?
Mr. Wilson wants some advice from you, Burns. But take him out of here, you lady killer. I don't want my husband to hear that kind of talk.
But you... Quickly, Burns. Take him out. I don't want my ears soiled.
Okay.
That butler is such a wolf.
Yeah. So now you understand what Mr. Wilson was talking about.
All but one thing. Those grown daughters.
Oh, well, they're not really grown. One's 2 and the other's 3.
But Mr. Wilson said there were 18.
Oh, well, they're a little large for their age.
Where are they now? I'd like to see them.
Well, we have them in boarding school.
Yes. We feel that every child should learn how to board.
Yeah.
Well, 2 children. You really are settled down, aren't you, Bill?
Oh, you bet, Mr. Sherwood. Now, about that picture, Love in a Cottage.
Oh, yes, I'm glad you mentioned it. Now that I see you're really happily married, I think that...
Come in.
Now, looky here. Poor little old me has been kicked around. All poor little old me can stand.
Uh-oh, poor little old us.
I demand that Dimples marry me right away.
Dimples? Who's Dimples?
Cigars?
Well, really, Burns, this is too much.
Huh?
You take this girl right out and marry her.
Marry her?
Now, see here.
Get going, Dimples.
Okay.
Oh, what a man. Does this sort of thing happen often?
Oh, constantly. Why, Burns is responsible for half the women on Mr. Anthony's program.
Yes. Really, dear, you must fire that awful chaser. He may lead me astray. Now, about the lead in your picture, Mr. Sherwood.
No, it's all settled, Bill. I've found the perfect leading man.
Oh, good. Good.
And, who is he, Mr. Sherwood?
Cigars?
There he stands, Burns the butler.
Huh? But I thought I'd get the lead in Love in a Cottage.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Bill. We're not making Love in a Cottage. Instead, we're doing a picture called On the Prowl, the story of a wolf. And Burns is just the type.
Oh, no.
I'm going to be in pictures?
You'll be the new Van Johnson, the heartthrob of every American woman.
You mean he'll be making a movie star salary from now on?
Until he's too old to walk before a camera.
Oh, George, what a wonderful year we have ahead of us.
If you like my autograph. Burns and Gracie Allen. Last week, in order to get the part of a husband in a picture, I invited a movie producer to the Burns home and pretended to be Gracie's husband. Together, we convinced the producer that I was a dull, uninteresting married man. Sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? Well, if you think that's unbelievable, we also convinced him that George was an irresistible lady killer. So he forgot me and hired George to play a wolf. This news has just been released, and so for further details, we take you to the NBC newsroom.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dick Joy reporting your last-minute news. Flash. Movie producer Lawrence Sherwood dropped a bombshell on Hollywood tonight when he announced that the most coveted screen role of the year, that of the wolf in the new Betty Grable picture, would go to a sensational new screen lover, George Burns. Friends of Sherwood had expected him to cast Bill Goodwin in the role of the wolf who chases Miss Grable, a part which Goodwin has rehearsed for years. All Hollywood is talk, says Luella Parsons.
In my humble opinion, a picture starring George Burns should have everything. It'll need it.
Says movie producer Georgie Jessel.
Many new ideas have come out of the war. Casting George Burns as a wolf is a Revolutionary War idea. By that I mean it would have been a great idea during the Revolutionary War.
When told that her new leading man would be George Burns, Betty Grable had this to say.
Oh, darling, did you hear the news on the radio? Sherwood has just announced that he's co-starring you with Betty Grable.
Really? He must be out of his mind. I'm no movie star.
But you can be, dear. You're loaded with sex appeal.
Oh, don't be silly. Let him get some guy like Gregory Peck.
Oh, pooh. How can you compare a peck to a man who has it by the bushel?
Oh, forget it. I'm not for pictures.
George, have you ever studied yourself in the mirror and seen how really handsome you are? That straight nose, that square jaw, those perfectly formed chins.
Yes, I'm gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean it. You've got everything any leading man on the screen has. I'll prove it to you. Just name one.
All right. Charles Boyer.
Charles Boyer. What's he got?
What's he got? How about those eyes?
You've got just as many.
It's not how many. It's what he can do with them.
Well, there he's not even in the same class with you. One look from your deep, smoldering pools of passion would make a woman forget her husband. Look at me.
I'm looking.
Come closer, Fred.
Fred?
Yeah, oh. Now, you see, you made me forget my husband.
Gracie, look, granted I might have a certain amount of charm, But could I handle the acting part of a picture role?
I knew you were going to say that, and I'm ready for you.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a little scene here that I wrote just for you. You run the entire gamut of emotions in it.
Oh, Gracie, I'm not...
Oh, what's the matter? You afraid to find out how good you are?
Well, all right. Give me my part.
Here. Now, you play a soldier who has just come back from the war. You have a beard and a bandage around your head, and your eyes are all bloodshot. They'd look gorgeous in Technicolor.
Yes, I can see it all now.
All right, I speak first. And give it everything you've got, George.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, my darling, you're home. Home at last. After all these months of waiting, hoping, praying. Tell me, darling, quickly, are you all right? Are you all right?
Yes.
Oh, you've been shot. Yes, I can see it. You're wounded. Oh, my poor dearest. Where did they get you? Where?
Here.
It doesn't matter. I'll nurse you back to health. You'll be well and sound again, my love. You shall have every care. I'll never leave your side for a minute. You'll never be alone again. Never, never.
Gee.
Seeing you again, it's so wonderful. Oh, darling, I'm afraid I'm going to cry. No, I mustn't cry. Laugh. That's what I should do. Laugh. See, George, you're dynamite.
That settles it. I'm going to call the producer right now and tell him to forget it.
Oh, but George.
Oh, I'm not for that.
Come in.
Well, there you are, you little double-crossing picture stealer.
Bill,
Why, if you try to be Grable's leading man, they'll laugh you off the screen.
What do you mean? Wait till they see that physique and hear that voice. Why, George is a combination of Johnny Weissmuller and Frank Sinatra.
Well, you're right. He sings like Weissmuller, and he's built like Sinatra.
Bill, I don't want
to think that you beat me out of a picture. You know, this ruins my career. I might as well throw myself in the ocean.
Oh, Bill, you wouldn't do that.
Yes, I will. And tomorrow they'll find me washed up on the beach. Me and a dead mackerel side by side. The only two things in the world that have less sex appeal than George Burns.
Bill, I've been trying to tell you can have the part. I'm going to call Sherwood and resign.
What?
Sure, you're the man for the part. You're so talented, so handsome, so charming. What am I?
You're so right. Grable deserves me. And let's face it, who can love Bill Goodwin better than Betty Grable?
Bill Goodwin.
See you later.
Hand me the phone, Gracie. I'll call Sherwood and resign.
Oh, George, wait until tomorrow. I have the strangest feeling you'll change your mind. So that's why I called you, Meredith. We've got to convince George that the public demands him.
Well, how can I help?
Well, by getting all the men in your orchestra to write George fan letters.
Well, I don't know about all of them.
Well, just ask those who know how to write.
Okay. That is, if a letter from my bass player will do any good.
Well, you write some, too. And all my girlfriends and I will write some.
Good.
And then I'll hire a couple of 100 bobby sockers to wait outside tomorrow and tear George's clothes off.
Oh, that'll sure make him a romantic figure.
Well, it will if I hide his long underwear tonight. Now, let's get busy, Meredith.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
I have a tremendous amount of mail for your husband this morning.
Oh, I know. I wrote most of it. I hope it wasn't too heavy for you to carry.
Oh, no. My muscles laugh at heavy weight. They call me the W.C. Fields of the post office.
They do?
Yes. I can carry such a tremendous load. But why should you write to your husband? Aren't you two on speaking terms?
Oh, yes, but I'm trying to make George a big picture star, and I want him to think these letters are from fan clubs. Say, maybe your wife could organize one.
My wife.
Well, yes, she's quite a club woman, isn't she?
No, she uses her bare hands. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Look at these letters.
What are they?
Oh, they're fan letters, darling. Letters from adoring women, all clamoring to see you on the screen.
Oh, go on.
Well, now here, look, I'll read one. Well, listen to this. My dearest, darling dream boy, when I heard that you were coming to the screen, I kicked my husband out of the house, and now I keep your picture beneath my pillow.
Well, maybe she just wanted to get rid of her husband.
It's signed Mrs. Walter Pigeon.
Well, I'll be darned.
Oh, now look, here's another one. Dear Super Wolf.
Super Wolf?
Yes. You're our joy boy. You great big gorgeous hunk of oomph. And from now on, we will see only your pictures. Signed, George Burns Fan Club, formerly Van Johnson Fan Club.
Holy smoke. No one could be this big a success overnight.
Well, you're not an overnight success. You forget that for years, millions of people have listened to you on the radio.
That's right.
Are eagles hatched overnight? No. First, eggs must be laid. George, today you're hatching the eggs you laid on the radio.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Gracie. I'll go over to the studio and talk this thing over with Sherwood.
Oh, good. Here's your coat. Now, be careful and don't let the Bobby Sockers mob you.
Oh, don't be silly. If this were 20 years ago, maybe. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Holy smoke. They're here. Hundreds of them.
Uh-huh. What did I tell you?
But I can't understand it. If this were 10 years ago, maybe. I'll look again. Gee, if this were a couple of years ago, maybe.
You better go out there before they tear the house down.
Okay. What the heck? Maybe they like men in their late 20s. Okay, girls, come and get them.
This is Dick Joy from the NBC newsroom again, ladies and gentlemen. Police riot squads were rushed to the home of George Burns a few moments ago when hundreds of berserk Bobby Sockers fought each other for a glimpse of their latest idol. Questioned as to the secret of his amazing new power over women, Burns refused to comment. But federal authorities are investigating the possibility that he's been able to harness atomic energy in vitamin form. Skeptics are now getting on the bandwagon, says Luella Parsons.
More power to you, George Burns.
Says Georgie Jessel.
Producer Sherwood said he's going to play up George Burns' talent in this picture. Well, that's different. Why didn't he say he was going to use Gracie?
Her curiosity aroused by this wave of popularity, Betty Grable asked to have another look at Burns. Said Miss Grable.
Oh, Meredith, our scheme worked. George has been rehearsing with Betty Grable all afternoon.
Certainly sounds like he's arrived.
Oh, yes. But there's one thing that worries me.
What?
After a love scene with George Burns, will Grable be content to go home to Harry James?
That's the point.
George is probably the only man living who can out-kiss a trumpet player.
Those trumpet players are sure something, all right. One of them tried to kiss me once.
You, Meredith?
Yeah. She was with Phil Spiltalny. I say she was with Phil Spitali. Now, let me see. Her
George!
name... No, I think her name was Agnes.
No, I see George coming up the walk. Oh, I can't wait to take him in my arms. My big, handsome movie star.
I'll just slip out the back way.
Darling, here's a kiss.
Please, dear. You'll smear my makeup.
But, George, I'm so happy to see you.
Must we have a display of emotions? I've just come from the set, and really, I'm all kissed out.
Oh, sit down and rest, George. I'll have dinner ready in a jiffy.
Sorry, dear. I'm dining with Lana Turner.
Oh, well, will I see you after dinner?
No, the publicity department has arranged a full evening. I'm attending a concert with Deanna Durbin. Dancing at the Truck with Rita Hayworth. A cigarette at Ciro's with Lauren Bacall. Then a little smorgasbord with Ingrid Bergman.
Well, won't I see you at all?
Well, if you care to peek in at the Brown Derby around midnight, you may watch me stir my coffee.
Oh, will you stir it? I thought you'd have Esther Williams swim around it.
Please, dear, don't be de trop. Entree.
Well, George, did you go to the studio and resign?
Resign? Me? And let the whole motion picture industry crash? Oh.
What's with him?
Oh, I'm afraid he's gone Hollywood on us, Bill.
What is it you wish, lad? My autograph?
Autograph? George, it's me, Bill.
Oh, George, stop being ridiculous. We're your friends. You don't have to hi-hat us.
Well, if I'm not appreciated around here, you may send my bags to the Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
If we do that, what'll hold up your eyes?
Oh, you big player.
Oh, Bill. Bill, what am I going to do? I've lost him. My home is collapsing. Oh, Bill, you've got to bring him back to his senses.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's beyond my help, Gracie. From now on, George won't listen to anyone who isn't a big shot in pictures.
Yeah. Say, that's an idea. I know just the man. Georgie Jessel. He's not only a big picture producer, but he's an old friend of George's. He wouldn't want to see us break up. He's been a family man himself. So often.
Well, Gracie, you better hurry over to 20th Century Fox and see him.
Oh, hello, dear.
Good evening, Grace.
George, look who I brought home with me.
Yeah. Hiya, George, you old kid. Gosh, it's great seeing you again, Palsy.
Have we met before?
Not met before. This is Jessel, Georgie Jessel. We grew up together in New York.
New York? Oh, yes. A settlement on the East Coast.
Yes, a small village with a few cows and 7 million people. You know darn well who I am.
Wait now. I do have a vague recollection. Weren't you connected with the theater? An usher, perhaps?
Now, look, George, we worked in vaudeville together.
Indeed. And to think that I, a great star of the cinema, was once a mere vaudevillian.
And believe me, there was nobody nearer. Gracie, will you tell him who I am?
Oh, darling, you must remember Georgie Jessel, one of the greatest vaudeville stars of all time. How could you forget the man who used to get down on one knee and sing Mammy?
Jolson, Gracie, Al Jolson.
Oh, that's right. Well, darling, you must remember Georgie Jessel, one of the greatest vaudeville stars of all time. How can you forget the man who used to puff his eyes out and sing, If You Knew Susie?
That was Cantor, Eddie Cantor.
Oh, that's right. Well, darling, you must remember Georgie Jessel, one of the greatest vaudeville stars of all time. How could you forget the man who... Georgie, what did you do?
I was a big, fat, blonde woman, and I sang Some of These Days.
Well, this has all been very interesting, Mr. Hessel.
Hessel? Jessel, J. J, as in what? You're the biggest one I've ever seen.
Genius is spelled with a G, Mr. Pestle.
Oh, go away from me, Pestle.
Well, I should be off to the studio. I'll go inside and put on my spats and green beret. Ta-ta!
Ta-ta? He certainly has blown his top, hasn't he?
Yeah, isn't it awful pretending not to remember anything about vaudeville? Well, that's the biggest thing in his whole life.
Well, of course it was. Ta-ta. Wait a minute. Say, that gives me an idea, Gracie. Once a vaudeville trooper, always a vaudeville trooper. Now, you just take your cue from me.
Yeah, but what are you going
And, Gracie, as I was telling you, we'll be the biggest thing that vaudeville ever had. Here's the billing. Jessel and Allen. That's what we'll call the act. Now, we open in one, you see. Right away, you come out to hit you with a baby spot.
Jessel and Allen? What's this?
Oh, you wouldn't be interested. Ta-ta, go to the studio. Now, look. As I was saying, Gracie, to hit you with a baby spot. Now, the orchestra
Wait a minute. Are you planning a vaudeville act?
That's right, yes.
Well, you see, you'll be busy at the studio, dear, and I have to have something to occupy my time.
Yeah, but I had
Come on, Gracie. Now, look, I'll sit down at the piano. We'll try out the opening.
Okay, I'm ready.
One bright and guiding light that taught me wrong from right I found in my mother's eyes. Say, Gracie, speaking of mothers, a funny thing happened to my mother in Cleveland.
Oh, really? I thought you were born in Buffalo.
Look, I got a better joke in that spot. Much better joke.
Oh, wait, Ta-ta. What do you picture actors know about vaudeville? You take it, Gracie. Go ahead.
Those baby tales she told, that road all paved with gold, I found in my mother's eyes.
You're going to open with that thing?
Yeah, why not?
Well, you ought to open with something peppy, like boom, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows.
Oh, wait, please.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, the
Hey, Ta-ta, get out of here, will you, please? You are annoying the artist. Okay. Just like a wandering sparrow, one lonely soul. Go make a movie.
Well, gee, I just thought I'd help.
I'd walk the straight and narrow to reach my goal. Come on, Gracie, let's take the finish together. God's gift sent from above, a real unselfish love, I found in my mother's arms.
Oh, that'll be great. Sure. I'll tell you what we'll do for an encore. Look, for an encore.
Hello? Yeah, oh, just a minute. George, it's Betty Grable.
Oh, hello, Betty. Look, kid, don't bother me now with that picture. I haven't got time. Yeah, but Betty, you can get somebody almost as good. Get Flynn or Bogart. Goodbye. Now, look, I've got a great recitation for the encore. You two hum, and I'll show you how it goes. When a man does a wrong, he goes right along, and the world soon forgives and forgets. Let a girl do the same, and her head's bowed in shame, and her life is the life of a girl. That's right.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Well, as we join George and Gracie, we find them very much excited over a letter they've just received.
Oh, darling, it's almost unbelievable. $5,000.
Here it is in black and white.
Read the letter again.
Okay, it's from William Walsh, attorney at law.
Uh-huh.
Mr. George Burns, dear sir, under the terms of the will of your late uncle, Marvin W. Burns, you've been left the sum of $5,000. Kindly call at my office for further details.
Oh, dear, sweet, adorable Uncle Marvin.
Uh-huh.
To know him was to love him.
That's right.
My very favorite person among your entire family. Too bad I never met him.
I don't remember him very well myself. Haven't seen him since I was a kid.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, George. Just think, $5,000 for your very own. To spend just as you wish. Now you can buy the things you've done without for so long.
That's right.
A mink coat, a diamond bracelet, gorgeous gown. Oh, you're so lucky, George.
Yes, I'm fortunate. Doesn't look like I'll see much of this money.
Oh, of course you will, dear. We'll split the money. I'll spend half and you spend half.
It's a deal.
I'll buy the coat and you buy the bracelet.
Gracie, it's my $5,000. Any objection if I buy a hat?
Of course not. You can buy 2 or 3 hats.
Well, thanks.
Just don't get anything in red. I look terrible in that color.
This is fine. You buy the whole store out, and I can't even have a new hat.
Well, your turn will come, George. The next uncle is yours.
Let's go over and see the lawyer.
Ah, yes. So you're Mr. Burns, the legatee.
The what?
The legatee. That's the one who gets the money. You see, in law, everyone has a legal status.
Oh. Well, this is my wife, Mr. Walsh.
Yes, the Fendi. How do you do, Mr. Walsh?
I'm glad to know you, Mrs. Burns. Well, shall I read the will?
Oh, yes. Oh, this is exciting, isn't it? In the movies, when the relatives are gathered around to hear a will read, the lights always go out and somebody gets murdered. Movies are pretty silly, don't you think?
Yes, indeed. Won't you sit down, Mrs. Burns?
No, thanks. I'll stand here where I can watch the light switch. Go right ahead, Mr. Walsh.
You can skip the body of the will, Mr. Walsh. Just read my bequest.
Very well. This will is almost ready to come apart. It was written over 30 years ago. Here we are. To my nephew, little Georgie Burns, I do hereby bequeath the sum of $5,000.
Oh, he must have loved you, George.
Providing the aforesaid sum is used for my nephew's college education. What? I feel that this is the only way I can get the little bum out of the pool room and into a hall of learning.
Wait a minute. Does this mean I don't get the money unless I go to college?
It means exactly that. No college, not a cent.
That means I get no money.
Oh, but you can go to college.
Huh?
I'll buy you some dungarees and a sloppy Joe sweater. And tomorrow we'll turn in our car for one with no doors.
Gracie, I'm not going to start the college at my age.
Why not?
How do you think I'll feel associating with kids 18, 19, and 20?
Well, haven't you been happy with me for the last 3 years?
Forget it. I will not go to college. Come along, Gracie. Now, Gracie, I don't want to discuss it any further.
But, darling, I'm only thinking of you, of your success. A man just can't succeed without a college education.
Abraham Lincoln became president of the United States.
All right, but think what he might have been with a college education.
Sure, might have been working for the William Morris Agency.
Yeah. In every walk of life, you'll find the college man most successful. Now, take the world of sports. Name a great football team.
Purdue.
College men, every one of them.
Gracie.
Take the world of business. Name a successful businessman.
Henry Ford.
Did he go to college?
No.
Name another one.
William Newton.
Did he go to college?
No.
Name another one.
Henry Kaiser.
Did he go to college?
No.
Take the world of art.
Oh, fine. I'm not going to college.
Oh, George, have you no pride? Let's say you're with a group of intellectuals. One says, I'm Jenkins, USC 27. Another says, I'm Caldwell, UCLA 29. What do you say? I'm Burns, PS4. Well, people would stare at you.
They'd also stare if I said Yale 51.
Hi, Gracie. Hello, George.
Hello, Meredith.
Meredith, are you a college man?
You bet I am, Gracie. 4 years at Iowa State Dental.
Iowa State Dental?
Yeah.
You mean you wanted to be a dentist?
No, I wanted to be a musician, but I went to that school because it was in my hometown. You see, there was a woman there that I was pretty crazy about.
Why, Meredith! What was her name?
Mama.
Oh, your mother.
Mm-hmm.
And you went to a dental school just to be near her.
Yeah, but I was too tender-hearted to be much of a dentist, I guess. It hurt me every time I pulled a tooth.
You poor boy.
I guess I should have practiced on somebody else.
College really sharpened this kid up.
How did you ever find time to study music?
Well, in between filling cavities, I'd practice on my flute. Had to give it up, though.
You did, huh?
Yeah. One day a fella came in with 2 front teeth missing, and it got me confused.
I played Semper Fidelis on his bridge work and filled the holes in my flute.
Well, Meredith, it must take a lot of studying to learn dentistry.
No, pulling teeth isn't so hard. Just takes a quick jerk.
I'll bet you were the quickest one there.
Well, I was pretty fast, all right.
Oh, goodbye, Meredith.
Good night, all.
Good night, all. Well, there now. You see what college did for Meredith?
And it shouldn't happen to me.
Oh, now, George, don't be stubborn. Go to college. Learn things. Learn to split atoms.
I don't want to split atoms.
That's right. Stay ignorant. Pretty soon we'll be the only family still using the old-fashioned one-piece atom.
Gracie, you're wasting your time.
You don't learn to split atoms. You learn things like chemistry. You can reel off the specific gravity of H2SO4.
I'm in the radio business. Suppose I don't know the specific gravity of H2SO4. Why do I need it? Forget the whole thing. I'm not going to college.
Well, hi, Burns. What's up?
Oh, a little argument, Bill. Gracie thinks the family breadwinner should go to college.
Well, George, I agree. You love it, Gracie.
Not Gracie, me. My uncle left me $5,000, but it has to be used for education.
Yes. Now, I think this is a perfect opportunity for George to pick up his education where he left off.
Well, of course it is, George, and I can recommend a wonderful kindergarten.
A scream a day, this kid. Better than Edwin.
Bill, be serious. This is very important. George thinks he's too old for those college kids, but I say put one of those freshman caps on him and a sloppy Joe sweater, and he'll look as good as the others.
Well, even better. George will have the only sloppy Joe sweater that looks like Sloppy Joe is still in it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm only kidding, Gracie. Gosh, college is wonderful. I'm still loyal to my alma mater, Stanford. I love her and wouldn't do anything to hurt her. And to show you how I feel about George, I suggest you send him to Stanford.
Gee, thanks, Bill.
What would he study, Bill?
Well, nothing. They'd study George.
Show this comedian the door, Gracie.
So long, college boy.
Go. Wise guy. Guess he thinks I'm not smart enough to go to college. I ought to show him.
Attaboy, George.
Maybe if I did go, he wouldn't feel so darn superior.
Yeah, now you're talking, George. And remember, it's the only way you can get that $5,000 your uncle left you.
Yeah. By golly, Gracie, I think I'll take a crack.
Oh, I'm so glad, dear. When people used to call you stupid-looking, I'd say it was because you hadn't been to a college. Now when they call you stupid-looking, I won't have to make those excuses. Now, George, I've been checking all the colleges, and I found the perfect one for you.
Swell. What is it? Yale, Harvard, Princeton?
Beverly Hills Tech.
Beverly Hills Tech?
Yeah, you see, most colleges are pretty hard to get into. They have entrance requirements like a high school diploma or a certain IQ rating or scholastic credit.
Well, what are the requirements to get into Beverly Hills Tech?
You have to live in Beverly Hills.
I think I can qualify.
Now, hurry over and enroll.
Oh, gosh, Gracie, I can't walk in there and enroll as a freshman. I'll feel silly.
Well, all right, darling, I'll do it for you.
Would you mind?
Oh, not at all. I know how bashful you are. Why, you were even too bashful to get our marriage license. I had to do that.
Yeah.
And this won't cost me anything. I'll go right over.
Tata.
I'm sorry, Coach. The football team is your problem.
But, Dean, it's the worst team in the history of Beverly Hills Tech. Not one of them kids I got ever seen a football before.
Ever saw a football before, Coach?
If I had one kid on the team that used to play football in high school, I could have did 10 times better.
Could have done 10 times better, Coach.
Now, here's the big game coming up, and look at the outfit I got to throw in there. Why, we ain't got no chance.
Ain't got any chance.
Well, Dean, all
I'm saying is 11 fairly healthy girls from Hollywood High could mop the field with us. If I had only one guy with a little experience, just one guy that ever played football before.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you. However, if you'll wait here in my office while I mark some papers, we'll talk it over when I get back.
I'll be right here, Dane. Good. Some team to go into the big game with. Boy, it's a good thing we're playing Pismo Beach teachers. If I could only get my hands on one guy.
Oh, how do you do? Is this the dean's office?
Yeah, that's right.
Good. I want to enroll my husband, George Burns, in your school.
Can he play football?
Football? Is that important?
Important? If he can't play football, I don't want him here.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, he happens to be the greatest football player who ever wore a glove.
Wore a glove?
Mm-hmm.
What team did he play for?
What team?
Yeah.
What team? Name a good one.
The Fighting Irish?
That's it.
Well, so your husband played on Notre Dame's team?
No, certainly not. When he went to Notre, he played on the men's team.
What position did he play?
What position did he play?
Yeah.
Oh, all of them. Standing up, sitting down, flat on his
No. I mean, did he play in the line or was he a back?
Why, he was a back.
A back. That's just what I need. A fellow who can kick. Did he play pool?
Oh, no, he never touches the stuff.
Lady, look, all I'm trying to find out is whether your husband punts.
Whether he what?
Punts.
Well, if he does, I've never caught him at it.
Oh, this is murder. Excuse me a minute, lady. Hey, Steve.
Yeah, Coach?
Did you ever hear of a football player named George Burns?
Burns. Hey, there was a George Burnskowitz, All-American in Notre Dame. Yeah, they called him Rubber Hips.
That's the guy. He shortened his name. Oh, thanks, Steve.
Okay, Coach.
Hey, lady, have your husband here at 2 o'clock this afternoon in his football uniform.
Oh, then you'll let him enroll?
Let him? I gotta have him. Hey, why didn't you tell me your husband was the man with the rubber hips?
Well, gee, I didn't think his girdle was that important.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you. By the way, Mr. Postman, do you know where I could borrow a football uniform? The college insists on one.
Holy smoke, I knew they were in trouble, but I didn't think USC would ask women to play.
Oh, no, it's not for me. It's for George.
They're in worse trouble than I thought.
Oh, now, you misunderstand. He's going to Beverly Hills Tech, not USC. And they want him to wear a uniform.
Well, you can borrow mine. I was a big football star in college, you know.
Really?
Oh, yes. I was in every game, every minute. Fighting, tackling, blocking, smashing, running, lunging.
Goodness.
At the end of the season, I was all collegiate, all conference, all American, and all pooped.
You were really a hero.
Oh, yes. I'll never forget the big game. When I left the bench, the crowd roared. I ripped them apart. Yes, my pants had caught on the nose.
Well, I hope they're packed. If George is going to wear them, I don't want his first public appearance to be such a public appearance.
Oh, they're as good as new. And my helmet hasn't even been worn. I always played without it.
Oh, weren't you ever kicked in the head?
I must have been. Have you seen my wife? Well, I'll go over to the house and bring you my football uniform. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, it's mine.
pants fit you fine. Now put on the jersey.
I still don't understand why I should have to wear a football uniform to school.
Well, I don't know. It's some sort of a requirement. You don't have to play.
But suppose they put me in the game and give me the ball.
Give it back to them. We don't want it.
But, Gracie, what's so funny?
Oh, those football pants. All that padding in the front and even more padding in the... Oh, pardon me, that's you.
Not all of it. Hand me the jersey.
Here.
Say, the postman really had wide shoulders.
Yes, and a narrow waist. You better wear it upside down.
It'll be all right when I get these shoulder pads in. See? They go on like this. Then the jersey over them.
Mm-hmm.
There. How do I look?
Why, George is marvelous. Oh, I'll be so proud when I see you at college.
Sure.
I'll say to myself, somewhere inside that uniform is my husband.
I look pretty good, huh?
Oh, perfect. Except for that number on your back.
What's wrong with the number?
Oh, it says 55, and you really look younger.
Or 54.
You know, George, I almost wish you were going to play football. I could sit in the stands and cheer you on with the Beverly Hills Tech alma mater song.
Tech has got an alma mater song?
Oh, it's wonderful. Listen, and I'll sing it to you.
All right, gang, all right. In a few minutes, we'll be going out there to play Pismo Beach teachers. Here comes a substitution on the field. It's number 55. Now, let's see who it is. Oh, no. This can't be the George Burns I know. He leaves the bench. He trips and falls on his face. Yes, it's the George Burns I know. Anything can happen now. Pismo Beach is kicking off. It's coming right to Burns. He takes it on his 25. He's up to the... No, he's back on the 20. Back to the 15. He's tackled on the 10 and thrown back over his own goal line. No, wait. Folks, it was a trick. A hidden ball trick. And Henning is over for the winning touchdown. Zach wins. Burns fooled everybody. He's the hero of the game. Oh, Burns, that was the greatest hidden ball trick I ever saw. Even I thought you had the ball.
Oh, there was nothing, Coach.
Oh, now, George, don't be modest. You were wonderful.
Oh, you're not kidding. How did he fool everybody?
And he had something under his jersey that looked like a football.
Where'd he get it?
From eating too much.